Chapter 1457. The Kai family was not in Luyang town, nor was it below Yang Cauldron Mountain. Instead, it was on the other side of Luyang River. Xiaohua only used the time it took to drink a cup of tea to fly there. When he landed on the ground, he lowered his head to look at Mei who had not closed her eyes the entire way. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also somewhat excited. He smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you, right? Elder brother immortal is indeed an elder immortal. You didn't lie to Mei Er." Mei Er felt as if she was still flying leisurely in the sky, and her words were somewhat floating. "Is this the Kai family?" Xiaohua looked at the appearance of a manor not far away, and the place opposite the riverbank, the tall archway and the vermilion door asked. "It should be." Mei Er looked and said, "When Mei Er came last time, I went through the door on the side with elder sister immortal's maid." "And very good. Mei Er, take this. This is something this poor Taoist is giving to your grandfather. If your grandfather gets sick and the doctor says that there's no way to treat him, you can let him take this medicine. Maybe something strange will happen." Xiaohua handed the parasol pill over. "Is this an immortal pill? Can it cure grandfather's eyes?" Mei Er was not polite. She stretched out her hand to take it and asked curiously. Xiaohua shook his head, making Mei Er very depressed. She somewhat listlessly took back the parasol pill. "Oh, also this is for you. When you have the opportunity to cultivate like I in the future, take out this pill and ask your master how to take it." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then took out the osmanthus pill, clean lotus pill, and clear fragrance pill each and gave them to Mei Er. He said with a smile, "This is your reward for bringing I here. Go to the Kai family and knock on the door. When I arrive, I will ask the Kai family people to send you back." "Oh then." Mei Er thanks elder brother immortal. Mei Er didn't know what these pills were, nor did she understand Xiaohua's meaning. She could only accept these pills. Afterwards, she jogged all the way, ran past the memorial archway, jumped up a few steps, and tried her best to stand on her tiptoes. She stretched out her hand, barely reaching for the knocker on the door. Once again, she silently knocked on the vermilion door. Xiaohua slowly walked behind Mei Er, smiling as he looked at Mei Er's hard work. Mei Er knocked for a while, but no one came to answer the door. She didn't know if it was because she didn't use much strength or the sound was very soft. Mei Er was at a loss of what to do. Her face was red as she turned around to look at Xiaohua. She rubbed her 2 little feet back and forth with her 10 fingers, relieving the numbness from standing on tiptoe just now. Xiaohua only looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything. Mei Er looked at him with her big watery eyes for a moment, then she bit her lips and turned around. She stood on her tiptoes and once again used her fingertips to pull the doorknob with difficulty. Pa, 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 pa. The monotonous knocks on the door continued. Got it. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sound of the door opening came from the side. A small door that was about the height of a person was opened, and an old man in his 50s walked out. The old man was dressed in green, and he looked a little old and dim-sighted. Seeing someone come out, Mei Er's face was filled with joy. She ran over with a smile and called out, "Grandpa." The old man looked at Mei Er, and his face was somewhat unhappy. He scolded, "Little girl, which family are you from? How dare you come to the Kai family's manor to cause trouble? Didn't your parents teach you? Is the Kai family's door something that you can casually knock on?" "Grandpa." Mei Er was excited, as if she didn't expect to be scolded. Her face was somewhat frightened, but she still wanted to explain. "Quickly go back. Grandpa will pretend that he didn't hear anything." The old man waved his hand and said, "Next time you can't do it. Grandpa, it's not Mei Er who caused trouble. It's an immortal elder over there who wants to see Sister Fairy, so Mei Er came to knock on the door." Mei Er pulled the old man's sleeve and pointed at Xiaohua. "Immortal elder?" The old man was slightly stunned. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua, puzzled. "Don't immortal elders fly directly to the backyard? Why are they here?" "Mei Er just flew here," Mei Er said with a smile. "Really?" Hearing this, the old man didn't dare to neglect and quickly walked in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua's Taoist robe, he immediately said respectfully, "Kai family's old servant greets immortal elder." Xiaohua quickly returned the greeting and said, "Elder, please don't be so polite. I am here to visit Fairy Hong Xia. Elder, please inform her." Oh, this old servant understands. Immortal elder. Please wait a moment. This old servant will go guard the door and invite immortal elder to enter. The old man's face was very flattered. He walked back and entered through the small corner door. In just a moment, the red door opened with a creak. Old Kai, what are you doing? Who allowed you to open the door without permission? A stern voice sounded from inside the door. From the half-open door, Xueqi saw a thin and small cultivator shouting at the old man in a stern voice. Housekeeper Kai, the old man said submissively. There is an immortal elder outside who wants to visit second miss. This old servant opened the door to welcome the immortal elder. Immortal elder? The cultivator frowned and looked at Xueqi. He then scolded, Old Kai, are you not satisfied with being a gatekeeper? You want to go somewhere else? Why don't you take a look at this person's cultivation? My Kai family's door can't be opened unless one is at least at the 5th level of qi refining. This old servant. How would I know the immortal elder's cultivation? This door. Can't any immortal elder open it? The old man asked in confusion. This is a new rule set by Qin Yang's Kai family. Don't tell me you don't know? Qin Yang. Kai families. Rules can control me, Lu Yang? The old man was unhappy when he heard this. Are you the housekeeper or am I the housekeeper? The cultivator shouted. Quickly close the door. There's no need to inform the family head for now. Let this poor Taoist go and see which cultivator admires the second Mississippi. If he has no background, this poor Taoist will send him away. There are always cultivators coming every once in a while. Do you think my Kai family's door is so easy to open? The cultivator quickly walked in front of Xueqi and cupped his hands with a smile. I am Kai family's housekeeper, Kai Ming Song. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Do you come from some aristocratic family or sect? Xueqi indifferently looked at Kai Ming Song, whose cultivation was about the same as his, and returned the greeting. I am Xueqi, a wandering cultivator. Xueqi? Kai Ming Song stared blankly, a trace of astonishment flashing through his eyes. Soon after, it was covered up with deliberate contempt. A wandering cultivator. What's wrong with wandering cultivators? Xueqi didn't seem to notice Kai Ming Song's trace of astonishment and coldly asked. My Kai family doesn't welcome wandering cultivators. Moreover, we don't wish for wandering cultivators to disturb my family's direct disciples' cultivation. Kai Ming Song was even colder. If fellow Taoist has foresight, you'd better find an immortal's cave and immerse yourself in bitter cultivation. Only then will there be a day when you'll be successful. Don't put any flowery guts or crooked thoughts on our cultivator aristocratic family. Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Kai Ming Song to regard him as someone who wanted to climb up the social ladder. But just as he was hesitating whether or not to tell him about Xueqi, Kai Ming Song strangely said, but seeing that you're already at the 4th layer of qi refining at such a young age, you can be considered a cultivator with a bright future. I will help you. Go to town and find an inn to stay in. When second miss comes out of seclusion, I'll find an opportunity to ask her. If she's interested in meeting you, I'll inform you. How could Xueqi have time to wait? After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, I came this time because I have an important matter related to Xueqi. I want to see Fairy Hong Xia. Since Fairy Hong Xia is in seclusion, I hope fellow Taoist can report this to the Kai family's patriarch. Ah, news about eldest miss. Without waiting for Kai Ming Song to open his mouth, Kai Ming Song's face lit up with joy. He walked towards the inn while shouting, This old servant will inform the master. Unfortunately, the old man's hands and feet were very clumsy. After running a few steps, he staggered and almost fell. Mayer's eyes were quick. She quickly ran over and supported the old man, saying, Grandpa, be careful. And good. Little girl, come inside with Grandpa. Grandpa will find you something delicious to eat. After receiving news about Xueqi, the old man seemed very happy. He smiled and patted Mayer's head. Mayer didn't dare to agree. She turned her head and looked at Xueqi. Xueqi slightly nodded. Kai Ming Song opened his mouth, but he didn't stop the old man. He turned his head and said with a smile, So you're an old acquaintance of eldest miss. May I know where fellow Taoist met eldest miss? Where is eldest miss right now? Fellow Taoist, don't worry. When your family's patriarch comes out, I'll tell him everything, Xiao Hua said while shaking his head. Kai Ming Song snorted. Fellow Taoist, don't tell me you're using eldest Mrs. name to do something? Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to him. He looked at the Kai family's gate and said, I heard fellow Taoist Kai say that Hongxia Fairy has been in seclusion for a long time. She hasn't come out yet? Humph, you gave yourself away. Kai Ming Song sneered. Since it's news about eldest miss, why didn't you inform my family's patriarch? Why did you have to inform my family's second miss? Elder sister. Elder sister. Xiao Hua was too lazy to retort. Just as he was about to turn his head, a clear voice came from the sky. A young girl wearing red and green clothes, whose cultivation was around the third layer of qi refining, flew out from the Kai family's courtyard. Where's my eldest sister? The girl was around 10 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She had delicate features and was a beauty in the making. She looked many times more beautiful than May Third Miss. This cultivator only said that he brought news about eldest Mississippi. He didn't say that eldest Miss came back. Kai Ming Song said with a smile. It's not elder sister who came back. This old Kai. The girl obviously didn't hear old Kai's words clearly. She curled her lips and looked at Xiao Hua, cupping her hands and saying, I'm Kai Mingxia from the Kai family. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Strange, why haven't I heard Kai Xueqi mention this girl before? Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled. When he saw Kai Mingxia salute him, he didn't dare to be negligent. He also saluted, I'm Xiao Hua. Greetings, fellow Taoist Kai. Fellow Taoist Kai? When Kai Mingxia heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her eyebrows revealed a trace of charm. I know, you're the dual cultivation partner that elder sister found. Kai Mingxia had just put down her hands when she suddenly said this. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1458. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the girl who didn't even reach his chest. Her face still had childishness and her eyes were filled with passion. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Little fellow Kai is wrong, the person in fellow Kai's heart. Xiao Hua hurriedly shut up. Li Zongbao's matter was related to the utmost happiness faction's face. How could he say that? Moreover, the matter between Li Zongbao and Kai Xueqi had already been destroyed along with Kai Xuexia's death, so he couldn't talk nonsense. Ha! Isn't fellow Xiao the same? Could it be that there's another handsome guy? Kai Mingxia blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Him. He's just a rogue cultivator, even if Big Miss is willing, family head won't agree. Kai Ming Song disdainfully curled his lips. Uncle Ming Song, this matter of dual cultivation is the matter of Big Sister's direct disciples. How can I, a concubine's disciple, say anything? If family head sees fellow Zhao's slender and elegant figure, he might even agree. Kai Mingxia was young, but she knew a lot. She acted like an adult and spoke to Kai Ming Song. Xiao Hua couldn't stand it and hurriedly waved his hand. Little fellow Kai, slender and elegant. I'm afraid it's used to describe female cultivators. Fellow Xiao is so tall and slender. I think you're more suitable for Ting Ting than the others. Kai Mingxia explained in a deadpan manner. This. Xiao Hua was speechless and didn't know what to say. Just as Xiao Hua was feeling awkward, a dozen or so sounds of air breaking rang out from the Kai family manor. Xiao Hua looked over and saw a dozen or so young people in the third or fourth level of qi refining, wearing the same clothes, flying out from the Kai family manor. The sect brothers are here. Fellow Xiao, you have a lot of face. Kai Mingxia said with a smile like a flower. The dozen or so disciples landed on the ground and neatly lined up in 2 rows from the Kai family's main gate all the way to Xiao Hua's front. Immediately after, the sound of a door opening could be heard and the Kai family's main gate split into 2. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked over. The person at the front was a 10th layer aura refining cultivator. He was also tall and thin, with a square face. On his dark and slightly withered face, there were several deep wrinkles that showed the vicissitudes of life. This person's eyes were extremely bright and his lips were slightly thin. At this moment, they were tightly shut, revealing a silent majesty. Looking at the people behind him, they weren't young either, and most of them were in the 9th or 10th layer of the qi refining realm. I'm afraid it's the head of the Kai clan, right? Xiao Hua thought in his heart as he quickly walked to the middle of the Kai family's disciples and bowed respectfully. Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Kai. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. I am Kai Haisong. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao, for bringing back news of Xueqi. Kai Haisong's face was still unhappy as he cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to accept your thanks. I only met fellow Taoist Kai by chance and received a lot of help from fellow Taoist Kai. Sending her news back is something I should do. Xiao Hua said politely. Come, these are Ai's sect brothers. They are also Xueqi's elders. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please get to know them. As Kai Haisong spoke, he waved his hand and introduced the people behind him to Xiao Hua. They were precisely Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, Kai Hasong, and the others. After Xiao Hua finished greeting them one by one, he heard Kai Haisong say, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. We'll talk in the main hall. Clan head. Seeing Kai Haisong turn around and walk through the main door, Kai Mingsong anxiously said, This Xiao Hua's origin is unknown. He's a loose cultivator. The matter between him and eldest miss is still unclear. If we enter through the main door of the Kai clan now, wouldn't we be giving others a reason to gossip? In the future, what will happen to eldest miss? Kai Haisong frowned slightly and glanced at Kai Mingsong in displeasure. Also, clan head, didn't Qingyang's Kai clan send over the new rules of the Kai clan long ago? Unless it's the door of life and death, or the door of nobility, can't the Kai clan's main door be easily opened to outsiders? Mingsong. Luyang's Kai clan is Luyang's Kai clan. Why must we listen to Qingyang's Kai clan? Fellow Taoist Xiao brought news of Xueqi. He's our Kai clan's honored guest. If we don't open the courtyard door to welcome him, wouldn't that be lacking in etiquette? Kai Shansong said from the side. Brother Shansong, isn't this little brother also thinking of our Luyang's Kai clan? Since we want to take Qingyang's Kai clan as the successor, then we must follow their rules. Otherwise, how can we be the Kai clan without proper status? Kai Mingsong said with a smile, if Qingyang's Kai clan were to know of these matters, wouldn't we be inviting trouble? Ha! What's this guy doing? Xiao Hua looked at Kai Mingsong in confusion. Kai Mingsong had obstructed him time and time again, but obstructing him was only to let him pass through the main door. It didn't do any harm to him. Moreover, it was in front of the Kai clan's clan head, Kai Haisong. Wasn't this brushing away the clan head's face? What if this sect head insists on inviting fellow Taoist Xiao through the main door? Could it be that Qingyang's Kai clan wants to incriminate our Luyang's Kai clan? Kai Haisong sneered. I forgot. Xiao Hua suddenly remembered that he had killed Kai Ingxia. If he really walked through the main door, then wouldn't he implicate Kai Haisong? Why bother? This is all for the clan head to consider. Little brother is only reminding the clan head to fulfill his duty as a steward. Kai Mingsong said with a smile. Forget it, Senior Kai. Junior is a rogue cultivator and not some high-level cultivator. It's better to go through the side door. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, No need. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Kai Haisong pulled on Xiao Hua's sleeve and walked towards the main door. Seeing that they were about to reach the main door, Xiao Hua suddenly asked, Senior Kai, if the main door isn't open, then a high-level cultivator must have come to visit and wanted to open the main door. Then what about the door of life and death? Oh, the door of life and death is the door of life and death. You can go through the main door. Kai Haisong frowned and explained. Sigh, Xiao Hua gently pulled his sleeve out of Kai Haisong's hand and said with a bitter smile. Junior originally wanted to explain it to Senior in the courtyard, but since the Kai family has its own rules, this humble Taoist will also say it in advance. What? Kai Haisong's heart skipped a beat. He raised his eyebrows and shouted. Fellow Taoists, please step aside. Xiao Hua said and took a few steps back. He patted his hand and took out Kai Xueqi's huge coffin from his storage bag. He lightly held it with one hand and solemnly placed it on the ground. This is... Kai Fengsong said anxiously. Yes, this is fellow Taoist Kai Xueqi's coffin. Xiao Hua said in a low voice. Big sister. Kai Mingxia shouted from behind everyone. Her voice was already filled with sobs. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're not joking? Kai Haisong's face was slightly pale. Xiao Hua shook his head and only used his eyes to look at the very rough coffin beside him. Third brother. Take a look. Kai Haisong said to Kai Hasong in a deep voice. Kai Hasong walked to the front of the coffin and reached out his hand to grab a corner of the coffin. With a slight force, the coffin opened up a slit, revealing Kai Xueqi's lifelike face inside. Sigh. Kai Hasong saw Kai Xueqi's lifeless appearance and sighed as he closed the coffin. Seeing Kai Hasong's appearance, Kai Haisong's face turned ashen. He waved his hand and said loudly, Hasong, quickly go to the shady area of Yang Cauldron Mountain and get a willow branch for Xueqi to summon her soul. Yes. Kai Hasong's face was filled with grief and indignation. He stood up and was about to fly away. Xiao Hua was stunned. He waved his hand and took out the willow branch from the storage space. He asked Senior Kai this. Can this willow branch be used? However, when Xiao Hua took out the willow branch, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the storage space behind Xiao Hua's head, with the light of tracing back time, all the spirit herbs grew as fast as years. At this time, many of the spirit herbs were over 1,000 years old. This willow branch had been in the storage space for many days. It was equivalent to tens or even hundreds of years in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if it wasn't an ordinary willow branch, there should be some changes, right? And this willow branch was exactly the same as the one Xiao Hua obtained in the auction in Yenyuan City. Why does fellow Taoist Kai have a willow branch with him? Kai Haisong asked curiously. Could it be that it has always been with Xueqi's coffin? Oh yes. Yes. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and casually answered. Oh, that's the best. Kai Haisong forced a smile and said, since it can be with Xueqi's coffin, it can summon her soul. Haisong, there's no need to go. You guys go in and prepare the morning hall. Senior Kai, what's the matter with this willow branch? Xiao Hua asked in confusion. My Kai family has a rule. When a disciple dies in a foreign land, when the coffin is brought back to the Kai family, we have to use the willow branch to summon their soul. We're afraid that the soul of the deceased will wander in a foreign land, unable to find the way back. Kai Haisong's expression was gloomy as he looked at Kai Xueqi's lifelike face and said, this junior understands. How do I use it? Xiao Hua asked. Kai Haisong waved his hand and said, since this willow branch is with Xueqi's coffin, her soul must be nearby. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to wave it a few times and then casually pat Xueqi's body a few times. Then he looked into the distance and said with some gratification, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao is so fated with Xueqi that you actually have a willow branch with you? Maybe Xueqi's soul hasn't left her body yet. You can just casually summon it a few times. When Xiao Hua heard these words without any reason, he didn't take it seriously. The willow branch was an ordinary willow branch and the person who died in a faraway place. He used the teleportation formation to come here, so how could the soul follow him? However, he still followed Kai Haisong's instructions and raised the willow branch in his hand. He waved it a few times on Kai Xueqi's coffin and then shook it a few times on Kai Xueqi's body. However, something unexpected happened. When Xiao Hua waved the willow branch, a kind of life force flowed out from his space along with the movement of the willow branch. On top of the willow branch, there was a bean-sized water droplet. This water droplet was not on the willow branch before. It was the result of being inserted into the space in the past 10 days. When Xiao Hua shook the willow branch, the water droplet slid down from the willow branch. It drew an arc in the air and directly fell between Kai Xueqi's eyebrows. There was something even stranger. In the far west of the Dawn Rain continent, in a boiling spring, there was a light figure that looked like a human but wasn't human. Its body was surrounded by a 7-colored halo and was immersed in it. Suddenly, just as the willow branch in Xiao Hua's hand danced and the power of life flowed, the light figure shot out from the spring. The 7-colored halo violently rotated, and an emotionless, ice-cold voice sounded, Paramitha? How is this possible? How could this thing be here? Before the voice fell, a pair of wings that were dozens of feet long suddenly grew out from the 7-colored halo. The wings seemed to have many layers, but they were very transparent and couldn't be seen clearly. The wings slightly flapped and the light figure quickly flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is that so? Senior Kai. In Liu Yang's Kai family, Xiao Hua turned his head and asked, many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. It is so. Kai Haisong nodded and said, you're welcome. As Xiao Hua spoke, he put the willow branch back into the space and stuck it in its original place. In the sky in the far east, in just a short moment, the light figure had already flown over 1,000 li. Why can't I sense the aura of the Paramitha? Could it be that my senses were wrong? The light figure stopped and looked in the direction of Lu Yang with hesitation. After a long while, it shook its head slightly. The aura of the Paramitha is far from something that can be concealed by the space magic of the cultivation world. Since it wasn't there before, how could it appear now? Moreover, the Paramitha was destroyed long ago. It can't appear in the cultivation world. Immediately, the light figure turned around and flew back into the spring. In Lu Yang's Kai family, Kai Haisong waved his hand and shouted, "Carry the coffin into the manor." Yes. Behind Xiao Hua, more than 10 disciples of the Kai family had tears in their eyes as they replied in unison. They walked forward and each of them grabbed a corner of the coffin and carried it into the manor. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." At this moment, Kai Haisong was very polite as he invited Xiao Hua in. Xiao Hua glanced at Kai Ming Song, who still seemed to be in a daze, and walked into the Kai family's manor. The Kai family's manor was quite big. After walking through the main gate for a while, they entered the main hall. At this moment, many men and women in the manor had received the news and were rushing over with anxious expressions. "Fellow Taoist Kai, please have some tea." Everyone was seated in the main hall. Kai Haisong raised his hand and said, "Many thanks, Senior Kai." Xiao Hua politely picked up the teacup and took a sip. Kai Haisong was somewhat anxious. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to put down the teacup, he opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, Xueqi, what happened to her?" Kai Xueqia's death had stirred up the Flying Phoenix Ridge and the Misty Mountain, and the matter behind it was a secret between the two clans. In Xiao Hua's mind, the Misty Mountain wanted to capture him for the sake of secrecy, and if he really explained the reason behind it, it would be unavoidable for the Kai clan to be dragged into the whirlpool. Therefore, he had already thought it through on the way here, and only talked about the matter between the two of them, and did not mention anything else. Sure enough, when Kai Haisong and the rest heard this, they all frowned and stared at Xiao Hua with bright eyes. Although Xiao Hua's words clearly explained the cause of Kai Xueqia's death, but he did not mention the location and cause of her death. How could they be at ease? "Fellow Taoist Xiao, seems to have a lot of things that you haven't said." Kai Ming Song asked from the side. "Also, where is the young mistress's storage bag? Why isn't it in the coffin?" Xiao Hua sighed. Looking at everyone's questioning eyes, he thought to himself, "I didn't want to tell you all at first. I was afraid that it would involve the storage bag." Kai Xueqia clearly said that the contents of the storage bag must be personally handed over to Fairy Hong Xia. There must be a reason. But Fairy Hong Xia was in seclusion, so I had no choice but to come. This matter is a little difficult to handle. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai's storage bag is in I's sleeve." And then, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please return it to my Kai family. Xueqia's storage bag contains my Kai family's ancestral yellow talisman. My Kai family must take it back." Kai Shansong said anxiously. Xiao Hua still nodded and said, "Since I can return fellow Taoist Kai's coffin, I will definitely return fellow Taoist Kai's storage bag to the Kai family." But what? Kai Haifeng also asked curiously. But before fellow Taoist Kai died, he instructed that this storage bag must be personally handed over to Fairy Hong Xia by I. A bunch of nonsense. Kai Ming Song hurriedly jumped out and said, "This guy said earlier that he wanted to see the second young mistress. When he heard that the second young mistress was in seclusion, he said that he wanted to see the family head. Now, he wants to hand the storage bag to the second young mistress. Does he think that I can't see through the clues inside?" Humph. Xiao Hua looked coldly at Kai Ming Song and did not explain. "Ming Song," Kai Haisong scolded, "you can leave now. Go out and take care of Xueqia's funeral. If fellow Taoist Xiao has other thoughts, he doesn't have to come at all. You think too much." Kai Ming Song raised his neck, cupped his hands and walked out of the hall. Chapter 1459. Not long after Kai Ming Song left the hall, a servant of the Kai family secretly slipped out of the manor. While everyone in the Kai family was mourning the loss of Kai Xueqia, he crossed the river alone and went to Luyang town. As for what he was going to do, the Kai family had no idea. Fellow Taoist Xiao, after Kai Ming Song left, Kai Haisong said, "Can you tell us more about Xueqia's matter?" Xiao Hua looked at the few people and said in a low voice, "Seniors, do you think she can fight against a foundation establishment stage cultivator?" Hiss. Kai Haisong sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the other brothers. He did not dare to ask any more. Xueqi's storage bag must be given to Red Cloud, but, in the end, it is still returned to my Kai family. Red Cloud has been in seclusion for more than 2 years and there is no sign of her coming out. This time, she is in seclusion until death. At the beginning of her seclusion, she said that if she does not enter the 10th level of qi refining, she will not come out. Xueqi was also moved by her sister's matter, which is why she went out to travel. She hoped that she would encounter something that could raise her cultivation and help her sister come out. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to follow Xueqi's last words and give the storage bag to Red Cloud, then we can only wait for Red Cloud to come out. But what if she stays in seclusion and is unable to break through the 10th level of qi refining? Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao will not return the storage bag to my Kai family? I might as well wait for Hong Xia Fairy to come out of seclusion. Xiao Hua thought to himself, this way, I can't leave, but I can't stay either. I can't keep waiting here just because Fairy Red Cloud is in seclusion. But if I leave, will the Kai family let me go? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, Senior Kai, please enlighten me. This. Kai Haisong thought for a while and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao does not mind, you can stay here for a few days. I will see if I can wake Red Cloud up. If it is not possible, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can make an exception. Well said, I will do as Senior Kai says. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Shan Song, bring fellow Taoist Xiao out to rest. Oh, I just brought I to Mei Er. Senior Kai, please send someone to send her back. Mei Er. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xiao, I will make the necessary arrangements. Kai Haisong nodded. After Xiao Hua left the hall with Kai Shan Song, everyone was silent for a moment. Kai Feng Song whispered, Big brother, can Xiao Hua's words be trusted? Kai Haisong smiled bitterly. So what if I don't believe you? He's a 4th layer qi refining rogue cultivator. Yet he brought Xueqi's body back to the Kai clan from afar. This alone makes him a benefactor of the Kai clan. Besides, he didn't seem to deny the matter of the storage bag. If he really doesn't want to return it, he can just say that he didn't see it. Xueqi's death. Could it be related to him? That's not possible. He's only in the 4th layer of qi refining. Xueqi was already in the late 4th layer of qi refining 2 years ago. Xiao Hua is definitely not Xueqi's opponent. Then he sent Xueqi's coffin back, and even returned the storage bag. Moreover, he wanted to personally give it to Hong Xia. Big brother. Do you think that this bastard is really like what Ming Song said? Does he really covet Hong Xia? This. I can't say for sure. Kai Haisong shook his head. Even if he covets Hong Xia, so what? He's just a rogue cultivator in the 4th layer of qi refining, while Hong Xia is in the 9th layer of qi refining. Normally, she wouldn't care about the children of any aristocratic family, so Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't be in her eyes. In any case, if we can avoid trouble, we'll avoid it. If we can avoid it, we'll avoid it. He wants to see it, but Hong Xia. It's been almost 3 years, and she still hasn't come out of seclusion. This storage pouch originally belonged to my Kai family. Inside it are also the yellow talismans and other items from my Kai family that Xueqi brought with her when she traveled. These items originally belonged to my Kai family, so Xiao Hua should return them to my Kai family. How did this natural thing become something our Kai clan should be grateful for? Judging from Xiao Hua's intentions, he probably has some ulterior motive, right? Don't think too much about it. Let's first look at Xueqi's body and see if it's the same as what Xiao Hua said. Then we'll think about how to deal with the funeral. Kai Haisong waved his hand impatiently. Of course, Kai Xueqi's body wasn't fake. The backside of her body was completely destroyed. When the women of the Kai clan saw it, they couldn't help but shed tears of grief. Although Kai Haisong and the other men didn't shed a single tear in front of their faces, the mournful and sorrowful cries behind their backs weren't worth mentioning to outsiders. After Xiao Hua sent Kai Xueqi's body back to Luoyang, he was finally able to settle one of the things that had been weighing on his mind. For the next 10 days or so, he quietly cultivated in a small, secluded building in the Kai clan's manor. He didn't even take half a step out of the small building. Moreover, during these 10 days, his cultivation had made very clear progress. Cultivators of my generation are the most heaven-defying. Every action of mine is seen by the heavenly Tao. As long as there's the slightest mistake, an inner demon will be born. I promised Kai Xueqi that I would bring her body back to the Kai clan in Luyang, so I was investigated by the heavenly Tao. If I didn't fulfill my promise, then there would be fetters in my heart. These fetters would become an obstacle to my cultivation, obstructing my cultivation. I did what I promised, so these obstacles disappeared. My cultivation was as smooth as flowing water. Whatever people do, the heavens are watching. Xiao Hua's comprehension of the heavenly Tao could be considered a small gain. At this moment, without a teacher, he had a little understanding of the karma caused by his words and actions. My heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Xiao Hua released his special perception. Although it couldn't see the surroundings of the small building like his divine sense, he could clearly sense the positions of the Kai clan's fourth-layer disciples. The Kai clan's disciples have increased by 2 compared to a few days ago. I'm afraid Kai Xueqi's funeral is coming to an end. I also have to make a choice. Should I give it to Kai Haisong or not? Forget it. Either way, it belongs to the Kai clan. What's the point of me holding on to it? Doesn't it matter who I give it to? If I think too much about it, it'll affect my cultivation. Xiao Hua threw away the last trace of hesitation and closed his eyes to comprehend the heavenly Tao. At the same time, he activated the blood shadow technique and drove his meridians to continue cultivating the dragon transformation art. The dragon transformation art was truly mysterious. Although the meridians in Xiao Hua's body had not been completely refined by him, and there were even many meridians that Xiao Hua did not know about, when Xiao Hua was cultivating the dragon transformation art, he could faintly sense the existence of those meridians. He could even tell that although he didn't know and couldn't control those meridians, the dragon transformation art was still operating in those meridians. Of course, the dragon transformation art was a cultivation method used to transform into a dragon. The amount of time and effort required was far from what a low-level qi refining cultivator like Xiao Hua could understand. Although Xiao Hua had been cultivating diligently for nearly a year, and the dragon transformation art was also progressing bit by bit, he couldn't see any particularly obvious results in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. On this day, Xiao Hua just held a fire-type spirit stone in his hand and was about to draw energy into his body when he heard a series of footsteps. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and put away the spirit stone. His posture didn't change as he calmly looked at the door. Pang pang. Several knocks sounded on the door and Kai Haisong's voice sounded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have something to see you about. Senior Kai, please come in. Xiao Hua replied. The door creaked. Kai Haisong, Kai Hasong, and the others all stood at the door with miserable expressions. Xiao Hua stood up and cupped his hands. Seniors, please come in. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really hardworking. In these few days, you've actually been cultivating. I really admire you. Kai Haisong and the others said in a deep voice as they entered the room. I don't dare. Junior is a loose cultivator and can only cultivate bitterly. Otherwise, there's no way out. Xiao Hua replied. Everyone sat down. Kai Hasong said, Today is the day of Xueqi's funeral. I don't know if fellow Taoist Xiao has time to go see Xueqi again? Hearing this, Xiao Hua also sighed and nodded. There's no need for Senior Kai to remind me. I will definitely go. Fellow Taoist Xiao has been extremely benevolent to my Kai family. My Kai family also has nothing to repay you. If fellow Taoist Xiao has any requests, feel free to state them. Kai Haisong looked at the few clan brothers beside him and said, That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao, if you don't mind, you can also join my Kai family. Not to mention other things, Kai family's cultivation techniques can also be taught to fellow Taoist. Kai Feng Song echoed. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face. He bowed and said, Many thanks for Senior Kai's kindness. Junior admits that his aptitude is lacking and does not dare to drag down Kai family's reputation. Then, Xueqi's storage pouch. Kai Shansong couldn't help but ask. Seniors, rest assured. Since I have promised something, I will definitely do it. After I pay my respects to fellow Taoist Kai, I will hand over the storage pouch to Senior Kai. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Kai Haisong. However, I will bring fellow Taoist Kai's body and storage pouch to the Kai family. Fellow Taoist Kai has also promised Junior some things. When the time comes, I ask Senior Kai too. Seeing this, Kai Haisong clapped his hands and praised. Fellow Taoist Zhao's righteousness, my Kai family will never forget it. This is only a small matter. Since Xueqi made a promise, it will be the same as I made a promise. Only now did Kai Haisong's heart drop. Since Xiao Hua has raised the conditions, then everything will be easy to handle. I don't dare. Senior Kai, please lead the way. Junior will see fellow Taoist Kai for the last time. Xiao Hua stood up and said. Kai Xueqi's mourning hall was located in a corner of the manor. A blue stone coffin was placed in the center of the mourning hall. Dozens of Kai family's women, children, and disciples were all dressed in mourning clothes as they silently stood around the coffin. Xiao Hua sighed and walked to the front of the blue stone coffin. He saw that Kai Xueqi's body had already been tidied up. She had changed into a beautiful set of clothes. Her fine black hair was bundled up on top of her head like clouds. Her jade-like face had thin black eyebrows and long eyelashes. She looked as if she was sleeping soundly. It seemed like the Kai Xueqi Xiao Hua was familiar with was a completely different person. Fellow Taoist Kai, you have such a beautiful face. Yet why did you practice some kind of appearance-changing technique? Could it be that you don't want people to judge people by their appearance? Xiao Hua said inwardly, but, in this world, not to mention mortals, even cultivators mostly judge people by their appearance. Your way of doing things. What meaning is there in it? As Xiao Hua thought this, he retreated a few steps and bowed deeply towards Kai Xueqi's coffin. The Kai family's women standing beside Kai Xueqi's coffin also bowed in return. Just when Xiao Hua wanted to open his mouth to say something, the entire mourning hall suddenly became silent. It was as if everyone's head had turned towards the entrance of the mourning hall. Chapter 1460. Xiao Hua sensed that there was something strange outside the mourning hall and turned his head along with everyone else. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on a tall and slender woman dressed in plain Taoist robes who was about 30 meters away from the mourning hall, slowly walking over. The woman's black hair was tied up at the top of her head with a jade hairpin. Long strands of black hair fluttered behind her head like a fluttering ponytail. Looking at the woman's fair and jade-like face, it was exactly the shape of a melon seed. She had a smooth forehead, a sharp chin, and two willow leaf-like eyebrows. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow. She had a slightly erect nose, and her small cherry-like lips were tightly clenched by her pearly white teeth. A row of faint white teeth marks fell on her lips, gradually suffusing the color of blood. It was dusk, and the sun was setting in the west. Behind the woman, she looked as if she had walked out of a blood-red sunset. The color of blood dyed the woman's Taoist robe red. The color of blood reflected the woman's lustrous white skin, revealing a peach blossom red. It was truly enchanting. Red Dawn Fairy. Although Xiao Hua had never seen Red Dawn Fairy before, this was the first time he saw her. Then, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on a red beauty mark the size of a mung bean on the left side of Red Dawn Fairy's mouth. Boom! Xiao Hua's mind went blank. Dream, Xiao Hua could not help but moan softly. Faced with everyone's gazes, Red Dawn Fairy turned a deaf ear. Her eyes were fixed on Kai Xueqi's green stone coffin. There were no words on the mourning hall, and no one told her who was in the coffin. But she knew, it was Kai Xueqi. Step by step, she stepped on the soil, and then the grass. Kai Xueqi's heart was heavy, and her footsteps were steady. When she reached the mourning hall, Kai Haisong and the rest hurried to greet her. Seeing that Red Dawn Fairy had already reached Qi Refining Level 10, Kai Haisong and the rest were shocked. Red Dawn, you've really reached Qi Refining Level 10? Only now did Fairy Hongxia's gaze move away from Kai Xueqi's coffin. She looked at Kai Haisong and smiled bleakly. She bowed and said, "Daughter greets father. Thanks to father and sister, I've finally reached the 10th level of Qi Refining." Good. Kai Haisong didn't know why, but he suddenly felt sorrow in his heart. A teardrop flowed out of his eyes, but he clenched his teeth and held it back. Closing his eyes for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "You. Go take another look at your sister. Today is the day of her funeral." Elder sister. Fairy Hongxia could no longer hold it in. 2 streams of tears flowed down her delicate cheeks as she quickly walked over to Kai Xueqia's coffin. Fairy Hongxia reached out and held Kai Xueqia's cold hand. Looking at the face that she had known since childhood, the countless words in her heart were stuck in her throat. After a long while, Fairy Hongxia turned her head and asked, "Father, who brought Big Sister's body back? How did she die?" "Oh, Xueqia's body was brought back by fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already told me everything. After you pay your respects, Father will tell you everything in detail." Kai Haisong pointed at Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua woke up from his shock and looked at Fairy Hongxia, not knowing what to do. Fairy Hongxia didn't care about Xiao Hua's gaze and bowed. "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Zhao's righteousness. If it's convenient, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to stay for a few more days. I would like to ask clearly." Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, It's fine. If fellow Taoist Xiao has any questions, feel free to ask. And then fellow Taoist Xiao, please go and rest first. After I'm done with Big Sister's matter, I would like to pay you a visit." Kai Xueqia said with a forced smile. "All right, fellow Taoist Kai, please." Xiao Hua bowed and walked out of the morning hall. Under the guidance of the Kai family disciples, he frowned and walked back to the small building. "This Fairy Hongxia. This should be the first time I've seen her, right? Although her face is devastatingly beautiful, she is also unfamiliar to me. But why do I feel a sense of familiarity when I see her? Dream. Who is that? Is it a female cultivator?" Xiao Hua walked all the way but still couldn't figure it out. After entering the small building, he didn't have the mood to cultivate. He walked to the second floor and looked at the setting sun in the west. There was still a trace of red in the sky, and he was in a daze. Slowly, Xiao Hua seemed to enter a mysterious state. His entire mind was like the heavenly Tao that was immersed in space. It wanted to escape from his body, but after flying a few times, it seemed like it couldn't leave his body. Right in front of his chest, where his Dantian was, and where his Naiwan palace was, there seemed to be 2 incomparably huge objects that were firmly suppressing them. And in the few moments when Xiao Hua's mind tried to escape from his body, the meridians in his body also seemed to be itching to give it a try. They actually had the intention of swimming. The dragon transformation art was actually circulating on its own without Xiao Hua's consciousness. Fellow Taoist Xiao. What seemed like an instant or a long time, Xiao Hua's dazed state was awakened by a voice. "Fairy Hongxia?" Xiao Hua's mind and body were in sync. He instantly woke up and looked around. It was already deep into the night. The bright moon in the sky sprinkled its brilliance on the small building, on Xiao Hua's body, and even on the ground below the small building. Fairy Hongxia was standing on the ground, looking up at Xiao Hua. Seeing Fairy Hongxia's appearance, Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fairy Hongxia was already incomparably beautiful under the twilight. Under the moonlight, she could only be described as overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. "Fellow Taoist Kai, may I enter?" Fairy Hongxia's voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded very pleasant, like the rustling sound of the wind in a bamboo forest. "Fellow Taoist Kai, please." Xiao Hua calmed his mind and said softly, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." Fairy Hongxia's figure flew up to the second floor. She cupped her hands and said, "It's already late. Sorry for disturbing fellow Taoist I." "No worries. I also have a lot on my mind. I can't sleep or cultivate. Fellow Taoist's visit is also a coincidence." Xiao Hua sighed. "In that case, I would like to hear how fellow Taoist met Ai's elder sister and how Ai's elder sister passed away." Fairy Hongxia said faintly, "Yes, this is what I wanted to tell fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua looked around. "However, before I tell you, I would like to ask the surrounding Kai family disciples to go back and rest." "Well said." Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and transmitted her voice. "You all can go back first." "Yes." The dozen or so disciples all responded and left separately. "Can fellow Taoist speak now?" Fairy Hongxia asked softly. "Actually, it's nothing much. Most of the things I have already told Senior Kai." Xiao Hua thought for a while and slowly told Fairy Hongxia everything that had to do with Kai Xuexia, starting from when he first met her. However, Xiao Hua hesitated a few times about Li Zongbao and Ling Zhengyi. In the end, he didn't say anything. After all, The Utopia faction and the Misty Mountain were not people that the Kai family could afford to offend. The less they knew, the less danger they would be in. Oh, Fairy Hongxia looked at the gradually white sky and said softly, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to have such a deep relationship with my elder sister. I think my elder sister must have. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said hurriedly, Fairy Hongxia, please don't say that. I know what fellow Taoist is thinking about. This person is someone else. Just like the place where fellow Taoist Kai passed away. It's a taboo. If I can't get the approval of that person, I wouldn't dare to say anything. Fairy Hongxia's beautiful eyes widened. Could it be? Fellow Taoist Kai, just remember that I don't have that kind of relationship with your elder sister. Xiao Hua hurriedly explained. Fellow Taoist, I understand. Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiao Hua differently. If fellow Taoist Xiao isn't that person, then fellow Taoist, I admire your righteousness even more. I wouldn't dare. Fellow Taoist Kai also took care of I promised her one last thing. How could I not do it? Xiao Hua said sincerely. I heard from father that elder sister's storage bag. Fairy Hongxia asked hesitantly. That's right. Fellow Taoist Kai asked I to hand it to you personally. She also has some things to tell you personally. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked around and said, if it's convenient, please find a quiet place to talk. Okay. Seeing Xiao Hua's solemn expression, Fairy Hongxia said, then follow I to the place where I secluded myself. Fairy Hongxia's secluded cultivation place was not within the manor. It was far away on a small mountain that was connected to the Yang Cauldron Mountain. After entering the cave, there was a sweet fragrance in the spacious and clean cave. Xiao Hua could not help but take a few deep breaths. After Fairy Hongxia opened the cave's restriction, he raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a seat. This is the place where my Kai family's senior secluded herself. The restriction of the cave is quite powerful. If fellow Taoist has any secrets, feel free to tell me. Okay. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the futon. He took out the storage bag from his sleeves and handed it over. This is fellow Taoist Kai's storage bag. Fairy Hongxia, please keep it well. Seeing the familiar storage bag, Fairy Hongxia's eyes could not help but redden. She reached out and took it. She opened it sadly. After all, these were Kai Xueqi's belongings. How could she not think of her when she looked at them? However, when Fairy Hongxia saw the contents of the storage bag, she was dumbfounded. After a long while, she raised her head in shock and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, is this my elder sister's belongings? Xiao Hua nodded solemnly. This is indeed fellow Taoist Zhao's storage bag. The items inside are also fellow Taoist Zhao's. I'm sure fellow Taoist Hongxia understands your elder sister's painstaking efforts. You should also understand why I want to hand this over to fellow Taoist. This. Dozens of Peiyuan pill, hundreds of marrow cleansing pills, dozens of foundation establishment pills, so many rare yellow talismans, hundreds and thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones, and so many miscellaneous items. These are all priceless. Fairy Hongxia was still in shock. She continued to stammer and say incoherently, Elder sister, where did you get them from? Chapter 1461. Hearing Fairy Hongxia's question, Xiao Hua did not answer directly. Instead, he continued, the items left behind by your sister are not all in this storage bag. What else is there? Fairy Hongxia's eyes flashed with surprise. There is also a set of embryonic breathing pills. Currently, Xueqi's sect is still asking for help to refine it. As for how many there are, I do not know. I can only give it to you after half a year when I retrieve it. Embryonic breathing pills? Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with joy. However, she bit her lips and asked incredulously, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I do not understand. These items, although they cannot be compared to all of an aristocratic family, they are not too far off. Fellow Taoist, why do you not have any greed in your heart? Fellow Taoist has brought back my sister's body. My Kai family is already grateful to you. You only need to return the items that my sister normally uses to my Kai family in the storage bag. These items, Who would know? Who would investigate if fellow Taoists took them? Xueqi shook his head and said, "Others may not know, but I know. The heavens know, the earth knows, and my conscience knows. Although this penniless Taoist is an itinerant cultivator and lacks these things, this penniless Taoist will definitely take what belongs to this penniless Taoist. This penniless Taoist will definitely not take what does not belong to this penniless Taoist or should not belong to this penniless Taoist. Whatever one does, the heavens are watching." Good, whatever one does, the heavens are watching. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands and praised. A strange glow appeared on her face. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao, does your storage bag have the same items? Fairy Hongxia stared at Xueqi for a moment and suddenly asked. This. Xueqi's face was slightly red. He nodded and said, "To be honest, Fairy Hongxia, that is exactly the case." Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't need to call me Fairy. If you don't mind, you can just call me fellow Taoist Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, "Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao has said so much. It seems that only at 1,000 feet peak can we obtain these items. Although fellow Taoist Xiao did not say it in detail and I do not wish to ask, I can guess." Xueqi smiled bitterly. "I said too much." Fellow Taoist Xiao didn't say much. In fact, even if fellow Taoist didn't say anything, any cultivator who saw you return so many things without keeping anything would think that fellow Taoist Xiao has more things than these. Isn't that right, fellow Taoist? Looking at Fairy Hongxia's bright and spirited eyes, Xueqi's gaze flickered as he whispered, "Fairy Hongxia, fellow Taoist, your sister's actions are magnanimous and her character is elegant. I felt that the Kai family must be different from ordinary cultivation families, so I didn't think too much about it. Sigh, fellow Taoist Xiao is truly adorable." After Fairy Hongxia finished speaking, she suddenly felt that there was something wrong with her words. Her face started to heat up unnaturally. Xueqi scratched his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Hongxia, what do you mean? We only know our own business." Needless to say, even this poor Taoist's heart warmed when he saw it, let alone others. "Sigh, Big Sister asked you to personally hand this storage pouch over to I. I guess this is what she meant." Fairy Hongxia said faintly. "Oh, that's right." Xueqi's forehead was suddenly covered in sweat. Thinking about it carefully, if he really handed this thing over to Kai Haisong, there might not be any accidents. Fortunately, I don't have to use these things to test my impression of the Kai family. Xueqi thought to himself. "All right, fellow Taoist, since you returned the storage pouch, my big sister would not give you any benefits, right?" Fairy Hongxia asked softly. "Is it our Kai family's heirloom cultivation technique?" Xueqi's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Fairy Hongxia calmly and whispered, "What if your sister promised I is the Kai family's cultivation technique?" Fairy Hongxia smiled faintly and said firmly, "What Big Sister promised is also what the Kai family promised. Of course I will give it to you." But fellow Taoist Hongxia doesn't seem to be the family head. Xueqi asked with interest. "I'm not the clan leader, but I'm still at the 10th level of qi refining, right?" Fairy Hongxia was about to explain, but when she saw the smile in Xueqi's eyes, she immediately came to a realization. The corner of her mouth slanted, and she said with a smile, "Looks like fellow Taoist is teasing me." As soon as the word teasing left her mouth, Fairy Hongxia's face turned red again. Isn't this word a bit too sensitive? Xueqi also noticed the blush on Fairy Hongxia's face. He couldn't help but think of the day when Kai Xuexia wanted to introduce him to Fairy Hongxia. His heart trembled slightly, and he felt extremely regretful. Then, he immediately calmed down and said, "Fellow Taoist Hongxia, don't be afraid. Your sister only promised you a cultivation technique that can cover your face." "Oh, so it's the stealing the sky sun technique that Big Sister has been cultivating since she was young." Fairy Hongxia heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and took out a small booklet and handed it to Xueqi, saying, "This cultivation technique is not passed down in my Kai family. It was obtained by my ancestor when he was young. Giving it to fellow Taoist Xiao is suitable." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Hongxia." Xueqi was overjoyed. He took the booklet, but looking at this booklet with no cover and no end, Xueqi was a bit stunned. Oh, the name Stealing the Sky Sun was given by Big Sister herself. This is a nameless cultivation technique. The incantation is obscure and difficult to understand. I looked at it for a long time but did not gain any insights. Only Big Sister seems to have an affinity with this cultivation technique. However, I heard Big Sister say that she only comprehended the first 2 pages of this booklet. There are still many pages in the back that she could not comprehend at all. So it's like this. Xiaohua smiled and kept the booklet in his storage bag. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands and took out a dark green jade pendant from her storage bag. She handed it over and said with a smile, "This is I's token. Please accept it. If there is news about the embryonic breathing pill, fellow Taoist can bring the token to me." As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia's cheeks blushed a little more. In that delicate white skin, it was delicate and beautiful. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and took the jade pendant. The jade pendant was warm and didn't seem like it was taken out from a storage bag. After keeping the jade pendant, Xiaohua scratched his head and took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. He injected his magic power and handed it over. "This is I's sound transmission talisman. If fellow Taoist has any matters, you can call me at any time." What matters could a Qi refining stage level 10 cultivator have with a Qi refining stage level 4 loose cultivator? However, Fairy Hongxia still accepted it solemnly. "Oh right, I still have something to tell you. I almost forgot to say it." Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said hurriedly, "There is a bamboo token in the storage bag. That was given to fellow Taoist by your big sister." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Fairy Hongxia's face changed. She raised her head and looked outside. At the same time, a faint spiritual sense passed through the Kai family's cultivation cave and swept over Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia. "Who?" Fairy Hongxia's face was like ice. She scolded in a low voice. That faint spiritual will swept across Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia, and immediately locked onto Xiaohua. Although Fairy Hongxia was already a Qi refining stage level 10 cultivator, she still did not have a spiritual sense. The reason why she could sense the intruder was because the intruder's spiritual sense had broken through the cave's restriction. "Little girl, this elder is here. Why aren't you two coming out to welcome me?" An arrogant voice came from mid-air, as if it was speaking beside the two's ears. "Grand Elder?" Fairy Hongxia heard the voice and her face changed slightly. She looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "This is Qingyang Kai family's Kai Hongfeng, Grand Elder Kai. He is an early foundation establishment stage cultivator and is a famous expert of the Kai family. The old man is usually cultivating on Qingyang Mountain. Why is he here at Luyang?" "Kai family's Grand Elder?" Xiaohua heard and his face turned pale. Fairy Hongxia did not know why, but how could he not know? "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you..." Fairy Hongxia noticed the change in Xiaohua's face and asked in surprise. Could it be? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the ceiling of the cave abode. The divine sense had been locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. "Fellow Taoist Hongxia, let's go out. This is a matter between I and Qingyang Kai family. It has nothing to do with Luyang Kai family. It's better if fellow Taoist does not know." "I see." Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and nodded. "Fellow Taoist, please follow I." Fairy Hongxia saw that Xiaohua did not relent and knew that this was not an easy matter. She had no choice but to open the cave abode's restriction. The two of them flew into mid-air. At this time, the sky was already bright. A red sun was shooting out from the clouds in the distance. In mid-air, an old man dressed in a Taoist robe with white hair and a youthful face stood arrogantly with his hands behind his back. Beside the old man was a furious Kai Yuxia who was staring at Xiaohua who had just flown up. In front of the old man, Kai Haisong, Kai Fengsong and the rest were already standing respectfully. The other young disciples of the Kai family were standing respectfully on the ground, looking at the sky with admiration. "Grand Elder, it's this guy. He's Xiaohua. He colluded with Luyang's Kai Xueqi to frame my sister." Kai Yuxia did not wait for Xiaohua to fly up and said impatiently, "Not only did this Luyang Kai family not help our Qingyang Kai family to kill the main culprit, but they colluded with him. How could they put our Qingyang Kai family in their eyes? Grand Elder, please kill him to establish your might." "Yuxia, what are you saying?" Kai Haifeng was shocked and said anxiously, "My Xueqi went out to travel 3 years ago and has not returned. A few days ago, this fellow Taoist Xiao brought back bad news. Xueqi had already died and her body was brought back to our Kai family. What you said? Fellow Taoist Xiao did not mention a word. Humph, Kai Xueqi deserved to die. He colluded with Xiao Hua. Kai Yuxia scolded angrily. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Fairy Hongxia raised her eyebrows and scolded. Kai Yuxia, shut the hell up. Not to mention that my elder sister is no longer in this world. Your filthy words are a disgrace to her reputation. Moreover, all the seniors are here. What right do you have to speak? You dare to scold me? Kai Yuxia was furious and almost jumped up. Shut up. Kai Hongfeng's face darkened and scolded. Kai Xueqi has indeed passed away. The dead should be respected. Let's go pay our respects. Chapter 1462. Kai Xueqi's body was supposed to be buried yesterday, but because Fairy Hongxia came out of seclusion, it was delayed for a day. Kai Hongfeng scanned with his divine sense and knew that Fairy Hongxia's words were true. Why should I? Kai Yuxia was flustered and exasperated. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Kai Hongfeng's frosty face and his descending figure, she could only grit her teeth and fly down. Kai Haisong and the others looked at each other, then at Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua. They opened their mouths, not knowing whether to ask. Father, let's go down too. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and looked at the two people in front of her. No one knew what she was thinking, but she waved her hand and said. At this time, Fairy Hongxia's cultivation was already at Qi refining stage 10, slightly higher than Kai Haisong and the others. Her words carried weight in the Kai family, and now they were even more powerful. Sigh, Kai Haisong sighed, his eyes filled with regret, and landed on the ground. Xiao Hua coldly looked at Kai Hongfeng's behavior. He was somewhat conflicted in his heart. At this moment, he actually had the intention to escape. However, Kai Hongfeng's divine sense had been locked onto him. He wasn't sure if he could outrun an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he had killed Kai Yingxia in the Huanhua sect selection, so he was protected by the rules of the Huanhua sect selection. Xiao Hua still hoped that Kai Hongfeng would have misgivings about the Huanhua sect and let him live, but he was afraid that he would anger Kai Hongfeng if he escaped. And if he did not explain things clearly, Kai Yuxia would definitely vent her anger on the Kai family. Wouldn't he cause trouble for them? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua secretly held a yellow talisman in one hand and a top-grade spirit stone in the other, and flew down with the others. Although Fairy Hongxia was walking in front, she also turned her head and looked at Xiao Hua with a complicated expression. Kai Xueqi's coffin was still in the morning hall, but the lid had been sealed. Kai Hongfeng did not ask anyone to open the coffin. He walked to the front of the coffin and bowed slightly as a greeting. Kai Yuxia gritted her teeth and bowed half as a greeting. After the Kai family disciples returned the greeting, Kai Hongfeng turned his head and said with a smile, I'm sure nephew Kai is still confused about why I'm here? Kai Haisong smiled apologetically and said, I really don't know. What Xiao Hua said just now is also the first time this nephew has heard it. This old man believes in you. No matter what, you are still a nephew of my Kai family. You would never do something like betray your master and betray your ancestors. Yes, please take a seat in the hall here. No need, just stay here. Although Xueqi has already passed away, she was still involved in this matter after all. Letting her listen at the side can also make some people have some misgivings. Kai Hongfeng glanced at Xiao Hua. Yes, I'll listen to Grand Elder's instructions. Kai Haisong responded. He called over the disciples of his family to set up the tables and chairs, and served up spirit fruits and spirit tea. All right, Xiao Hua, tell me, why did you harm my Kai family's nephew? Kai Hongfeng narrowed his eyes and asked. Senior Kai, please know that this junior did not intentionally harm Kai Yingxia's life. Xiao Hua took half a step forward in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing as he cupped his hands and said, Hee, you killed my Kai family's nephew and you dare say it wasn't intentional? Then it's normal for me to kill you. Kai Hongfeng released his pressure, causing Xiao Hua's heart to tremble, almost unable to stand. Forcefully clenching his teeth, Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, Please allow this junior to explain. Speak, Kai Hongfeng said coldly. Thus, Xiao Hua narrated the matter of him and Kai Xueqi participating in the Huanhua sect selection in full detail. Previously, when he told the Kai family, he did not mention Kai Yuxia and Kai Yingxia. Now he explained everything clearly. Hearing this, Hongxia Fairy's face was gloomy. How could she not know Kai Yuxia and Kai Yingxia's intentions? Fortunately, Xiao Hua's luck was good, and his cultivation was also outstanding, so he did not die unjustly. Humph, with your cultivation? How could you be a match for me and Yingxia? If you didn't pull Kai Xuexia as a helper, how could you kill Yingxia? Kai Yuxia glanced at Kai Hongfeng, who was frowning slightly, and immediately shouted. Xiao Hua stared at Kai Yuxia for a long time and said in a deep voice, I don't know how fellow Kai deceived Senior Kai. However, since we are all participating in the Huanhua sect selection in the back mountain, according to the rules, we are responsible for our own life and death. Regardless of whether I cooperated with fellow Kai Xuexiao or not, we were still protected by the rules of the Huanhua sect. If fellow Kai revealed this matter and the Huanhua sect found out, I'm afraid there would be endless trouble in the future. As expected, Kai Yuxia was somewhat anxious. How could she tell Kai Hongfeng the truth? If she was really in the right, she was afraid that the one who came now would not be the great elder who usually doted on her, but the many disciples of the Kai family in Qingyang. However, she did not expect that great elder Kai Hongfeng would actually give Xiao Hua a chance to speak, and not kill Xiao Hua as soon as they arrived in Luoyang. In fact, Kai Hongfeng was also secretly complaining in his heart. He originally thought the same as Kai Yuxia, that a fourth-layer qi refining individual cultivator would be like squashing an ant. However, he was a bit puzzled. Xiao Hua and Kai Xuexia, one of them was a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator, while the other was a fifth-layer qi refining cultivator. They should not be Kai Yuxia's and Kai Yingxia's opponents. Kai Yuxia only said that she was ambushed by the two of them, which puzzled him. Secondly, he scanned the area with his divine sense and found that Xiao Hua was actually in the Kai family in Luoyang with Fairy Hongxia. Moreover, Kai Xuexia's coffin was placed in the mourning hall, which was not in the information he received. Therefore, he asked a few more questions, but it was precisely because of these few questions that he brought the Huanhua sect into the picture. This matter was neither big nor small. If the Huanhua sect were to take it seriously, they would be giving the other party face, and it was possible that they would destroy the Kai family in Qingyang. After pondering for a moment, Kai Hongfeng said, Yuxia has her reasons for what she said, and Xiao Hua has his reasons for what he said. I can't listen to Yuxia, and I can't listen to Xiao Hua either. Bad. Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. Sure enough, Kai Hongfeng said coldly, since the reputation of the Kai family's nephew has been ruined by Xiao Hua's hands, I will take half a step back and only cripple Xiao Hua's cultivation, but not take his life. Wait. Great Elder. As soon as Kai Hongfeng finished speaking, Fairy Hongxia stepped forward and bowed. In our cultivation, the most important thing is to cultivate the heart. If we do not have a clear conscience, there is no hope for the great Tao in this life. What Xiao Hua said is true, and Sister Yuxia also participated in the Huanhua sect's disciple selection. Since Great Elder is unable to judge, why don't we go to the Huanhua sect and ask? Hongxia, you are helping an outsider. Kai Hongfeng said coldly, I have already spared Xiao Hua's life, are you not satisfied? I dare not. Hongxia is only a junior, and I dare not do anything that goes against the Kai family. I only feel that in this world, there is always a reason, and there is only one truth for everything. If Great Elder really wants to get to the bottom of it, and find the real reason for Sister Yingxia's death. If I don't want to find the reason, what reason? If I just want to seek justice? Hongxia. Is your Luoyang Kai family going to protect this little rogue cultivator? Kai Hongfeng coldly interrupted Fairy Hongxia's words. This. Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the anxious Kai Haisong, and hesitated. However, when she saw Kai Xuexia's bluestone coffin, her eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and she said with a sad smile, How can I, a little girl, make the decision for the Kai family of Luoyang? It's just that. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, heard this and his heart warmed. He interrupted Fairy Hongxia and smiled. Fairy Hongxia, I only said half of it, and there is still the other half. Fairy Hongxia, please wait for I to finish. It won't be too late to continue. Fairy Hongxia was stunned, and her two big eyes blinked a few times. Puzzled, she said then, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please continue. Okay. Xiao Hua cleared his throat and told her what happened in the Huanhua sect's main hall. He then smiled and said, Do you think that boy is lucky? The penultimate good fate token of the Huanhua sect is the one with the bamboo engraved on it. He actually got it, and he even found a gold core stage cultivator to be his master. If a cultivator gets the last good fate token, won't they be able to enter the sect of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Boom. Fairy Hongxia's mind went blank. Her heart was the same as Kai Xueqi's that day. There were only 3 words in her heart: good fate token, good fate token, good fate token. A voice came from the bottom of Fairy Hongxia's heart. I actually got the last good fate token of the Huanhua sect. An ice-cold feeling spread from her skin to her heart. That was extreme excitement and extreme surprise. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared motionlessly at Xiaohua, not looking at her eyes. She really couldn't imagine, this Xiaohua. How could he be so magnanimous, to actually hand over the good fate tablet that would allow her to enter the Huanhua sect so easily? If he had it, wouldn't he have entered the Huanhua sect long ago? Who would be afraid of this Kai Hongfeng who wanted to take his life? Humph, he has the good fate token, that's his luck. How could a small rogue cultivator like you have this kind of luck? Kai Yuxia sneered, you're talking about this matter. Could it be that you're waiting for some helper? Hee, your helper is already lying in a coffin, unable to protect you anymore. Is that so? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and sneered, even if there's no helper, I can easily kill you. While speaking, Xiaohua's body suddenly rushed forward, his fist aimed at Kai Yuxia's neck. Kai Yuxia already knew that Xiaohua's movements were fast, so she was already prepared. However, Xiaohua was really too fast, and she relied on Kai Hongfeng behind her, so she still slacked a bit. Just this bit of slack was enough for Xiaohua to grab Kai Yuxia's neck. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated the divine ability of a foundation establishment cultivator. Although Kai Hongfeng was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, his cultivation was definitely not something that Xiaohua could imagine. Xiaohua's fist had just touched Kai Yuxia's skin when a cold snort came, as if it was echoing in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua's extended arm could no longer move forward even half an inch. Xiaohua was waiting for this opportunity. When his right arm couldn't move, Xiaohua's other hand had already poured magic power into the yellow talisman. At this moment, he turned his hand over, and with a flash of brilliance, Xiaohua's body sank into the ground. Chapter 1463. Trying to escape? How can there be such an easy thing? Kai Hongfeng sneered. His figure straightened slightly, his divine sense still locked onto Xiaohua. It was unknown what divine ability Kai Hongfeng used, but Xiaohua's hand was stuck on Kai Yuxia's neck, unable to move at all. If this young master wants to leave, can you stop me? Xiaohua also sneered. That arm of his forcefully pulled back. Kacha! Kacha! A series of crisp sounds rang out. The brilliance shattered like glass. Xiaohua's arm actually broke the restriction that Kai Hongfeng had casually laid down. Ouch! Kai Hongfeng was shocked and unconsciously stood up. However, just as Kai Hongfeng stood up, Xiaohua's figure once again sank into the ground, disappearing. Very good. It's just as Yuxia said. This old man's judgment was still somewhat off. Kai Hongfeng also slapped his hand, and an Earth Escape talisman was placed on his body. His figure flashed, and he was about to escape into the ground. Disciples of the Kai family, quickly assist the Great Elder. Don't let Xiaohua escape from our Kai family manor. Kai Haisong shouted from the side. Yes. Not only the disciples, but Kai Hasong and the rest also flew up, and flew out of the morning hall. Hearing Kai Haisong's order, Kai Hongfeng nodded slightly, and then disappeared into the ground. Yuxia, you wait in the morning hall for a moment. With my Kai family disciples here, that Xiaohua definitely won't dare to come out. After Kai Haisong finished speaking, he turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Xiaohua is after all an outsider. Yuxia and Great Elder are the true descendants of our Kai family. You stay here and protect Yuxia. Don't let that bastard Xiaohua succeed. Fairy Hongxia saw her father's enthusiasm, and she already understood. She nodded and said, I will listen to father's orders. Oh, what about the matter I asked you to do yesterday? I haven't reported it to father yet. Kai Haisong, who was flying in the air, casually turned around and asked. That matter? It's already done. Father, Don't worry. I will report the details to father later. Fairy Hong Xia nodded. And good. Kai Hai Song smiled and said, since that's the case, father can rest assured. After everyone had flown out of the morning hall, Fairy Hong Xia cast a cold glance at Kai Yuxia. She walked to the side of Kai Zhuexia's coffin and sat down cross-legged. Her eyes stared straight at the green stone coffin, and her gaze gradually became dazed. Kai Yuxia's face was a little pale. Xiao Hua's fist just now had really frightened her. She believed without a doubt that if that fist had landed on her neck, her pink and white neck would definitely have been broken into two. This Xiao Hua. Just who is he? Is he really a rogue cultivator? Kai Yuxia thought to herself. She wanted to get closer to Fairy Hong Xia, but she felt that it was inappropriate. Sitting on that chair was like sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, Xiao Hua, who was bitterly hated by Kai Yuxia, was also having an extremely hard time. Although he had burrowed into the ground ahead of time, Kai Hongfeng's divine sense had been locked onto him. No matter where he went, Kai Hongfeng's divine sense was like maggots that latched onto his bones. No matter what, he could not shake it off. What should I do? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the situation when he was being chased by heaven shaking heaven. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He took out a flying talisman from the space and stuck it on his body. His figure quickly rushed towards the ground. Xiao Hua was frightened, afraid of being captured by Kai Hongfeng. Little did he know that Kai Hongfeng, who was chasing behind him, was even more shocked. Who is he? A Foundation Establishment Stage Senior. Who is Xiao Hua? A small rogue cultivator who had just reached Qi Refining Stage Level 4. Kai Hongfeng actually was unable to catch up to Xiao Hua even after using 50% of his dermic powers. This was simply a naked slap to the face. Fortunately, Kai Hongfeng's divine sense had been locked onto Xiao Hua, so he was not afraid that Xiao Hua could escape. This old man wants to see where you can escape to. Without waiting for Kai Hongfeng to think, he saw Xiao Hua actually flying towards the ground. This fellow. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he thinks he can fly faster than this old man? Kai Hongfeng secretly laughed. His figure also chased out. However, when he chased out of the ground, the Xiao Hua in his divine sense completely stunned him. Xiao Hua's flying speed in the air was much faster than when he was underground. If Kai Hongfeng still used 50% of his dermic powers, he really might not be able to catch up to Xiao Hua. Damn it! This fellow wants to go to the Sunrise Mountain Range. Seeing the direction Xiao Hua flew in, Kai Hongfeng cursed in his heart. He knew how powerful the Sunrise Mountain Range was. If he really let Xiao Hua fly in, he might not be able to catch him. Therefore, he did not care about being reserved and used 70% of his dermic powers. Like a flash of light, he flew towards Xiao Hua's figure. When Kai Hongfeng flew almost out of sight, Kai Hai Song rushed over from afar. His face was filled with extreme shock as he looked into the distance. Big brother. Should we still chase after him? Kai Hasong asked in a low voice. This Xiao Hua is actually hiding his true strength. A small rogue cultivator of Qi Refining Stage Level 4. Even I can easily kill him. Who would have thought that he could actually escape from the Great Elder? Escape my ass. Kai Hai Song scolded. Quickly go. This is the time for our Luyang Kai family to assist the Great Elder. How can we slack off? Yes, this little brother understands. Kai Hasong and the others also used their dermic powers and chased after him from afar. At this moment, Xiao Hua had learned his lesson from the last escape. He held a flying talisman in one hand. The moment the flying talisman on his body lost its effect, he immediately used it again. In his space, there were still many flying talismans. Xiao Hua thought that flying to the Sunrise Mountain Range would not be a problem. Xiao Hua's other hand held a top-grade spirit stone. While absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit stone, he silently used the raising fire to the heavens technique in his meridians to refine the spiritual energy that entered his body and replenish the consumed true qi. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Kai Hongfeng pushed his dermic powers to the 7th layer, and his flying speed was already a bit faster than Xiao Hua's. He was gradually shortening the distance between the two. Feeling Kai Hongfeng's divine sense lock onto him from strong to weak, and then from weak to strong, Xiao Hua knew in his heart that the situation was not good. However, He was incomparably clear in his heart that all of his dermic powers were child's play in the eyes of a Foundation establishment cultivator. He could only rely on this unexpected flying secret technique. Even that secret technique of using strength to break through dermic powers could only be used when Kai Hongfeng was careless just now. He could no longer use it. After exchanging a few more flying talismans, the distance between Kai Hongfeng and Xiao Hua shortened by half. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, took out an earth escape talisman, and once again escaped underground. He wanted to find a way to escape underground. Unfortunately, not long after, Xiao Hua jumped out from underground again. In this short period of time, Kai Hongfeng had actually caught up to him by a lot. What do I do? What do I do? Xiao Hua was somewhat alarmed. He felt that he was at the end of his rope. He felt that every inch Kai Hongfeng closed in on him was an inch closer to death. Dragon Transformation Art. Xiao Hua suddenly seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He staked everything on a single throw and madly operated the Dragon Transformation Art. He mobilized all of the meridians in his body and rapidly refined the heaven and earth spiritual chi that was drawn into his body. Following the operation of the Dragon Transformation Art, Xiao Hua's flying speed suddenly increased by 2 notches. Ha! Kai Hongfeng was shocked and thoroughly angered. He no longer cared about face and restraint, and urged his dermic powers to the 8th layer. This level of dermic powers. Kai Hongfeng also hadn't used it for many years. Xiao Hua and Kai Hongfeng, one fleeing and one chasing. After a long time, Kai Hongfeng was already several tens of feet away from Xiao Hua. Haha, Xiao Hua, can you still escape? These several tens of feet was already the distance that Kai Hongfeng could use his dermic powers. Kai Hongfeng only needed to form a dermic seal, and Xiao Hua could possibly fall. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Cultivation, is the way of the king. If this young master was also a Foundation establishment cultivator, the one escaping right now would probably be this scoundrel. Xiao Hua's heart deflated, and his figure clearly slowed down. Looking at the desolate foothills in front of him, he slanted down. But just as Xiao Hua's figure descended halfway, from a place in the foothills, a divine sense several times more tyrannical than Kai Hongfeng swept over. Ha! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed, and he almost wanted to cry. This was what it meant to have a wolf in front and a tiger behind. What should he do? Unexpectedly, a hoarse voice rang out at the side of his ear. Ha! It's you, a little wandering cultivator? That voice wasn't very familiar, but Xiao Hua could distinguish that this voice belonged to the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who had been transported here together with him. Senior, save me. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't dare to let go of any opportunity. Although he couldn't be certain that this late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could definitely save him, he still shouted out. Is it that rotten old man behind me? That cultivator found it strange. You're a 4th-level chi condensation brat. How did you provoke a Foundation establishment cultivator to chase you down? And, from the looks of it, you actually ran for a long time? Alright, how is your flying speed so fast? It's even faster than my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning evasion technique? Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiao Hua sounded very unfamiliar, and his figure had already landed on the foothills. Fellow Taoist, please. When Xiao Hua was swept by the middle-aged cultivator's divine sense, Kai Hongfeng already knew that there was a late-stage Foundation establishment expert at the foothills. Thus, he flew to the sky above the foothills, and didn't dare to descend, bowing and saluting. What business do you have? A voice rang out, but the cultivator didn't show himself. I wonder what relationship fellow Taoist has with this wandering cultivator? Kai Hongfeng asked respectfully. Heh, since Xiao Hua led you here, this old man is also waiting here. Do you think this old man has any relationship with Xiao Hua? That voice was very cold. Xiao Hua. Hearing that cultivator say Xiao Hua's name, Kai Hongfeng's complexion turned ashen. He thought that this cultivator really was Xiao Hua's old acquaintance, and promptly explained. Fellow Taoist misunderstood. I only wanted to capture Xiao Hua for questioning. I have no other malice. Not waiting for Kai Hongfeng to finish speaking, that voice shouted loudly, Scram! This old man doesn't care so much. Since this old man has intervened, if you still don't leave, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Yes, I will leave now. Kai Hongfeng's early-stage qi refining divine sense was far inferior to that cultivator's. How could he still dare to stay here? As he spoke, he got up and left. Seeing Kai Hongfeng hastily running away like a stray dog, Xiao Hua had a smile on his face. He walked to the foothills, bowed, and said, "Many thanks for Senior's help. Senior, please show yourself." Humph. A pressure was released from somewhere at the foothills. It was so strong that Xiao Hua suddenly fell to the ground, paralyzed. "Senior, what are you doing?" Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He forcibly propped himself up, raised his head and asked, "What am I doing?" "This old man wants to see your cultivation," that cultivator said indifferently. "This old man saved your life. How do you think you should repay me?" "This." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Recalling the situation when he parted ways with that cultivator outside the transfer array, he knew that this cultivator wasn't easy to get along with. He could only smile and say, "Whatever Senior thinks I should repay you, this junior will repay you accordingly." Chapter 1464. Repay? Of course. The voice laughed and said, "Otherwise, how could this old man save you when we don't even know each other? Open your mouth." "What?" Xiao Hua was stunned and doubted whether he had heard wrongly. However, just as he opened his mouth to ask, the cultivator released his pressure and immediately suppressed Xiao Hua until he couldn't move. A dark green shadow flashed and a thumb-sized medicinal pill was thrown into Xiao Hua's mouth. Once the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a sweet medicinal liquid and flowed into Xiao Hua's body. However, what happened next surprised Xiao Hua. When the medicinal liquid entered his body, it turned into medicinal power and flowed into his meridians just like the clear pleasure pill he had taken before. However, the medicinal power of this medicinal pill was different from the clear pleasure pill. The medicinal power of this medicinal pill actually quickly flowed through Xiao Hua's meridians and turned into a thin layer of membrane that stuck to Xiao Hua's meridians. At this moment, the cultivator's pressure also withdrew like a waterfall and Xiao Hua's body returned to its original state. Xiao Hua checked his body and found that there was nothing wrong with other parts of his body. He asked in a frightened voice, "Senior, is this medicinal pill highly toxic?" "Humph, who do you think this old man is? How could I force you to take poison?" As he spoke, the middle-aged cultivator walked out from the foot of the mountain. Ouch! Seeing the cultivator's appearance, Xiao Hua was shocked. He saw that the cultivator was far from the calm Xiao Hua had seen before. Instead, his face was sallow and dispirited. In particular, his Taoist robe was somewhat tattered and even had some bloodstains on it. "Senior, this is..." Xiao Hua finally understood why the cultivator didn't directly come out to face Kai Hongfeng. "You don't need to care about this old man." The cultivator rolled his eyes and said, "You should worry about yourself first." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and scratched his head, waiting for the cultivator to explain. "This old man didn't give you any poison, but a clear pleasure pill." The cultivator stood there and stretched lazily. Clear pleasure pill? Xiao Hua had never heard of this name. "It's no wonder you don't know. Although this medicinal pill is ordinary, it's still a medicinal pill for middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators of my Imperial Thunder Sect," the cultivator said casually. Then thank you very much, Senior." Xiao Hua stared blankly, then bowed and thanked. "Thank me." A smile that wasn't a smile appeared on the cultivator's face. "You still don't understand, do you?" Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled and he suddenly came to a realization. His complexion changed greatly and was almost drained of blood. He hurriedly said, "Senior, Junior thanks you for saving my life. Let's see if there's anything I can repay you for. If Senior doesn't have anything for Junior to do, please let Junior go. If there's anything you want to do, please feel free to tell me. But why do you want to limit this Junior to the boundary between life and death?" While speaking, Xiao Hua wants to use his Heart Sutra to expel the medicinal power from his meridians. If it were me, I wouldn't do anything right now. This medicinal power is something that I have set up. You won't be able to expel it with your true qi. If you really want to forcefully break the seal, the medicinal strength of the clear flower pill will leak out. Not to mention all of it, even half of it will be enough to burst your meridians. Xiao Hua's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly stopped. "Okay, I don't have much time, so I won't scare you anymore. The cultivator waved his hand and said, this old man's restriction will only be broken after 2 years. During these 2 years, you can rest assured and cultivate as much as you want. With your insignificant cultivation base, you definitely won't be able to break this old man's restriction. Of course, if within these 2 years, this seal isn't broken by my Imperial Thundersect Special Heart Sutra, you should already know what your end will be, right? Sigh, Junior understands. If Senior has any matters, please instruct me as soon as possible. Xiaohua nodded and said, "En, you're still very obedient." The cultivator smiled and swept his divine sense all around. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a fist-sized pearl. That pearl was a dense purple, and it seemed to have endless lightning inside, constantly flickering. The strangest thing was that once the pearl was taken out, all of the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rushed towards this pearl. Moreover, high in the sky, dark clouds instantly appeared, and there were faint flashes of heavenly lightning. Quickly put it into your storage pouch. The cultivator handed it to Xiaohua and anxiously shouted, "Yes." Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. After receiving it, he put it into his storage pouch. "I am Qian Qinghua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This pearl. You have to help me send it to the Imperial Thunder Sect." Qian Qinghua's voice sped up. "However, you must not go for the first year. Wait until next year at this time. Then you can go." "Senior, why?" Xiaohua was worried about the clear flower pill in his meridians. Naturally, he wanted to go as soon as possible. "Idiot," Qian Qinghua scolded. "Even though you're a chi refinement little thing, you've appeared around here before. Even though they won't pay attention to you, but if you appear around the Imperial Thunder Sect again, how can they not be suspicious? I gave it to you because I saw that you're too weak to attract attention." Xiaohua nodded and softly sighed in his heart. Low cultivation. So I'm just a chess piece that you can order around? Just because I'm low cultivation, I'll be at your mercy. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Qian Qinghua said in a low voice, "My Imperial Thunder Sect will always repay kindness. Even though I gave you the clear flower pill as a threat, it's also a kind of repayment to you. You only need to send this pearl to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Naturally, the sect's elders will break the restriction on you. Moreover, the pill will also help you refine it slowly." "You're dreaming. A little chi refinement cultivator like you will use a pill for foundation establishment cultivators. Think about what kind of changes your cultivation will have after using it." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Senior, you saved my life. If you have any orders, I'll definitely do it. As for this repayment, I don't need it. You do want to do it, but can I be at ease?" Qian Qinghua said coldly. "If I wasn't forced into a corner and happened to run into you, At this point, Qian Qinghua's expression changed slightly. He took out a square token and threw it to Xiaohua. He hurriedly said, "The enemy is here. This is my token. Take it. Quickly go underground. Remember, you must send the pearl to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if it's not because I saved you, you must consider your own life." Seeing Qian Qinghua so nervous, how could Xiaohua be careless? Taking the token, he immediately used the Earth Escape talisman on himself and quickly disappeared into the mountain. "Xiaohua, I hope I didn't misjudge you." Qian Qinghua looked at Xiaohua's disappearing figure and silently muttered in his heart. A 4th-level chi refinement cultivator could actually escape from an early foundation establishment cultivator. How could this not attract the attention of the desperate Qian Qinghua? At this moment, the spiritual energy in front of the mountain suddenly changed. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Qian Qinghua was shocked. "This guy can't be." But then, all of this disappeared indifferently. What kind of pill is Xiaohua selling? Is he going to take it out and look at it again? Qian Qinghua didn't understand Xiaohua's meaning. He scanned with his divine sense and sneered. His figure immediately rose and flew in another direction. What could Xiaohua, who was hiding underground, do? He could only send the pearl and the token from the storage bag into the space. He had thought it through. No matter who Qian Qinghua's enemy was, their target was the pearl. As long as he put the pearl into the space, there would be no danger. What he needed to do now was to be the same as before, a little rogue cultivator who didn't know anything. After a while, Xiao Hua recovered the speed of a 4th-level qi refinement cultivator and drilled out of the ground. It was already afternoon outside and the sun wasn't as bright as before. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked around. This place was already a bit barren. How could he recognize it? Just as Xiao Hua was scratching his head, 2 divine senses quickly swept over from the direction Xiao Hua just came from. Damn, how did they catch up so fast? Xiao Hua was shocked. Qian Qinghua was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could his enemy be weak? The 2 divine consciousnesses quickly discovered Xiao Hua, but after sweeping past him, they immediately ignored him and swept into the distance. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Qian Qinghua, this guy, really has a good plan. Not long after, 2 foundation establishment cultivators flew over together. Xiao Hua was already very respectfully waiting in the air. The 2 cultivators didn't even look at him and were about to fly over his head. Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He quickly bowed and said loudly, "Senior, please wait. This junior has something to ask you." One of the 2 cultivators looked at Xiao Hua and seemed to whisper something to the person next to him. He stopped and said coldly, "What do you want?" Junior may be so bold as to ask Senior that, "Where is Rain Town?" "Junior is lost," Xiao Hua asked very shyly. "Over there." The cultivator's nose was almost crooked from anger. He pointed in a direction and flew up to catch up with his companion, ignoring Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's heart was blooming with joy, but his face was very respectful. He waited until the 2 cultivators flew far away before he got up and flew towards Rain Town. Perhaps it was because Xiao Hua had flown too far. Originally, the distance from Linyu Town to Lu Town was only a dozen or so days. This time, he actually took nearly 30 days. During these 30 days, Xiao Hua acted as usual, traveling during the day and cultivating at night. Just like Qian Qinghua said, his cultivation had nothing to do with the layer of clear flower pill tightly attached to his meridians. Whether it was refining his qi or cultivating the dragon transformation art, that layer of medicinal power was not affected by the restriction of a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator. However, there were 2 things that made Xiao Hua both happy and worried. The happy thing was that when Xiao Hua was being chased by Kai Hongfeng, in order to use both the dragon transformation art and the spirit qi refining art at the same time, Xiao Hua's blood shadow art seemed to have reached a small success. The fire dragon art actually began to circulate on its own and was no longer controlled by Xiao Hua like before. This meant that Xiao Hua was cultivating the fire dragon art at almost every moment. But what made Xiao Hua worried? It was the bead that he had placed in the space. Chapter 1465. In order to be more discreet, Xiao Hua naturally moved the lightning bead from the storage pouch into the space of his mind. However, just as the bead entered the space, the brilliance of the reverse light was abnormally brilliant. It was as if a huge sun was pouring all the scorching light into the bead. Because the bead absorbed a huge amount of light, the entire bead turned into a fist-sized black hole. Moreover, above the space, there were layers of thin clouds just like the sky outside. The clouds were somewhat dark, and there were traces of lightning in the clouds. The lightning and the lightning faintly interacted with the lightning in the black hole formed by the bead, forming a very wonderful connection. This wasn't the end of it. Just as the lightning formed, the ordinary willow branch inserted into the space suddenly changed. Countless lightning bolts were attracted to the willow branch, forming a thin curtain of light outside the willow branch. It seemed to be a coat made of lightning. Looking at the changes in the space, Xiao Hua was also helpless. He didn't dare to rashly move the bead back into the storage pouch. Fortunately, although the bead absorbed a lot of light and had some effect on the willow branch, the other things in the space, such as the growing spiritual herbs, didn't have any special changes in Xiao Hua's perception. On the contrary, because there was lightning in the space, the entire space seemed to have a trace of vitality. Xiao Hua would occasionally send his mind into the space, and he could still hear the crackling and rumbling sounds of thunder and lightning. Unknowingly, the world began to drizzle again. The rain that didn't wet Xiao Hua's clothes continued to fall around him. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't go the wrong way this time. He was about to arrive at Linyu Town. Just as Xiao Hua was preparing to put in more effort to find the location of the transmission array, a divine sense swept over. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He quickly slowed down and obediently flew forward. That divine sense swept over Xiao Hua's body, and immediately flew away, no longer paying attention to Xueqi. And it seems that even around the transmission array, there are also Foundation establishment cultivators guarding it. I have to be more careful. Xueqi warned himself. Only after passing through the transmission array can I be truly safe. After another half an hour, Xueqi finally arrived in front of the transfer array. In this short half an hour, nearly a dozen divine senses swept over his body. Xueqi could clearly feel that these were the divine senses of at least 5 different cultivators. My God, what sect is this? Such a big move? They actually sent so many Foundation establishment cultivators? Xueqi's heart became more and more frightened. Imperial Thunder Sect. What kind of sect is it? They even dared to provoke such a powerful sect? Moreover, from what Chen Qinghua said, as long as I send the bead to Imperial Thunder Sect, even if this sect knows, Imperial Thunder Sect won't be afraid of this sect. Hey, little guy, come over here. While Xueqi was still muttering in his heart, looking at the transmission array in the distance and hesitating, a cold voice came from midair. Xueqi's heart shrunk, and he looked up, only to see the empty air in front of him, only the almost invisible drizzle floating in the air. Xueqi didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly stopped, and very respectfully bowed. I don't know which senior summoned me. Forgive this junior's shallow cultivation. I can't see senior's true face. I told you to come over, so come over. What's with all this nonsense? Another different voice sounded, and it seemed to be a female cultivator. There are 2. Xueqi became even more uneasy, and urged his spiritual power to fly towards the source of the voice. Just as Xueqi was flying halfway, he suddenly felt that the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have solidified, and a feeling of suffocation arose spontaneously. Immediately, a faint blue light flashed in front of him, and a male and female late Foundation establishment cultivators appeared about 10 feet in front of him. The 2 cultivators looked to be in their 40s, and they held strange magic tools in their hands. The male cultivator's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand, Xueqi's body was shackled, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow again. The male cultivator waved his hand, and Xueqi's figure slowly flew closer until he was about 10 feet away from him. Little guy, what are you doing in Rain Town? The male cultivator looked at Xueqi without any emotion in his eyes. Senior, this junior is. Xueqi wanted to say that he was a talisman master of the Fu family, but he suddenly remembered that the talisman master came with Chen Qinghua through the transmission array. Wouldn't he be looking for trouble if he said that? But immediately, his heart trembled. This sect was so powerful, and he came with Chen Qinghua, there was no reason for them not to find out. If he didn't tell the truth, wouldn't it be worse? What should I do? Should I say or not? Xueqi hesitated. What are you doing here? Seeing Xueqi's hesitation, the male cultivator didn't move, but his finger also moved a few times. Xueqi felt his body tighten, and his spiritual energy seemed to be frozen like ice. He couldn't use it. Senior, please don't be angry, this junior is a talisman master of the Fu family store in Yen Abyss City. This time, I came to Rain Town because it was on the way. This junior will use the transmission array to go to Jade Bamboo Mountain and then return to Golden Mountain. Xueqi hurriedly shouted. Xueqi didn't say this, but once he said it, the 2 cultivators' faces became happy. They looked at each other and said, You are the talisman master who came with Chen Qinghua? Chen Qinghua? Xueqi's face froze, then he realized and nodded. Senior, are you talking about the Foundation establishment senior? Do you know him? The male cultivator asked again. Xueqi of course shook his head and said, No. Then, why did he let you go with him through the transmission array? The male cultivator continued to ask. Sure enough, Xueqi was very glad that he honestly told the truth. Soon after he hurriedly said, Senior, this junior doesn't know that Foundation establishment senior at all. It's just that this junior wore the camouflage cloth and slightly pretended to have a higher cultivation level, which made that senior unhappy. That senior insisted on seeing this junior's cultivation level and true appearance, so he let this junior go with him. As he said this, Xueqi's face showed a burst of fear, as if the situation at that time was very critical. A strange expression appeared on the male cultivator's face. He nodded and said, Where's your camouflage cloth? Take it out and let me see. Yes. Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the camouflage cloth from his storage bag and handed it over. The male cultivator didn't reach out his hand, but only scanned it with his spiritual sense and said indifferently, "No need to look, you can take it back."
Yes.
Xueqi took the camouflage cloth. "Take out your storage bag and let me take a look." The female cultivator, who hadn't said anything until now, coldly said. Xueqi nimbly untied the storage bag and handed it over. Of course, there wasn't anything inside the storage bag. The female cultivator opened it and frowned a bit. Soon after, she scanned it with her spiritual sense and asked, "Do you have other storage bags?" "Yes," Xueqi answered honestly. Storage bags couldn't be placed inside the space, so he could only put them in his sleeves. Both left and right were empty, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "You really have a lot of storage bags?" The male cultivator was a bit surprised when he saw Xueqi take out a storage bag from his sleeve. "Senior, you should know that these are all empty," Xueqi said while taking them.
Oh.
"You actually have 2 more spirit storage bags?" The female cultivator saw the spirit storage bags in Xueqi's hand and said somewhat excitedly. Xueqi's heart moved, and he smiled apologetically. "To tell you the truth, I don't know if my luck is good or bad. These storage pouches and spirit storage pouches were casually picked up by me, but what made me angry was that there were only some inconspicuous spirit stones within these storage pouches, and there was nothing else." Nonsense. If the things weren't taken away by someone else, why would they throw the storage bags away? The female cultivator curled her lips and said, "Only a low-level chi refinement brat like you would treat these storage bags as treasures, right?" Xueqi's face reddened, and he smiled apologetically. "I just wanted to exchange these storage bags for spirit stones. It's just that I haven't found the opportunity. If the 2 seniors like it, I'll give this whatever spirit storage bag to you." The female cultivator's face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to speak, the male cultivator smiled and said, "How can we Foundation establishment cultivators take advantage of an chi refinement junior like you? Why don't you state a price? I'll wait for that thing to exchange with you." Xueqi was overjoyed. He scratched his head and said, "It's not easy to state a price. I've never seen this spirit storage bag in the trading market." The female cultivator was unhappy and asked curiously, "Don't you want to exchange it for spirit stones?" "I'll give you spirit stones anyway." "All right, seniors, I could hear your voices just now, but I couldn't see you. Is it because seniors have invisibility talismans on you? If you do, you brat, you actually know how to curry favor." The male cultivator laughed and scolded. "I's invisibility talisman is a spirit talisman. Why would I exchange it for your spirit storage bag? Junior spirit storage bag is also a rare item." Xueqi pretended to argue. "I do have 2 used invisibility talismans here." The female cultivator was somewhat hesitant. Xueqi was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly clapped his hands and said, "Used ones are also fine, as long as you can use them again. These invisibility talismans can save lives. Junior wants to thank the 2 seniors for helping me." With the invisibility talismans in hand, Xueqi could not only escape but also obtain benefits. How could he not hurry up and take advantage of this situation? The female cultivator put away 1 spirit storage bag and handed the other spirit storage bag to the male cultivator. The remaining spirit storage bags naturally returned to Xueqi. Xueqi took the spirit storage bags and asked with a mysterious expression, "Senior, I wonder why you're looking for that late-stage Foundation establishment senior? That senior's temper isn't good." "Humph, don't ask things you shouldn't ask." The male cultivator put away the spirit storage bags and glared at Xueqi. "You'd better hurry back to your Jinhua mountain and properly refine your yellow talismans. We'll talk about it after you raise your cultivation a bit." Yes, Junior understands." Xueqi bowed and smiled apologetically. "Junior's aptitude isn't good enough, so I can only rely on talisman crafting techniques to cultivate." "And you can go." The female cultivator waved her hand and said, "If you see that cultivator again, forget it. How can you possibly see him again?" Chapter 1466. After Xueqi put away the storage pouch and other items, he bowed towards the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and flew towards the teleportation formation. Looking at Xiao Hua's back, the male cultivator said in a low voice, Junior Marshal Sister Qi, send a message to Marshal Nephew Liao. He doesn't need to spend any more effort on the Fu clan and its store. A low-level Qi refining talisman master can't have any relationship with Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Qinghua. That's right. I heard Marshal Nephew Liao say that the mysterious cultivator might be a 4th-level Qi refining loose cultivator, so I thought that Xiao Hua and Qian Qinghua couldn't have any relationship. Imperial Thunder Sect is such a proud sect. Although it isn't listed as one of the 3 great sects in our country of Xi, they never put ordinary cultivation sects in their eyes. What is the Fu family? How can they be compared to Imperial Thunder Sect? I can't do anything about it. That thing is very secretive. Marshal Nephew Zhao and the others got the news, but they didn't have the ability to take it out. They could only send the news to the sect, but the news was leaked. Junior Sister Qi knows that if Imperial Thunder Sect gets their hands on it, their strength will increase by 30%. For this reason, I don't dare to be careless if there is even the slightest bit of suspicion. Xiao Hua has appeared. He has nothing to do with Qian Qinghua, and there is nothing in his storage pouch. This so-called mysterious cultivator has also come to light. Let's focus on Qian Qinghua. This loose cultivator called Xiao Hua is quite lucky. Such a rare storage pouch, and he actually has 2 of them. It's a bargain for us. Humph, I would have just killed him with a slap. Why give him any spirit stones? Junior Sister Qi, your invisibility talisman can only be used a few more times. What's the difference between a storage pouch and a free one? Xiao Hua is just a 4th-level Qi refining kid, almost like an ant. Why do you put him in your eyes? I always feel that this guy is a bit strange. Junior Sister Qi laughed. At this moment, in another direction, a beam of light appeared in the sky. Quick, a disciple found Qian Qinghua. Junior Marshal Sister Qi, you stay here to guard the teleportation formation and inform the other senior marshal brothers. The male cultivator was overjoyed when he saw this. He formed an incantation gesture and flew towards the source of the light. The female cultivator responded and waved her hand. Several yellow talismans flew out in different directions. Xiao Hua didn't notice the brilliance behind him. He just calmly flew towards the transfer array. Before he could even get close to the transfer array, several figures appeared around the transfer array. Several Foundation establishment cultivators quickly flew towards the direction behind Xiao Hua. Their divine senses swept over Xiao Hua's body. Then they ignored him. Good boy. There are still a bunch of Foundation establishment cultivators here. Xiao Hua almost broke out in a cold sweat. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to pretend to be respectful, those cultivators all left. Xiao Hua only turned his head to take a look, then sped up and flew into the courtyard where the teleportation array was located. Fellow Taoist, where are you going? An armored guard greeted him. Xiao Hua looked around. The transfer array was the same as when he came here. There were several guards and cultivators controlling the transfer array. He cupped his hands and smiled. I want to go to Jade Mountain. Is it convenient? Please hand over a high-grade spirit stone. The guard said straightforwardly. Xiao Hua was delighted. He patted his storage bag and took out a high-grade spirit stone and handed it over. After the guard took it, he handed a talisman to Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist, just now, this humble Taoist met 2 Foundation establishment seniors outside the teleportation formation. They asked some baffling questions. What were they doing? Xiao Hua placed the talisman on his body and asked in a low voice. I don't know. I only care about the transfer array. The guard's face was calm and didn't answer at all. Xiao Hua saw that he couldn't find out anything, so he closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. The transfer array was very smooth. Presumably, those Foundation establishment cultivators only blocked outside the transfer array and didn't interfere with it. When the transfer array flashed, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from the transfer array. The entire transfer array returned to its original state. Xiao Hua's vision turned black and his body sank. But soon, the heavy pressure disappeared. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes, he was on top of a cliff. A Foundation establishment middle stage cultivator and several other cultivators who looked like guards stood around the transfer array. They looked at Xiao Hua coldly. Excuse me. Senior, is this Jade Mountain? Xiao Hua walked out of the transfer array and bowed. This is Jade Mountain. A guard who was slightly closer to Xueqi said. You wanted to transfer here yourself. Could there be a mistake with this transfer array? Xueqi smiled and asked again. Fellow Taoist, please tell me where is Jade Mountain? Why does fellow Taoist want to go to Jade Mountain? Are you a disciple of the Fu clan? When the guard heard Xueqi mention Jade Mountain, he asked. I am a new talisman master of the Fu clan. This is the first time I've come to Jade Mountain. Fellow Taoist, please tell me where to go. Xueqi said with a smile. Oh, so it's a new talisman master of the Fu clan. The guard obviously knew that the Fu clan was recruiting talisman masters. His face eased a little and said, Many cultivators have come recently. They are all going to Jade Mountain. If fellow Taoist had come a few hours earlier, you might have met one. Is that so? Xueqi asked anxiously. Where did that fellow Taoist go? Northwest. The guard replied. Xueqi nodded. Thank you. I will go and chase after that fellow Taoist. Seeing Xueqi hurriedly leaving, the guard shouted. Jade Mountain is in the east. Why are you chasing after that cultivator? Xueqi was stunned. That fellow Taoist. Didn't he go to Jade Mountain? That fellow Taoist also asked about the direction of Jade Mountain. However, he went to the northwest. As for why, I don't know. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Xueqi didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and bid farewell. From Jian Yushan's transmission formation to Jinhua Mountain, there was still a distance of nearly 10 days. Xueqi was no longer in a hurry. He leisurely flew, hurrying along the way while cultivating. When he arrived near Jinhua Mountain, admittedly, his cultivation had made progress. Even the pearl inside the space had gradually returned to normal, no longer absorbing the brilliance of light tracing. However, the dark clouds inside the space had become denser and denser, and the lightning had also become denser. At the same time, Xueqi had also read through the so-called stealing the sky, sun-swapping cultivation technique that he had obtained from the Kai family. Indeed, it was as Fairy Hongxia had said. This cultivation technique was very obscure, and there were many parts that he could not understand. Fortunately, the first part of this cultivation technique was about changing one's appearance. Xueqi was able to understand it, and he would study it every day during his free time. In these 10 days, he had gained some insights. Of course, he was still far from being able to change his appearance. Jade Mountain was a rather large mountain peak. Its size was about the same as Yellow Flower Ridge's Mingxi Peak. However, the Fu clan seemed to be more lively than Shanghua Ming. There were many buildings. Some were bungalows, some were pavilions, and some were actually straw sheds. However, there were people going in and out of these buildings from time to time. From afar, Xueqi saw some disciples wearing the Fu clan's disciple clothes. There were men and women among these disciples. Some were guarding the roadside, some were guarding the pavilions. There were even more who came out of the buildings and flew towards the manor-like houses at the foot of the mountain. Alas, although it's a talisman-making family, but the population is flourishing. Compared to the so-called cultivation sects, it's not just a little bit stronger. Xueqi sighed. He pulled himself together and was about to land at the nearest manor at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, he heard a clear voice behind him. Fellow Taoist, are you here to ask for a talisman from my Fu clan? When Xueqi turned around, he saw 2 female cultivators who looked exactly the same standing in the air several meters behind him. These 2 had big round eyes, thick eyebrows, and a small mouth under a moderately sized nose. The 2 didn't have the elegant temperament of Fairy Hongxia, but the youthful beauty on their round faces made Xueqi's eyes light up. Xueqi stared blankly for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, This humble Taoist is Xueqi. I am from Yenyuan City and was recommended by the shopkeeper of the Fu clan's shop to be a talisman master. You are a talisman maker? The female cultivator on the left opened her small mouth wide in an exaggerated manner. Are you sure you're not here to be a disciple of my Fu clan? Little sister. The female cultivator on the right frowned and used her arm to nudge the female cultivator on the left. She cupped her hands towards Xueqi and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. Little sister hasn't traveled much and doesn't know enough. That's right, big sister. In my Fu clan, which talisman maker who isn't surnamed Fu isn't at least at the 5th layer of qi refining? He's only at the 4th layer of qi refining. He can't even compare to me. How can he be a talisman maker? The female cultivator chattered. However, he's already old. It's not suitable for him to be a disciple of my Fu clan. Martial Uncle Fu of Yenyuan City has always been steady. There must be a reason for him to recommend a talisman maker. The other female cultivator said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have Martial Uncle Fu's keepsake? Of course. Xiao Hua smiled and took out the keepsake that Elder Lu Yun gave him from his storage bag. The female cultivator took it and looked at it carefully. She couldn't help but feel astonished. She looked at Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao really has some background. You're actually able to obtain Elder Lu Yun's keepsake. She's always had high standards. Really? Let me take a look. The other female cultivator snatched it away and looked at it carefully as well. She snorted. Humph, needless to say, this Xiao Hua definitely knows Elder Lu Yun. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He hadn't even entered the Fu clan and he already met two twin sisters. They didn't even tell him their names and just commented on him here. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering about what to say, two cultivators flew over from the right side of the female cultivator. The one in front was also a female cultivator. Her appearance was average and she was quite tall. Unfortunately, her entire body was like the shaft of a demonic spear. Moreover, from afar, before Xiao Hua could clearly see the smile on the female cultivator's face, he was attracted by a crooked fang in the female cultivator's mouth. Chapter 1467. When Xiao Hua finally shifted his gaze away from the female cultivator's teeth and saw the male cultivator behind her, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Isn't this the guy who sold memes in Jinghua City? Why did he come to Jinhua Mountain? Also, wasn't his cultivation level at the 7th layer of qi refining before? Now, why does it look like he's only at the 5th layer of qi refining? Xiao Hua looked at the man strangely. When the man saw Xiao Hua, he was also stunned and almost stopped in mid-air. His face turned slightly pale and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Seeing the strange look on the man's face, Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and remembered what he heard in Yunqi Lake. So this is the Fu clan that the man was talking about. He wants to join the Fu clan because of some hatred. Sure enough, he heard the female cultivator shout in a hoarse voice. Fu Zhu, Fu Ma, did you meet a newcomer too? The man behind you. Is he also a new disciple of our Fu clan? The man was extremely handsome. Fu Zhu and Fu Ma's eyes lit up and they asked in a low voice. The Fu Ma's face also had a trace of excitement and she whispered, of course he's called He Fu. He's the talisman master that our Fu clan selected from Jinghua City this time. Just now. He just arrived at Jinhua Mountain and I met him. The Fu Ma's younger sister twitched her mouth and said, You're quite lucky. Fu Zhu smiled and said, This is also a new talisman master of our Fu clan, but he's from Yenyuan City. His name is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. The Fu Ma shook her head and said, This name is a bit old-fashioned. It doesn't sound as good as He Fu's. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, dazed. He didn't understand how his name was inferior to some He Fu. However, when he saw He Fu's twinkling eyes, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. I, Xiao Hua, greet fellow Taoist He. Fellow Taoist's cultivation level is profound. I admire you very much. Although this is the first time we've met, we've been crafting talismans in Jinhua Mountain since then. If possible, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to guide me a lot. When he heard this, he felt relieved. A smile finally appeared on his face, and he hurriedly returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiao, oh no, I should call you junior brother Xiao. Although we didn't know each other before, we are now under the same roof. If junior brother Xiao has any problems, you can tell me. We will support each other and progress together. Wow. Song Ying's smile was mesmerizing, and his words were pleasant to the ears. Fu Zhu, Fu Ho, and Fu Zhu's eyes lit up when they saw him, and they couldn't help but praise him from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Hua smiled. I'll listen to Senior Martial Brother He's instructions. He turned around and said, Senior Martial Sisters, how should we deal with this? Please lead the way. Fu Ho and the others seemed to have woken up from a dream, and their faces flushed red with shyness. She hurriedly said, Junior Martial Brother He, we have neglected you. Please follow us to the Skyward Pavilion. Our Fu clan's elders will examine junior martial brother. As she spoke, the three of them clustered around Song Ying, and they descended into a courtyard at the foot of the mountain, leaving Xiaohua standing there like a stick. Are you kidding me? Xiaohua silently cursed. I came to Mount Jinhua to cultivate honestly, and that guy Song Ying came to take revenge. You guys are really too blind, right? Soon after, Xiaohua activated his flying talisman and chased after them. As he flew, he thought, damn it, how am I lacking compared to Song Ying? I still have to hurry up and cultivate that stealing the sky technique. Kai Zhuoxia made me ugly, but I have to make myself handsome. The Skyward Pavilion was a place of the Fu clan that specialized in managing talisman masters. It was located at the western foot of Mount Jinhua. Mount Jinhua did not prohibit flying. On the contrary, due to the distance between the courtyards, ordinary disciples had to fly out of each courtyard. However, Fu Zhu and the others were the opposite. They actually walked from the foot of the mountain to the Skyward Pavilion step by step from the Fu clan's guest pavilion. Xiaohua did not know this until the Fu clan's disciple guarding the Skyward Pavilion asked Fu Hou if she had used up her flying talisman. Only then did he understand the reason. Song Ying was definitely an eloquent person. This was something Xiaohua had seen at Jinghua City's e.g. Along the way, Song Ying had already obtained a lot of information from Fu Zhu and Fu Hou. He did not know anything else, but at least Xiaohua understood that Fu Zhu and Fu Hou were a pair of twin sisters of the Fu clan's direct line of descent. They were extremely favored by the Fu clan's patriarch, Fu Yunhua. As for Fu Hou, she was born of a concubine and had the same seniority as Fu Zhu and Fu Hou. However, her status in the Fu clan was not just a little bit lower. Knowing this, Xiaohua's attitude towards Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet was clearly fervent. His words were often witty, causing the two beauties to smile from ear to ear, endlessly delighted. As for the Fu puppet, he paid less attention to it. Occasionally, his words would be slightly polite, causing the Fu puppet to frown slightly, a trace of jealousy appearing in its eyes. This is the true color of a pretty boy. I'm afraid he can be compared to Yun Jiechong. Xiaohua shook his head as he followed the four people to the Skyward Pavilion. Fu Shan, quickly report to Elder Fu Feng that the talisman masters recommended by Jinghua City and Yenyuan City have arrived. When Fu Hou saw that the Skyward Pavilion's disciple was asking about Fu Zhu, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. She glanced at Song Ying and shouted at the disciple. Fu Shan originally wanted to greet Fu Hou, but when he saw Fu Hou's expression, he couldn't help but be startled. He had an idea in his heart. Coincidentally, even though Fu Huang did not have a good figure or good looks, she was a concubine of the Fu clan. Her status in the Fu clan was quite high. Fu Shan, on the other hand, was a disciple with a different surname and joined the Fu clan. Even though he had changed his surname, he had not decided on a female companion for dual cultivation. He did not dare to think about Fu Zhu and Fu Huang, but Fu Huang had caught his eye. Even though he could not say that she was like a turnip and a cabbage to each his own, his feelings for her had gradually become apparent. Just now, when Fu Shan was talking to Fu Zhu, he was paying attention to Fu Hou's gaze and expression. When he saw that Fu Hou's eyes almost never left Song Ying's face, and that she was shouting at him, Fu Shan was sensitive enough to realize that there was a problem. He unconsciously stared at Song Ying and Xiaohua with extreme vigilance and sneered. Aren't they just two talisman masters? What's so great about them? In Jinhua Mountain, three-legged toads aren't easy to find, but two-legged talisman masters are a dime a dozen. Besides, these few days are the days when all the talisman masters and disciples will gather here. Where would Elder Fu have the time to test these two people alone? Senior sisters, you can just send them here. I'll arrange for them to rest first. When more people come tomorrow or the day after, they'll meet Elder Fu together. Fu Zhu and Fu Hou were startled. In Jinhua Mountain, no one had ever disobeyed them, so they didn't understand the hidden meaning in Fu Shan's words. However, Fu Hou was furious. She couldn't bear to see Fu Shan, who had been so obedient to her before, contradict her like this. She unconsciously said angrily, "You'll go when I tell you to? Since when did you arrange Elder Fu's time?" Seeing this, Song Ying immediately bowed and said, "Senior Martial Brother Fu Shan is right. Xiaohua and I have just arrived at Jinhua Mountain. How could we trouble Elder Fu too much? Senior sisters, thank you for sending us to Skyward Pavilion. Senior sisters, He Fu." Fu Ho said anxiously, you don't know. The talisman masters sent from all over the world have passed the first selection. But, in Skyward Pavilion, Elder Fu still has to be tested. If, Fu Zhu nudged Fu Ho with her arm and said, we'll be patrolling Jinhua Mountain today. If fellow Taoist he can't pass the test, we'll be responsible for sending you out of Jinhua Mountain. Song Ying smiled, his face shining brightly. He cupped his hands and said, thank you, senior sisters. Even if I can't stay in Jinhua Mountain today, to be able to meet you, senior sisters, this trip to Jinhua Mountain was worth it. Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were smiling, but Fu Ho's face was frighteningly gloomy. She shouted at Fu Shan, didn't you see? Why aren't you going to report to Elder Fu? At this moment, a weak divine sense swept out from Skyward Pavilion. It scanned Xiao Hua, Song Ying, and the others before withdrawing. Then a voice came, who's making a ruckus outside Skyward Pavilion? Elder Fu, Zhu Hua and Fu Ho. Fu Ho heard and called out with a smile. Oh, it's you. Come in quickly. Aren't you patrolling the mountain today? Why did you come to my Skyward Pavilion? The voice said kindly. Humph. The Fu puppet snorted at Fu Shan and pulled him into the Skyward Pavilion. Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet were like little swallows rushing to the front. Senior brother Fu Shan, please. Xiao Hua walked at the back and signaled Fu Shan to go first. Fu Shan glared at him and sneered. My duty is to guard this place. Since you don't need to report, I'd better not go in. After saying that, he left Xiao Hua and walked to the entrance of Skyward Pavilion. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Shan with narrowed eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he also strode into Skyward Pavilion. Skyward Pavilion was an enormous hall. At this moment, it was empty except for a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe sitting on a praying mat. It was Elder Fu Feng, who was in charge of Skyward Pavilion. As the five of them approached, they all bowed to pay their respects. Fu Feng waved his hand and smiled. No need to be so polite. What business do you have with me? Reporting to Elder Fu. Song Ying stepped forward and said respectfully, this one is He Fu. I was recommended by Manager Fu of Jinghua City's Fu Clan store. I came to Jinhua Mountain to work as a talisman crafting master. Xiao Hua also stepped forward and said, this one is Xiao Hua. I was recommended by Manager Fu of Yenyuan City's Fu Clan store, Fu Yingmin. You are He Fu and Xiao Hua? When Fu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Elder Fu knows this one? Song Ying's heart skipped a beat, but he still asked calmly. Haha, how could I not know? Fu Feng flew up from the praying mat and said with a smile, one of you is able to craft a high-level confinement talisman with a 4th-level qi refining cultivation. It's already very rare. The other is able to craft a middle-level 5 elemental yellow talisman with a 5th-level qi refining cultivation. It's definitely not easy. The two of you were ordered by the clan head to be careful. How could I not know? Chapter 1468. You can refine high-grade confinement talismans? After hearing Fu Feng's words, not only was Fu Feng surprised. Even Fu Zhu, Fu Mu, and Fu Zhu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although there were many talisman masters in the Fu clan's Jinhua Mountain, there were very few who could refine high-grade yellow talismans, let alone high-grade confinement talismans. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand. Elder Fu Feng, you've misunderstood me. I don't know how to write talismans in the talisman crafting method, so I can't refine confinement talismans. Oh, so it's like that. Fu Feng smiled and said, you don't need to be modest. Compared to the entire refining process of confinement talismans, the method of writing talismans is nothing. Different sects have different methods of writing talismans. Since there are differences, it's not the most important thing. When you have the opportunity to learn the method of writing talismans in the future, refining confinement talismans will be easy. I don't dare. I hope Elder Fu Feng can teach me. Xiao Hua bowed and said, good, Xiao Hua. Since you've become a talisman master in my Fu clan, you must follow my Fu clan's rules. Now that you've entered my Skyward Pavilion, you must show off your skills and not lose face for Elder Lu Yun. Fu Feng smiled. Right, Elder Fu, this is Elder Lu's token. Xiao Hua just handed it over. Fu Zhao quickly handed over the token. Fu Feng nodded and accepted it. Xiao Hua took out a talisman brush, talisman paper, and talisman ink from his storage pouch. Fu Feng and the others frowned when they saw what Xiao Hua was using. Xiao Hua, you're using these to refine confinement talismans? Fu Zhao couldn't help but ask. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. But confinement talismans are high-grade yellow talismans. If you use high-grade talisman brush, high-grade talisman paper, and high-grade talisman ink, will it be better? Fu Feng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Elder Fu Feng, I'll let you know. Those high-grade items are all exchanged with high-grade spirit stones. Where would I get so many high-grade spirit stones when I'm just a 4th-stage Qi refinement cultivator? That's true. Fu Zhao looked at Xiao Hua sympathetically. Hold on. As Fu Feng spoke, he slapped his hand and withdrew high-grade talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes from his storage pouch before passing them over with a smile. Use these to refine the talisman. Is it useful? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart, but he still gratefully accepted the item. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua poured his transcendence energy into that high-grade talisman paper, he felt that the control of transcendence energy was much stronger than that of a low-grade talisman brush. It was almost comparable to his bare finger. On the other hand, the high-grade talisman ink was even more tightly wrapped around the magic power. Just a little bit of talisman ink was enough to wrap around a lot of magic power, and it was far from what low-grade talisman ink could compare to. This humble one will embarrass himself. As Xiao Hua spoke, he pretended to hold his breath and began to refine the imprisonment talisman on the talisman paper. Xiao Hua's technique was very proficient, and the runes he wrote were also very smooth. He also grasped the various timings very well. Every time the rune ink was about to be unable to contain the magic power, he would write the runes onto the talisman paper. The high-grade talisman paper was very easy to use, and after several flashes of brilliance, it did not turn into ashes. However, Xiao Hua did not have the method to write the runes. In the end, when there was still a long way to go before he could successfully refine the imprisonment talisman, the talisman paper still ignited with a pu sound. This humble one. Xiao Hua stood guard and raised his head. However, what welcomed him were the fiery gazes of the 5 people. The 5 people present were all talisman masters, and they had all been immersed in the art of talisman crafting for many years. With their insight, how could they not see through it? Xiao Hua only lacked the method to write the runes. As long as he understood the method to write the runes, he would be able to refine a high-grade imprisonment talisman at any time. Sigh, what Elder Lu Yun said was true. Fu Yingmin, this fellow, has made a great contribution to our Fu clan this time. Fu Feng sighed. That was because the Fu clan had to spend a lot of effort to cultivate a talisman master who could refine high-grade imprisonment talismans. However, a talisman master who could refine imprisonment talismans right after entering the Fu clan. In the future, he would definitely be a guest elder. How could Fu Feng not sigh? However, what Xiao Hua has done is nothing. Fu Zhao retracted her astonishment and looked at Song Ying with a smile. He Fu is able to refine all 5 elemental yellow talismans to the middle grade. This is even rarer in our Fu clan. Fu Feng looked at Song Ying and nodded. That's right. The Fireball Talisman, Weak Water Talisman, Earth Mask Talisman, Wood Life Talisman, and Sharp Metal Talisman are all low-grade 5 elemental yellow talismans that reinforce and restrain each other. They are closely related to the talisman master's physique. It's already not easy for an ordinary talisman master to refine 2 types of talismans. However, He Fu was able to refine all 5 types of talismans to the middle grade. Fellow Taoist He, aren't you going to show us? Fu Zhu said with a smile. Since senior sister Fu has spoken, how could I dare to disobey? He glanced at the 3 women and cupped his hands in a very confident manner. He picked up the talisman brush that Xiao Hua used just now, activated his magic power, and dipped it in talisman ink. His wrist was like a chick pecking rice, shaking it in different ways. His other hand took out 5 identical high-grade talisman papers from his storage bag, lined them up in a circle, and placed them in front of him. What? This? Don't tell me. He wants to refine the 5 elemental yellow talismans at the same time? Once they saw Song Ying's posture, not only Xiao Hua, but the 4 people from the Fu clan also looked at each other with incomparable shock on their faces. This shock was definitely 100 times more shocking than when they saw Xiao Hua refining the confinement talisman. Song Ying was very calm and the talisman brush in his hand didn't stop at all. First, he smoothly wrote the sharp metal talisman onto the talisman paper. However, when he put down the brush, he very strangely slipped the brush and a trace of talisman ink appeared in the talisman, hanging from the sharp metal talisman to the blank yellow talisman beside it. At this moment, the incomplete sharp metal talisman was faintly flickering, as if it was about to spontaneously combust. However, the extra trace of talisman ink had a trace of magic power hanging over the sharp metal talisman, preventing it from burning. Immediately after, Song Ying started to refine the wood life talisman from the talisman ink on the blank yellow talisman paper. At the same time, he also left the last trace of talisman ink on the blank yellow talisman paper, and the wood life talisman also began to faintly flicker. Next, the talisman ink was connected to the weak water talisman, and the weak water talisman ink was connected to the fireball talisman. Until the last earth mask talisman was drawn, Song Ying skillfully flicked his brush and an extra trace of talisman ink appeared. From the earth mask talisman, he hung the first sharp metal talisman that he drew. The moment the trace of talisman ink that contained earth chi hung onto the sharp metal talisman, a crisp kochup sound came from the sharp metal talisman. A middle-grade sharp metal talisman was refined. Following the birth of the sharp metal talisman, a trace of gold chi was transmitted through the talisman ink into the wood life talisman. The talisman ink that hung on the sharp metal talisman gradually dimmed. With a kochup sound, the wood life talisman was also formed. At the same time, a trace of wood chi was transmitted into the weak water talisman. When the weak water talisman was formed, a trace of water chi was transmitted into the fireball talisman. When the fireball talisman was successfully refined, a trace of fire chi was transmitted into the earth mask talisman. At this moment, the trace of earth mask talisman that was thrown onto the sharp metal talisman completely disappeared. With a crisp kochup sound, the last earth mask talisman was successfully refined. 5 element talismans were refined very skillfully by Song Ying. The entire skyward pavilion was silent. Song Ying stood there very satisfied, smiling as he looked at the shocked 5 people. Even Xiao Hua. He had never thought that the 5 element talisman could be refined in such a way. Great! After a long while, Fu Feng was the first to come to his senses. He clapped his hands and said, using the 5 elements to suppress each other and prevent the incomplete 5-element talisman from being destroyed. Then using the 5 elements to generate the 5-element talismans one by one in order. Such a miraculous talisman refining method. If one was not a genius, how could one think of it? God bless my Fu family. When he looked at Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet again, the previous good impression in his eyes had turned into an indescribable emotion in an instant. There was admiration, envy, and a trace of longing. Amazing! This was Xiao Hua's only thought at this time. In his mind, a yellow talisman was a yellow talisman, and he could just refine it one by one. He had never dreamed that someone would make use of the principle of mutual restraint and generation of the 5 elements to refine these 5 completely different yellow talismans in one go, as if pushing a boat with the current. At this time, suddenly, a divine sense swept in from outside the skyward pavilion. It circled around everyone's bodies and locked onto Xiao Hua and Song Ying. This divine sense was very unfamiliar. Xiao Hua's eyes moved slightly, but Fu Feng's face was filled with joy. He stood up and said, "Congratulations, family head. This one has just obtained 2 geniuses and family head has heard the news and come here. This is really fate." Which family's Juanxiu is this? To be able to make my Fu family's skyward pavilion's elder Fu Feng praise him so much? A gentle voice came from outside the skyward pavilion. Family head. Fu Zhu, Fu Puppet, and Fu Puppet's faces were filled with joy. They quickly walked out of the skyward pavilion to welcome the guest. Xiao Hua and Song Ying looked at each other and saw a kind of surprise in each other's eyes. Song Ying's eyes were filled with a trace of panic and sternness. Xiao Hua naturally knew what Song Ying was thinking, but this had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to find a stable place to cultivate in the Fu family, and see if he could get his hands on any Yunqing talismans. If he didn't have any, then it was fine. After a year, if he was happy here, he would go to the Imperial Thunder Sect and dissolve the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill in his meridians. He would then give the strange bead to the Imperial Thunder Sect and return here to cultivate. If he was unhappy, he would leave the Fu family. After all, he was just a talisman master, not selling his life to the Fu family. Fu Feng stood up to welcome the guest. Xiao Hua and Song Ying followed behind him. When the three of them reached the center of the main hall, an old man in his 40s walked in with Fu Zhu and the other two escorting him. This old man has fair skin and handsome features. Even though he is already old, he has an imposing aura that is comparable to a gigolo. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart when he saw the Fu family's patriarch Fu Yunbu's appearance. Chapter 1469. So this is the handsome disciple that my Fu clan recruited today? Fu Yunbu asked with a smile on his face. His gaze swept across Xiao Hua and Ying Cheng as he asked. Junior Xiao Hua and Ying Cheng greet Senior Fu. Xiao Hua and Ying Cheng didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. Rise. Fu Yunbu waved his sleeves and stopped the two from bowing. He smiled and said, It's not easy to be praised by Elder Fu Feng. Let this old man see what you're capable of. However, when his gaze fell on Ying Cheng's face, he paused for a moment. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and asked, You're Xiao Hua? Yes, this junior is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly replied. According to Elder Lu Yun's message, with your Qi refining stage 4 cultivation, you almost succeeded in refining the confinement talisman? Hee, Patriarch, Elder Lu Yun's words are not false. Xiao Hua has already attempted to refine the confinement talisman here. In my humble opinion, you only need to teach Xiao Hua the method of writing the confinement talisman and he will be able to refine it easily. Fu Feng said with a smile. As expected, you're making things difficult for this old man. Fu Yunbu smiled and said, Elder Lu Yun really gave this old man a difficult problem. Patriarch, although Xiao Hua can refine the confinement talisman, it's still far from being comparable to Ying Cheng. The Fu puppet couldn't help but say, Just now, we saw with our own eyes that he was actually able to refine the 5 elemental yellow talisman. Moreover, every single one of them was a mid-grade yellow talisman. This kind of miraculous skill. I'm afraid that even our Fu clan rarely sees it, right? The 5 elemental return to origin technique? Fu Yunbo was also moved and said, Although our Fu clan is passed down through the generations, this kind of miraculous talisman crafting technique is the Fu clan's secret technique. The other talisman crafting clans that were as famous as our Fu clan have all declined in recent years. This kind of talisman crafting technique is probably extinct outside of the Fu clan. I really didn't expect you to know it. 5 elemental pearl. The Fu puppet suddenly exclaimed. I remember now, this seems to be my Fu clan's secret talisman crafting technique. He patted his hand and took out a damaged book from his storage pouch. He handed it over to Fu Yunbua and said, Reporting to Patriarch, this junior obtained this talisman crafting method by chance in my early years. This junior didn't know which family senior spoke of left it behind. It was precisely because of this talisman crafting technique that I thought of joining the Fu clan and properly practicing the Tao of talisman crafting. Oh, I see. Fu Yunbua unceremoniously took it and casually flipped through it before handing it back to him. He nodded and said, If I'm not mistaken, this talisman crafting method was left behind by the Liao family. The Liao family had already declined 100 years ago, and their disciples have never been heard of in the country of Xi. He Fu was really lucky to be able to obtain such a precious talisman crafting method. It's a pity that the content in this book is still incomplete. This junior can only learn this much and has not made any progress for many years. Fu puppet echoed. Just by relying on this damaged book, He Fu was able to cultivate the 5 elemental pearl. He Fu's talisman crafting aptitude must be outstanding. I'm afraid this skyward pavilion won't be able to keep him. It's better to let him directly enter the inner courtyard. Fu Feng suggested. This is still up to He Fu to decide. Fu Yunbo nodded and said, I also love He Fu's talent. However, to enter the inner courtyard, he must be a disciple of the Fu clan. He Fu must change his surname to the Fu clan. Otherwise, he can only practice in the skyward pavilion. He Fu, why aren't you thanking the patriarch? Even for a direct disciple of the Fu clan, it's difficult to enter the inner courtyard. The Fu puppet hurriedly reminded. This, Fu puppet said awkwardly, Shopkeeper Fu has already told me when I was in Jingbua City, but I haven't thought of changing my surname yet. I hope the patriarch can tolerate me for a few days and allow me to think about it. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. The reason why the Fu clan has always been standing among the cultivation families in the country of Xi with the talisman crafting technique, and not declined like the Liao clan, is because the Fu clan seeks common ground while reserving differences. If He Fu wants to stay in the Fu clan will welcome him with open arms. If He Fu doesn't want to stay in the Fu clan, you can leave at any time. Moreover, as long as you stay in the Fu clan and craft talismans for the Fu clan will reward you according to your hard work. There are many talisman crafting techniques that are hard to find in the cultivation world, and He Fu will have the opportunity to see them. Thank you, Patriarch. Fu Puppet was overjoyed and bowed. I've heard that the Fu clan is so open-minded, and that's why I joined the Fu clan. The Patriarch's words have enlightened me. I will think about it carefully and try to repay the Patriarch as soon as possible. Great! Fu Yunbo clapped his hands and said, "The Fu clan will open its doors and welcome you at any time." Then, Fu Yunbo looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua's situation is different but also the same. Without the method of writing the confinement talisman, Xiao Hua can only craft the intermediate-grade fireball talisman, which is no different from the average talisman craftsman of the Fu clan. However, with the method of writing the confinement talisman, Xiao Hua can immediately stand shoulder to shoulder with the high-grade talisman craftsman of the Fu clan. However, the method of writing the confinement talisman is of course another way for the Fu clan. Similarly, it can only be taught to the inner court disciples of the Fu clan. As for the talisman craftsmen of the Skyward Pavilion, they can only teach it after they have made a great contribution to the Fu clan and have sworn not to divulge it to others. Don't you think this is making things difficult for me?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I know how precious the method of writing is. I don't ask to be taught the method of writing now. I will first craft the fireball talisman in the Skyward Pavilion. It won't be too late to teach it when the Patriarch feels that I am qualified." Great! Fu Yunbo clapped his hands again and said, "Xiao Hua's tranquil temperament is a good material for cultivation. Xiao Hua, you can also consider entering the inner court. My Fu clan welcomes you at any time." "Che, I didn't think so much," Xiao Hua said in his heart and replied, "Thank you for the Patriarch's kindness. I will also consider it." Good. Fu Yunbo stood up and smiled. "My Fu clan has gathered many talents in the past few days. This is a sign of great prosperity. Fu Feng, you have to work hard and arrange for these talents well. Even if there is something inappropriate, you have to arrange it well. Don't let others think that my Fu clan is stingy." "Yes, I will obey the Patriarch's order." Fu Feng stood up and replied, "Fu Zhu, you have already sent He Fu and Xiao Hua here. Why are you still not patrolling the mountains? Do not disturb Elder Fu's work." Fu Yunbo said, "Yes, I will go and patrol the mountains now." Fu Zhu smiled and said, "However, you have to confirm that I am He Fu's senior sister." "No, Patriarch, I was the one who brought He Fu into Golden Mount Hua. I am He Fu's senior sister." Fu Zhu immediately shouted, "He, Fu Zhu. He Fu followed me into Skyward Pavilion. If I am not his senior sister, who will be his senior sister?" Fu Zhu smiled and said. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, looked at them in astonishment. He didn't know what they were fighting for. "Isn't she just a senior sister?" Haha, Fu Yunbo laughed and pointed with his finger. "He Fu, Xiao Hua, are you guys confused?" "Yes, I don't understand." Xiao Hua and He Fu both bowed and said, "In order to let the talisman masters of Skyward Pavilion integrate into my Fu clan quickly and get more help from my Fu clan has a rule." Fu Yunbo said, "If a talisman master is brought into Skyward Pavilion by a Fu clan disciple, then they are the senior sister or senior brother of the talisman master. If the talisman master has any problems in the Fu clan, he can ask this senior sister or senior brother. He can even ask them about talisman crafting." So that's how it is. Xiao Hua glanced at the beautiful twin sisters and said inwardly, "These two can be considered I's senior sisters, but why don't they want me? I was the one who took He Fu's token. I am He Fu's senior sister." Fu Zhu's face showed some anger. "But He Fu followed me into Skyward Pavilion." Fu Zhu did not give in. "Of course I pulled He Fu in. You guys were just walking in front." Fu Zhu argued. All right. Fu Yunbo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "You guys don't need to fight anymore. I have decided for you guys. Fu Zhu, and Fu Zhu are He Fu and Xiao Hua's senior sisters. If He Fu and Xiao Hua have any difficulties in the Fu clan, They can look for these 3 senior sisters. Thank you, Patriarch. Although Fu Zhu was unwilling, she could only lower her head. Fu Zhu smiled and thanked Fu Yunbo. It's good to be young. Fu Yunbo sighed and quickly left. Farewell, Patriarch. Fu Zhu and the others smiled. Forget it. Quickly settle your junior brothers down and go patrol the mountain. Fu Yunbo smiled and waved his hand. The talisman masters of the Fu clan were arranged around Skyward Pavilion. According to the rank of the talisman master, they were given different rooms. High-level talisman masters were given a pavilion, while low-level talisman masters were given a simple house. There were even some that looked very simple and crude. Needless to say, Xueqi was barely given a small house compared to the talisman masters of the Fu clan. However, Fu was different. He was already considered a high-level talisman master and was naturally given an independent pavilion. However, when Fu Zhu led him to a pavilion and instructed the disciples of Skyward Pavilion to bring Xueqi out, he said that senior sister Fu Zhu, Xueqi came to Jinhua Mountain together with this younger brother. No matter how you look at it, it's fate. From what Elder Fu Feng said, he was only given a small room. You see, this younger brother's pavilion is quite big. Is it possible to let Xueqi live together with this younger brother? On one hand, we are all senior sisters' junior brothers and it is convenient for you to give pointers. On the other hand, although Xueqi is not a high-level talisman master now, as long as he makes a certain contribution to the Fu clan, he will definitely become a high-level talisman master in the future. It is not fair to let him live in a small house now. When Fu Zhu heard this, her face revealed a look of approval. She clapped her hands and said, I didn't expect junior brother Fu to be so broad-minded and loving. This really makes senior sister happy. How can my Fu clan not agree to this kind of request? The Skyward Pavilion disciple next to her opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He was very clear about the status of Fu Zhu and the others. He had no reason to block their interest. Chapter 1470. Xueqi, why aren't you thanking Fu for his kindness? The Fu puppet didn't want to be outdone and quickly ordered Xueqi. Xueqi naturally knew what Fu puppet meant and secretly cursed the Fu puppet. Do I lack this? You want me to be your shield for no reason. However, he lowered his head and thought for a moment before cupping his hands. Since that's the case, I thank senior brother for his kindness. I hope I won't disturb senior brother's peace here. Don't mention it. Fu puppet smiled. You and I should support each other and improve together. Fu Zhu also said, yes, Xueqi, when you're free, you should ask Fu for advice. Just now, senior sister also saw the yellow talisman you refined. To be honest, your basic skills are still lacking. Even if I give you the method to write the confinement talisman, you may not be able to refine it. Senior sister is right. Xueqi's face was respectful, but his heart was disdainful. The Fu puppet also scolded. Next to the pavilion is a quiet room dedicated to making talismans. If you're free, Xueqi can practice more. The 3 senior sisters' performance in front of Fu puppet made Xueqi feel uncomfortable. Fu puppet smiled and said, Senior sisters, it's getting late. This mountain. Do we still need to patrol? Of course. Fu Zhu was the first to shout. Let's go, or the clan master will be angry. As she spoke, she urged her transcendence energy and flew into the air. Then, she turned her head and smiled extremely gracefully. Junior brother rest for now. When senior sister is done with my duty, I'll come and see you. Senior sisters, the days ahead are still long. Fu puppet also politely returned the courtesy. His words made the 3 senior sisters' hearts warm. After Fu Zhu and the others left, the Skyward Pavilion disciple led the 2 into the house, explained a few things, and also left. Fu puppet looked around and smiled. Junior brother Xiao, why do I feel that you look familiar? Have we met somewhere before? Xueqi had already thought about it in his heart. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Senior martial brother you're right. I also feel that senior martial brother looks familiar. You look like a rogue cultivator I saw at Jingbo City's EG. Is that so? Song Ying's expression did not change as he asked curiously. I am from Jingbua City. What a coincidence. Xiao Hua lightly shook his head and said, Little brother has forgotten that fellow Taoist's name, but he's an artificer and doesn't know how to craft talismans at all. Furthermore, that fellow Taoist is in the 7th or 8th layer of the aura refining realm, while senior martial brother he is only in the 5th layer. No matter what, it can't be the fellow Taoist I saw. Yes, that's true. I am also very interested in you as a fellow Taoist. If there is a chance in the future, you can introduce me to you. Song Ying said with a smile. Xiao Hua still shook his head. I haven't been to Jingbua City for a long time. Who knows if I'll run into it again. Let's leave it to fate. Gong De patted Xiao Hua's shoulder. Your cultivation is insufficient, and you don't have the skill to refine yellow talismans. You can only refine middle-grade fireball talismans in a short period of time. This contribution to the Fu clan is still limited. If I have the chance, I'll teach you more about the Tao of talisman crafting. Many thanks, senior martial brother he. Xiao Hua said with a face full of joy. All right, this pavilion has 2 floors. I'll live on the upper floor. You'll have to suffer the inconvenience of living on the lower floor. It's better than a small house. Yes, little brother also has the same idea. Xiao Hua echoed. Soon after, Xiao Hua settled down in the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain. On one hand, he meditated in the pavilion. On the other hand, he found time to refine fireball talismans in the quiet room next to the pavilion. In fact, as a peripheral talisman crafting master of the Fu clan, his job was purely to refine yellow talismans for the Fu clan. However, if one wanted to refine yellow talismans outside, they would have to go to EG to trade and purchase talisman ink and talisman paper. In the Fu clan, one only needed to refine a sufficient amount of yellow talismans every day. The Fu clan would give you a corresponding record based on the number of yellow talismans you refined. These records could be exchanged for spirit stones, pills, and the Fu clan's talisman crafting techniques. Xiao Hua's focus was on the Fu clan's Yunqing talisman. This thing was in the category of spirit talismans. If Xiao Hua didn't have any special methods, it was impossible for him to obtain it. Therefore, he didn't do anything for the time being. Every day, like Xiao Hua, he took out a certain amount of time and went to the quiet room to craft talismans. He didn't go behind Xiao Hua's back. He used the 5-star alignment technique to refine a fixed number of yellow talismans. Then, when Xiao Hua was refining fireball talismans, he gave Xiao Hua some pointers. This allowed Xiao Hua's talisman brush to refine yellow talismans to improve greatly. He also learned a lot of techniques. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua never really used talisman brushes to refine yellow talismans. These improvements weren't very useful to him. Of course, there were many subtle techniques and different ways of thinking that were beneficial to Xiao Hua. At least, Xiao Hua's icicle talisman could be successfully refined to the middle grade after a month of concentrated practice. However, this wasn't Xiao Hua's greatest gain. Xiao Hua's greatest gain was the 5-star alignment technique. According to Xiao Hua's thinking, the 5-star alignment technique could only be learned if one could refine all 5 elements yellow talismans. Moreover, he was always as quick as a dragonfly skimming the water. It was impossible for Xiao Hua to see it clearly. And Xiao Hua indeed didn't see it. Xiao Hua didn't see it. However, didn't Xiao Hua have that kind of perception? The quiet room for talisman crafting was only so big. Although Xiao Hua's perception wasn't as good as his divine sense, he could still clearly perceive the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He also knew how to refine the fireball talisman. With this as a reference, a month's time was enough for Xiao Hua to completely learn how to refine the 5 elements yellow talisman. As for those techniques, after Xiao Hua learned how to refine the 5 elements yellow talisman, he abandoned the talisman brush and used his 10 fingers to try it out. It was very easy for him to successfully refine it. Moreover, according to Xiao Hua's understanding, the 5-star alignment technique was a gimmick. In fact, it was a different approach to the same result as the writing method of the imprisonment talisman. However, during the refining process, the last stroke of the 5 elements yellow talisman was only slightly delayed by the use of transcendence energy. The opposite yellow talisman was also drawn in the air. These talisman characters were just floating in the air, waiting for him to use the technique to enter the talisman paper. However, when Xiao Hua truly used the 5-star alignment technique to completely refine the 5 elements yellow talisman, the gimmick that he disdained made him unexpectedly happy. Why? Because the 5 elements yellow talisman refined using the 5-star alignment technique contained a very uniform amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The quality of the 5 yellow talismans were completely the same. In other words, although Xueqi's icicle talisman was only a middle-grade talisman, and the wood life talisman was also a middle-grade talisman. However, under the leadership of his top-grade fireball talisman, all of the 5 elements yellow talismans had reached the high-grade realm. Good heavens, this young master still underestimated others. When Xueqi saw that he had refined the low-grade 5 elements yellow talismans to the high grade, he couldn't help but suddenly realize that although the refining method of the 5 elements yellow talisman was rare, compared to the 5-star alignment technique, it really wasn't worth mentioning. This was because the 5-star alignment technique could overcome the problem of a talisman master's physique. It could evenly distribute the quality of the talisman master's most proficient talisman to the other yellow talismans. This might not be too conspicuous among the low-grade yellow talismans, but what if the 5-star alignment technique was used to refine the high-grade 5 elements yellow talisman? Even the 5 elements spirit talisman? That was an incredible matter. It was no wonder that the Fu family head Fu Yunbo was so shocked when he saw that Xueqi could use the 5-star alignment technique. This Xueqi is also strange. He came here to take revenge and even accidentally concealed his identity? How could he not attract the attention of others? Xueqi didn't understand Xueqi's actions. However, it didn't matter if Xueqi didn't understand. In this 1 month, Xueqi's relationship with Fu Zhu, Fu Hou, and Fu Zhu became clearer and more complicated. At first, the 3 of them came very frequently, but as if they had a tacit understanding with each other, they came at different times. Later, the 3 of them came at different times. Fu Zhu and Fu Hou still came often, but Fu Hou's frequency gradually decreased, but she still came. After another 10 days, Fu Zhu came less and less. Instead, it was Fu Hou who came often, and every time, her face was red and her eyes were filled with sweetness. Good heavens, this is also junior brothers. Why is there such a difference in treatment? Xueqi, who had been ignored by his 3 senior sisters as soon as he arrived at Jinhua Mountain, often saw Fu Hou flying over and skipping into the courtyard. He couldn't help but rub his nose and smile bitterly. Every time these senior sisters came to visit, Xueqi would tactfully avoid them. He would either go to the quiet room to craft talismans or go to other talisman masters to ask for advice. Of course, Xueqi's tactfulness also made Xueqi return the favor. Occasionally, when he gave pointers on the fireball talisman, Xueqi would refine some high-level iron cloak talisman and Vajra talisman for Xueqi. One time, after Fu Hou left, Xueqi actually refined the flying sword talisman in the quiet room. Admittedly, he didn't succeed, but it opened Xueqi's eyes. He remembered most of the talisman characters of the flying sword talisman. At the same time, Xueqi gradually understood the reason why Xueqi was so lively with these senior sisters. With these cheap master's pointers, and also telling Xueqi the precious yellow talisman refining technique, how could Xueqi's talisman refining technique not improve? When Xueqi mastered the 5-star alignment technique, Xueqi had also refined the 5-element yellow talisman to the high level. On this day, the Fu Hou came again. Xueqi had just left and was about to seek guidance from the nearby talisman master when he saw the Skyward Pavilion's disciple, Fu Shan, walking over with a gloomy face. Xueqi, why did you come out instead of refining talismans in the quiet room? Fu Shan scolded as soon as he saw Xueqi. Xueqi frowned slightly. After interacting with the nearby talisman masters for the past month, he had a rough understanding of the status of talisman masters in the Fu clan. If they weren't high-ranking talisman masters, they would be lower than the disciples of the Fu clan. Fu Shan's attitude was very common in the Fu clan. I have already finished my homework for today and refined the fireball talisman that the Fu clan needs. Why do you still want me to refine talismans in the quiet room? Xueqi indifferently argued. Fu Shan sneered. Humph, I knew you're a useless piece of trash. Why can't you refine yellow talismans with the time you spend touring the mountains and playing with the rivers? If you only rely on your ability to refine confinement talismans, you'll forever be a mediocre talisman master. Chapter 1471. Humph. So what if I don't refine confinement talismans? Even if it's fireball talismans, it's enough. Xueqi sneered. Besides, why must I refine talismans? Refining pills and tools. Which one can't I refine? Fu Shan looked at Xiao Hua as if he had seen a monster. He raised his head and laughed. It's really funny, really funny. Why would a cultivator with a different surname join my Fu clan? Don't you want to rely on my Fu clan to become a talisman master of my Fu clan, and then have a chance to enter the inner court? To change your name and become a disciple of the Fu clan? Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Fu is right. I have taken a fancy to your Fu clan's female disciples and want to find a beautiful dual cultivation partner. What are you going to do about it? Seeing Fu Shan's increasingly gloomy face, Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and pretended to think. But what about Ai's 3 senior sisters? They have the looks and the figures. Even if they don't have the looks and figure, their status is also excellent. How can I not be tempted? You brat. You dare. Fu Shan couldn't bear it anymore and reached out to grab Xiao Hua's collar. Xiao Hua didn't dodge at all and leaned forward with a smile. What's wrong? You want to fight? Fellow Taoist Fu, even if you fight again, can you stop Ai's 3 senior sisters from coming to the Skyward Pavilion? You! Fu Shan was so angry that his hands were trembling, but his outstretched hand didn't fall down. Wait and see. Xiao Hua. Fu Shan's face was livid. He turned around and walked away. After walking far away, he turned back and said, All the new talisman masters this year must come to the Skyward Pavilion before noon. Elder Fu Feng has orders. Xiao Hua. Don't be late. Damn it, it's almost noon. How can I not be late? Xiao Hua cursed and hastily returned to the front of the pavilion. Before he even entered the door, he shouted loudly. Senior brother hurry. We have to gather at the Skyward Pavilion at noon. Elder Fu Feng has something to instruct us. Xiao Hua was afraid that the talisman puppet had used some kind of restriction. Just as he was about to go up, he saw Tsong Ying and the talisman puppet coming down from the second floor one after the other. Tsong Ying's face was flushed red, and the talisman puppet's eyes were also full of love. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were watery and full of affection. Don't be nervous, Xiao Hua. Today is the full moon for all of you. It should be the senior brother who will give you pointers on your cultivation and talisman crafting. It's not a big deal. The Fu puppet said with a smile. There's such a thing? Xiao Hua was surprised. Can't Xueqi give us pointers on cultivation and talisman crafting? Our duties are different from the assigned senior brothers. Previously, when you first arrived at Mount Jinhua, we were worried that you would not be able to adapt to Mount Jinhua and would not know how to solve some problems. That was why you came to us. Generally speaking, we won't answer questions about talisman crafting and cultivation that are too profound. And now, the senior brothers that will be assigned will be determined based on your performance in this month and the specific situation of your cultivation. For example, you can only craft fireball talismans, and your cultivation is only at the 4th layer of qi refining. There's also the possibility that you can craft confinement talismans. In that case, my Fu clan will assign a talisman craftsman who is proficient in both fireball talismans and confinement talismans to guide you. The talisman puppet explained to Xiao Hua while walking. As for Tsong Ying, he seemed to already know. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were full of disdain. With a bdang sound, the talisman puppet frowned. Ayo, it's for real? After 10 chimes, you must come to Skyward Pavilion. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. Let's go, you all follow behind me and fly. The talisman puppet called out and directly flew towards Skyward Pavilion. Flying was forbidden in Mount Jinhua's courtyard. As soon as the talisman puppet flew up, a patrolling disciple came over. However, when they saw that the person flying was a talisman puppet, they all smiled bitterly and moved their faces to the side. With the talisman puppet leading the way, Xiao Hua and Tsong Ying finally entered Skyward Pavilion after the 9th chime. Elder Fu Feng was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. When he saw Xiao Hua and Tsong Ying enter, his expression didn't change. Beside him, Fu Shan's eyes were somewhat ruthless as he struck the last chime. Fu Shan, all the new talisman craftsmen this year have arrived, right? Fu Feng looked at the dozens of cultivators in the hall and asked in a clear voice. Reporting to the pavilion master, all 84 new talisman craftsmen this year have arrived. Fu Shan respectfully said. Good, take the pavilion's token and invite the inner court disciples here. Fu Feng nodded. Yes, disciple obeys. After Fu Shan left, Fu Feng lowered his head to look at the 84 cultivators in the hall and said with a smile, "Everyone here is the backbone of our Fu clan's talisman craftsmen. Presumably, during this month, you have already adapted to our Fu clan's lifestyle and have a deeper understanding of the art of talisman craftsmen. Many of you will definitely want to practice talisman craftsmen. Therefore, our Fu clan will select disciples from the inner court to be assigned to each of you as your senior martial brothers. These senior martial brothers will give you the most pertinent advice based on your level of talisman craftsman and cultivation. Moreover, these senior martial brothers will report the situation to our Fu clan's council of elders based on your performance. The council of elders will then decide which talisman craftsman can enter the inner court or obtain higher-level talisman craftsman and cultivation methods." Wow, when everyone heard this, they all began to whisper to each other. These talisman craftsmen had been in Jinhua Mountain for dozens of days and were already familiar with each other. Even Xiao Hua, who didn't like to hang around with others, had also met several low-level talisman craftsmen next to Song Ying's small building. These low-level talisman craftsmen were also standing outside. When they heard Elder Fu Feng's words, they looked around and walked to Xiao Hua's side. They cupped their hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this must be the famous fellow Taoist he." Xiao Hua understood and quickly smiled at Song Ying. "Senior martial brother he, these are the talisman craftsmen who live in the small building next to the small building. I usually go and nag them. When they hear about senior martial brother's talisman crafting techniques, they all admire you very much. Io, forgive me, forgive me. I am He Fu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. During this time, I was busy crafting talismans in the quiet room and didn't get close to you all." When Song Ying heard this, he immediately cupped his hands and said with a smile on his face, "I am Yi Shuguang. Greetings, fellow Taoist he. I am Ming Jing. Greetings, fellow Taoist he." The two fifth-layer aura refining cultivators very happily cupped their hands in return. "Fellow Taoist Ye's Ice Thorn Talisman is already close to being a high-grade talisman. I really admire your technique." Xiao Hua echoed from the side. "Fellow Taoist Ming's Fireball Talisman is also better than I's. If senior martial brother he interacts more with you too, he'll definitely benefit a lot. We don't dare, we don't dare. How can we compare to fellow Taoist he?" When the two heard Xiao Hua's evaluation, their faces turned slightly red. They could show off in front of Xiao Hua, but how could they dare to be arrogant in front of a talisman craftsman who could use the 5-star alignment? "You flatter me. Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. We talisman craftsmen should learn from each other's strengths to make up for our shortcomings. Only by learning from other talisman craftsmen can we improve," Song Ying said very warmly with a smile on his face. Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Song Ying's relaxed expression. No wonder this pretty boy won the favor of talisman puppets and the others. Sure enough, his words are filled with honey. Even the male cultivators who just met him were fooled by him, not to mention the female cultivators who relied on his looks. When Elder Fu Feng, who was sitting at the head of the skyward pavilion, saw that the talisman craftsmen below were discussing with their heads lowered, he didn't stop them and only watched with a calm expression. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Fu Shan returned from outside. He was closely followed by a group of Fu clan disciples who were around the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm. These disciples proudly entered and walked in front of Fu Shan. They lined up in several rows and bowed to Fu Shan in unison. "All right, everyone, please stop discussing. These Fu clan disciples are the elites of our Fu clan's inner court. They have profound attainments in both talisman crafting and cultivation. If you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask them for guidance. Fu Shan, read the name list once, then let the disciples take these talisman craftsmen to the place where they'll cultivate in the future." "Yes, disciple understands." When Fu Shan finished speaking, Fu Feng flung his sleeve and turned around to leave the skyward pavilion. Soon after, according to Fu Shan's list, Xiao Hua and a female cultivator named Xianlan were assigned to help senior martial brother Fu Min. Moreover, Song Cheng was different from the rest. His assigned senior martial brother was not selected from the inner court disciples, but directly chosen by Elder Fu Feng. Seeing Song Cheng's eyes flickering with joy or uneasiness as he left, Xiao Hua waited for Xianlan and Fu Min to arrive. Xianlan was a female cultivator with an ordinary appearance. Her face was slightly plump, but this was only the layer of swelling on her face. Her body was actually as straight as a stick, just like the Fu clan disciple named Fu Ma. Xiao Hua's eyes swept over Xuanlan's body, then lost interest in looking at her. Xianlan, this is simply a waste of this wonderful name. Even if she doesn't have the gentleness of an orchid, she should still have the temperament of an orchid. How come it doesn't match at all? Maybe she has the wisdom of an orchid? Or an elegant character? Let's wait and see. As for Fu Min, he was a fat man of average height. His big belly made his Taoist robe bulge up high, and the fat on his cheeks jiggled. However, this person's forehead was quite high, and his eye sockets were deep, giving him a wise appearance. You're Xiao Hua. Fu Min, led by Xianlan, arrived in front of Xiao Hua. Greetings, Senior Marshal Brother Fu. I am Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly saluted. Why is your cultivation so poor? You just passed the 4th level of qi refining? Fu Min frowned and said, there's still a long way to go before you reach the 5th level of qi refining. Yes, my aptitude is not good enough. That's why I considered making talismans. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. You think talisman making is easy? Fu Min sneered and said, I don't know how you entered my Fu clan. Look at your senior martial sister Xianlan. Her cultivation has reached the middle of the 5th level of qi refining, a whole level higher than yours. Only with this kind of cultivation can you make better talismans. Xiao Hua was speechless. Is this a show of strength? Xianlan smiled and said, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, Senior Marshal Brother Fu is right. Think about it, if you don't have a solid cultivation, even if you know how to make yellow talismans, what's the use? It's impossible for you to refine a suitable yellow talisman. Chapter 1472. Seeing Xianlan say a lot of things, mixed with countless think about it, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on. Think about it, only with senior brother Fu Min's guidance can we make further progress. Xianlan concluded. Think about it, shouldn't we thank senior brother Fu Min? Yes, of course. I agree wholeheartedly. Xiao Hua finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically. Let's go, don't be so talkative. Fu Min scolded softly. If you can make progress and make greater contributions to the Fu family, my face will also be bright. After speaking, he left the skyward pavilion first. Young master. This is called talkative? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he looked at Fu Min's fat body with some anger. Why aren't you leaving? Xianlan called out to Xiao Hua and quickly chased after him. At this time, there was no one left in the skyward pavilion. Only Fu Shan, who was standing in the distance next to the praying mat, had a complacent look on his face. He looked at Xiao Hua's back with a smile. In the past 10 days, Fu Shan felt as if each day had been a year. He did not know what was going on. In the past, the Fu puppet did not pay any attention to him, but it was not to the point of being cold to him. Whenever there was an invitation, it would accept it. Even if it was some rare and small gift, it would accept it without hesitation. But in this period of time, the Fu puppet's attitude towards him was completely different. It was as if Fu Shan was invisible and didn't see him at all. The Fu puppet's whereabouts were also somewhat mysterious. Fu Shan couldn't see her, and even if he wanted to ask for the reason, he couldn't. Fu Shan naturally paid attention to the small buildings that fit the criteria, but other than the frequent visits of the Fu puppet, Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet rarely went, so it didn't have much to do with the criteria. Thinking about how his path to a side branch of the Fu family was blocked like this, Fu Shan was naturally resentful. But with the protection of Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet, Fu Shan could only vent his anger on Xiao Hua. Of course, Xiao Hua's words from before were like needles that pierced into his heart, causing him great harm. Xiao Hua followed Fu Min and Xianlan out of the skyward pavilion and followed the mountain path to a cave. The cave was not big, but it was very neat and tidy. Several moonstones were embedded in the walls of the cave. There was a cloud bed in the cave with a praying mat on top of it. There was also a stone table leaning against the mountain wall and 3 stone stools beside it. Fu Min smiled and said, "This is where I used to refine yellow talismans. Later on, when I entered the inner courtyard, I also taught my junior brothers here." Xianlan looked around and said happily, "This cave is very clean and tidy. I think senior martial brother Fu often used this place? There aren't many male cultivators who are as meticulous as senior martial brother Fu. Even female cultivators like us only focus on cultivation, so we're far inferior to senior martial brother in terms of details. Fu Min's face showed a trace of pride and said with a smile, because I have to teach my junior brothers every year. Even if we don't have any status as master and disciple, I feel that as long as I teach them, I have to do my best. Otherwise, I might as well not do it. Senior martial brother is right. Think about it. Senior martial brother's time is very precious, and he still has to waste it on us. If we don't properly practice, then we'll be letting down senior martial brother's painstaking efforts. As she said that, she turned to Xiaohua and asked, "Don't you think so?" Of course. Xiaohua looked around the stone walls and frowned. He asked tentatively, "Senior martial brother Fu, this cave seems to have a strange smell. How can that be?" Xianlong pretended to be surprised. Think about it. Senior martial brother Fu cleaned this place so well. How can it be? Why can't I smell it? Oh, Xiaohua is probably talking about the smell of sulfur. Fu Min waved his hand and said, "There's an earth fire under this Mount Jinhua. Previously, my Fu clan seniors wanted to use it to refine pills, but the quality of the earth fire wasn't good enough, and the techniques for refining pills were rare. Alchemy furnaces were even harder to find, so after trying for 100 years, they gave up." Earth fire? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Mount Jinhua actually has an earth fire? Then the Fu clan should definitely try refining pills. 100 years' time is really too short. It's really a pity that it's abandoned like this." Pity? Fu Min shook his head and said, "That's what senior martial brother thought. However, as the saying goes, everyone has their own specialization. This saying is true for people, but it's also true for cultivator families. My Fu clan's talisman refining technique is passed down through the generations. As long as we can ensure that our talisman refining technique is everlasting, we can safely survive in the cultivation world." Seeing Xiaohua and Xuanlong's pondering expression, Fu Min became even more proud. He pointed to the east side of the cave and said, "Back then, the previous clan head put his mind on refining pills, hoping to raise the prestige and strength of my Fu clan to another level. Maybe you guys don't know, but 20% of the stone walls on the east side of Mount Jinhua had the earth fire drawn into the cave by refining masters. The scene was very spectacular, but what was the result? After all, my Fu clan wasn't Xuanyan's school. How could we have so much energy and strength to both refine pills and make talismans? Although we could refine some low-level pills, we were still far from being able to compare to the real alchemy families. As a result, not only did we not succeed in refining pills, but our talisman refining technique also fell behind by a lot. The Fu clan almost fell. If it wasn't for the current clan head standing out and unexpectedly imprisoning the previous clan head, Xiaohua and Xianlong, I'm afraid that the two of you wouldn't be here today as talisman masters." "So that's how it is." Xiaohua secretly nodded in his heart. He somewhat understood the hatred that was mentioned in Yunxi Lake. "By the way, senior brother Fu, I heard that the Liao clan of Mount Gung was as famous as the Fu clan. Just after the Fu clan declined, they suddenly declined and disappeared in a short period of time. According to some rogue cultivators, the Liao clan seemed to be in trouble because of this pill refining technique." Xianlong suddenly asked. Hee. Think about it. The Liao clan of Mount Gung was about the same as my Fu clan. How could they suddenly disappear? Naturally, there are some secrets. I only found out a little bit of the truth by chance. Fu Min's face was mysterious and unfathomable. Xiaohua really didn't dare to be interested in these things. He only wanted to know the location of the earth fire. After thinking for a while he said, "Since it's a secret, senior brother Fu should be careful. Oh, by the way, are the abandoned earth fires in the east? Have they been changed to talisman refining places?" Fu Min was a little unhappy. He glanced at Xiaohua and said in a strange voice, "What? You also want to learn alchemy?" It's not that I want to belittle you, but if you can refine pills, why do you want to be a talisman refiner? It's so hard and you can't even improve your cultivation." Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "No, I used to be a rogue cultivator. I only admire alchemy. I don't dare to think about it. I just want to find a quiet place to refine talismans." Although the earth fire has been abandoned, it's not easy to seal it. A lot of heat will come up. It's uncomfortable to stay there, so how can you refine talismans? Don't even think about it. This cave is where I used to refine talismans. In the future, You and Xianlon can come here. Fu Min waved his hand and said disdainfully. Senior brother Fu, quickly tell me, what is the secret? I'm very curious. Xianlon asked in a low voice with a face full of curiosity and longing. Looking at Xuanlon's gaze, Fu Min's oily face became more spirited. He waved his hand and said, sure. This is an absolute secret. Normally, I don't talk about it. You know, I have the best moral character. I never speak ill of others behind their backs. And I never play any tricks. I'm an upright person. That's right. I've long heard of Senior Marshal Brother Fu's character. He's a man of great ambition, and disdains to be calculative with others. Think about it. How many people like Senior Marshal Brother Fu are there in Jinhua Mountain? It's my honor to meet Senior Brother Fan, Xianlon said with a smile. Her ordinary face actually blushed a little bit, making her look a little bit more beautiful. Unfortunately, it was only a little bit. Not to mention Xiao Hua, Fu Min also didn't like her. However, Xianlon flattered him very well, making him really happy. So, he said with a smile, this elder brother is just telling you. You are this elder brother's trusted subordinates. You must not disappoint this elder brother's trust. Confidence? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just appointed a senior brother, and he immediately became a confidant. This Fu Min was really smart. Senior brother Fu doesn't need to worry about this. Since we are senior brother Fu's junior brother and junior sister, of course we will treat senior brother Fu as our senior brother. Don't you think so, Xiao Hua? Xianlon actually forced Xiao Hua to state his position. Xiao Hua nodded while sniffing. He wanted to ask where the sulfur smell came from. Fu Min heard Xuanlon's declaration of loyalty and was already happy. He looked at Xiao Hua as if he was a close friend. Seeing that Xiao Hua was absent-minded, he was slightly angry. He put on a fake smile and said, some people, even if you treat them as family, they won't care about you. It's really bad luck to meet such people. When Xiao Hua heard this, his face slightly changed. He didn't want to hear any so-called privacy, nor was he curious about any so-called secrets. However, since Fu Min wanted him to say it, then let this guy perform. Thus, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, this one will also listen to senior brother Fu's opinion. Humph. Fu Min rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and turned to Xianlon. Xianlon, you said that Gung Mountain's Liao family was exterminated because of alchemy. But do you know where their alchemy techniques and alchemy furnaces came from? Xianlon was confused and whispered, this one. How can this one guess? Xiao Hua's heart thumped. Since Fu Min said so, who wouldn't be able to guess it? Even if it wasn't the Fu family, it should be related to the Fu family. Sure enough, Fu Min lowered her voice and said, Gung Mountain's Liao family's alchemy techniques and alchemy furnaces all belong to my Fu family. How is this possible? Xianlon was shocked and said, the Liao family isn't stupid. How can they believe the Fu family? If there is such a good thing, why didn't the Fu family use it and let the Liao family benefit? Chapter 1473. Fu Min enjoyed Xuanlon's surprise and said proudly, of course they wouldn't believe it if it was given away for no reason. Think about it. How could the Liao clan of Gung Mountain be trusted? This. Xianlon thought for a long time and shook her head with a bitter smile. Senior Fu, how could I think of such a profound problem with my little brain? Why don't you tell me earlier? Think about it again. If the previous head of the Fu clan suddenly disappeared and he was in charge of alchemy and the current head of the Fu clan was in charge of making talismans, then, who would believe that alchemy was like poison to the Fu clan? Senior Fu, I finally understand. Xianlon said with a longing face. The head of the Fu clan secretly sent people to give the alchemy technique and furnace to the Liao clan of Gung Mountain under the name of the previous head of the Fu clan. He said that these things were excellent, but someone in the Fu clan didn't agree, so he had no choice but to give them to the Liao clan. Haha, you are finally enlightened. Fu Min laughed. What you said is basically correct. However, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The head of the Fu clan only sent these things to Gung Mountain under the name of the previous head of the Fu clan. He said that he would let the Liao clan keep them for safekeeping, and that he would return them after he took over the position of the head of the Fu clan. Xianlon nodded slightly, But later on, the previous head of the Fu clan disappeared, so the alchemy technique and furnace were given to the Liao clan for free. How could the Liao clan not be tempted when they received these genuine items? Coincidentally, the Liao clan's Gung Mountain also had earth fire, so it was inevitable that they would repeat the same mistake as the Fu clan 100 years ago. The Liao clan probably didn't have someone as courageous as the current head of the Fu clan, who dared to cut his losses and pick up talisman making. They could only walk further and further down the path of alchemy and finally exterminate the Fu clan. The head of the Fu clan had a good plan, a good plot. Xianlon, you are absolutely right. It is also extremely far-fetched. Fu Min clapped her hands and said, the alchemy technique and the alchemy cauldron were only left at Gung Mountain by my Fu clan. We didn't allow them to open it, but they actually took it for themselves. How can this be my Fu clan's responsibility? Alas, in short, the Liao family, which was as famous as the Fu family, has now disappeared. There is one less family that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fu family. Xianlon said faintly. Fu Min shrugged. Natural selection is nothing more than that. Xiaohua stood by the side and listened quietly. When Fu Min mentioned about the Liao clan's extermination, he knew that this matter must have something to do with the Liao clan and the Fu clan's pill refining techniques. However, he was just like Xianlon. He didn't expect that the Fu clan didn't say anything and only sent these things to Gung Mountain. The Liao clan was like a moth flying into a flame. But what about those alchemy techniques and pill furnaces? Xiaohua's thoughts were different from Xianlan's. However, he also knew that with Fu Min's status, she would definitely not know about these things. What? Xiaohua, don't you understand? Seeing that Xiaohua seemed to have some doubts, Fu Min smiled and said, these things are a bit deep for you. You better properly study talisman crafting. That's right. Draw one of the fireball talismans that you usually refine. Let me see if there are any flaws. Okay, Senior Fu. Please wait a moment. Xiaohua glanced at the slightly absent-minded Xianlon and took out talisman brushes, ink and other items from his storage pouch. The items he used in the Fu clan's quiet room were all high-grade items. However, Xiaohua didn't bring them out. Of course, the items he used now were the low-grade items from before. As soon as she saw Xiaohua's items, Fu Min pointed out. Xiaohua, I can see that you haven't been taught how to craft talismans. The first rule of talisman crafting is if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. No matter if it's a high or low-grade talisman crafting master, if you can use high-grade talisman brushes and ink, you must use high-grade ones. All low-grade talisman crafting materials can't bring out the full potential of a talisman crafting master. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and secretly said, this young master wanted to use high-grade talismans back then, but I was embarrassed. How could I afford to use them? Now that this young master has no use for them, why would I waste those spirit stones? However, he said, thank you for your guidance, Senior Fu. Fu Min was slightly satisfied with Xiaohua's attitude and said, try it out. Xiaohua didn't put it to heart. After all, he could already craft the 5 elements talisman, iron cloak talisman, gold talisman, and flying sword talisman. Crafting a fireball talisman could be considered easy. When Xiaohua finished crafting a middle-grade fireball talisman, he handed it over to Fu Min. Fu Min didn't take it and only asked, how many years have you been crafting yellow talismans? Xiaohua was surprised. He thought for a moment and honestly said, it's only been about 2 years. And then you've only been in my Fu clan for a month. Senior Fu is right. Xiaohua nodded. Since it's like this elder brother won't look at your yellow talisman. Fu Min said mysteriously. Senior Fu, why is that? Xianlon asked curiously. If you don't look at it, how will you know how Xiaohua's crafting is? Xiaohua hasn't even been crafting yellow talismans for 2 years. He definitely doesn't have enough experience. And he's only been in my Fu clan for a month. He doesn't have any formal training in crafting yellow talismans. This kind of yellow talisman. Does this elder brother still need to look at it? Even if it's a middle-grade fireball talisman, it's still abnormally rough. Fu Min shook his head and said, moreover, looking at Xiaohua's improper attitude and careless crafting, this elder brother can already determine that this yellow talisman is definitely not up to standard. This elder brother needs to put in more effort to guide him in the future. Brilliant! Senior Fu is indeed an expert. Xianlon gave a thumbs up and praised. And you should craft one too. Fu Min turned his head and said to Xianlon. Seeing this, Xiao Hua expressionlessly kept the fireball talisman in his storage bag and quietly watched Xuanlon's performance. Xianlon was crafting the weak water talisman. Her crafting technique was indeed standard and her attitude was naturally meticulous. When the weak water talisman was crafted, it was the same as Xiao Hua's, a middle-grade one. But after Fu Min took it and carefully looked at it, his mouth was full of praise. Soon after he said to Xiao Hua, "You should go back and craft the fireball talisman again. You still have a lot of potential to be unearthed and there's a lot of room for improvement in crafting the fireball talisman. This elder brother won't teach you anything else first. In the next 2 days, I'll take a look at your fireball talisman." Then he patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "Do well. Coming to my Fu clan to be a talisman crafting master is your best choice. This elder brother thinks highly of you." Many thanks for Senior Fu's encouragement. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked him. He turned around and left the cave. Just as Xiao Hua turned around the cave entrance, he heard Fu Min whispering from inside the cave. "Xianlon, this elder brother will now teach you the crafting method of the wood life talisman. You have to watch carefully." Xiao Hua slightly tilted his head and snorted coldly. He thought to himself, this guy really has a pig's brain. Calling him a pig's brain is still a pig's brain. Then, he raised his head and saw that there wasn't anyone in the sky. With a wave of his hand, he took out an earth escape talisman. His figure flashed and he directly escaped to the east of Jinhua Mountain. Xiao Hua had been underground for the time it took to eat a meal before he was blocked by a restriction in front of him. He had no choice but to jump out of the ground. The place where Xiao Hua appeared was a relatively desolate place. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds and shrubs. It wasn't a place that the Fu clan's disciples often came to. However, seeing the situation, Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. Fu Min had said that the place where the Fu clan refined pills was now abandoned. Presumably, the Fu clan's patriarch had forbidden the Fu clan's disciples to come here. Wasn't this place close to the place where the Fu clan refined pills? Xiao Hua sniffed. The surrounding air was indeed filled with the smell of sulfur. It should be the result of the earth fire leaking out. Thus, Xiao Hua carefully hid his figure and slowly headed towards the mountains to search for him. There's actually someone patrolling the mountain? As Xiao Hua was walking, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Xiao Hua hurriedly ducked down and hid behind a large mountain rock. When he stealthily peeked out half of his head, he saw Fu Zhu flying through the air. I haven't seen this Senior Fu for a few days. It seems like he withdrew from the competition. What a pity. If I could come here a few more times, I would definitely be able to learn a few more talisman crafting techniques. This young master would also be able to benefit from it. Xiao Hua thought as he slowly walked out from behind the mountain rock and continued forward. However, Fu Zhu didn't fly too far. When she reached the east side, she landed. After looking around, she flew down again. This senior sister. Could it be that she isn't here to patrol the mountain? Xiao Hua was somewhat curious. However, he wasn't in the mood to pry into other people's secrets. He focused on finding the location of the pill refinement. The east side of the Fu clan's Mount Gold had been abandoned for a long time. Moreover, Xiao Hua didn't know what the pill refinement location was like. He could only search according to the appearance of the cave. After searching for a long time, he saw many collapsed caves. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, the Fu clan has earth fire, but they can't have many pill refinement furnaces. Since there aren't many pill refinement furnaces, there shouldn't be many caves. Perhaps, these collapsed caves were all used for pill refinement in the past. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and looked around. He flew up a little and looked at the surrounding terrain. Then, he landed again and walked towards the center of the collapsed cave without looking back. In the center of the collapsed cave was a depression. It was also a mess. There were green bricks, mountain rocks, and some filthy jade. The smell of sulfur is even stronger here. Perhaps the earth fire is here. Xiao Hua thought as he channeled his magic power and flew underground. Fortunately, the underground restriction was only around the earth fire. There weren't any restrictions in this depression. After searching for a moment in the sunken area, Xiao Hua saw a slightly intact underground passage. That passage was carved out with great transcendence energy. Although it was pitch black inside, the grooves on the stone walls showed that there used to be moonlight stones here. There's a door. Xueqi stepped on the solid mountain rocks in the underground passage. He was secretly delighted. Then, he placed the black iron array in front of him and held the devil's spear in his hand. Step by step, he walked into the depths of the passage. Chapter 1474. The passageway of Mount Jinhua was very spacious and seemed to be very dangerous. However, Xueqi gathered his spirit and was as meticulous and careful as the 100-jong peak. Even after he turned a few corners and walked into a huge hall, he still didn't encounter any danger. Xueqi stood at one side of the hall. He first released his perception and checked that there was no one else around. Then, he took out some moonstones from his storage pouch and threw them on the 4 walls of the hall. After that, Xueqi squinted his eyes and carefully sized up the hall. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious. There were only a few broken jade tables and chairs. Moreover, they were all tilted to the left and right. Many cobwebs and dust covered these broken things. In the middle of the hall, there was a tall platform with a radius of 10 feet. It was as tall as several people. The specific situation on the platform could not be seen. Xueqi wasn't in a hurry to get on the platform. He urged his magic power and flew up into the air. He flew around the hall and saw that there was no entrance to go up. Only then did he land on the platform. When he landed on the platform, he used the moonstone's light to see the things on the platform. He couldn't help but be happy. On the platform in the center, there was an earth fire that was exactly the same as the one in Shang Huaming's alchemy room. Moreover, this earth fire seemed to be bigger than Shang Huaming's. In addition to this earth fire, there were some jade bottles and jade shelves used for alchemy around the platform. There were many things in a mess. Although these things were crooked, they were all in good condition. These were all things that Xueqi needed. Needless to say, Xueqi didn't hold back and swept away all the things on the platform that could be used. As of now, the size of the space behind his head had also increased along with Xueqi's cultivation. Not to mention the things on the high platform, it was more than enough to move the entire hall inside. Of course, this required Xueqi to have enough magic power. This space is a bit messy. I need to find some time to carefully tidy it up. Xueqi involuntarily thought as he sent the things into the space. Next, Xueqi walked to the side of the earth fire. There was a layer of restriction on the earth fire, but the restriction didn't seem to be very powerful. After a long time, it had already loosened under the impact of the earth fire. Xueqi used his perception to take a look, then took out the tip of the demonic spear. Using all his strength, he repeatedly stabbed at the damaged area of the restriction, and easily broke the restriction. Immediately after, a heat wave and a thick sulfuric aura gushed out from the earth fire. Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, a yellow talisman controlling the earth fire flew out, temporarily suppressing the earth fire under the yellow talisman. My goodness, what's going on with this earth fire? Why isn't it under control? Xueqi was a little puzzled. He remembered that Shang Huaming's earth fire was very safe in the alchemy room. Maybe the Fu clan didn't obtain the complete alchemy technique, so they can't control the earth fire well. They can only rely on the yellow talisman to suppress it. The yellow talisman's effect is always insufficient. Moreover, there is no one to specially guard the earth fire, which is why the earth fire is wreaking havoc. Xueqi secretly guessed, it is precisely because of this that this young master's luck came. Otherwise, if Fu Min couldn't smell the sulfuric aura, she wouldn't have said so much. With this idiot's appearance, he still wants to pretend to be profound. After being sold, he still wants to help count the spirit stones. Luckily, this young master and Xianlan are both talisman masters of the Fu clan. If someone outside knew about the grudge between the Fu clan and the Liao clan and spread this matter, I'm afraid that the Liao clan's sons and nephews would also do everything possible to take revenge. Just as he was thinking, the earth fire's brilliance flickered. Oh no, this yellow talisman bought from EG is really useless. Xueqi quickly took out another yellow talisman and wanted to use it on the earth fire. But at this moment, his finger suddenly moved slightly, and all the magic power in his body rushed towards his finger. Xueqi's heart moved, and his mind became clear. He didn't control his finger, and sure enough, his finger became very nimble. Not long after, a spell that Xueqi felt was very familiar with was formed. Xueqi didn't hesitate to use the spell on the earth fire. In an instant, The heat of the earth fire quickly retreated, and the sulfuric aura also greatly reduced. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy, and the spell in his hand didn't stop. Immediately after, another spell was used, and the earth fire rushed out along with the spell. Moreover, the size of the earth fire was freely controlled by the spell. Damn it! My luck finally broke out again. Xiaohua laughed loudly, and somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on the ground. His laughter echoed in the entire hall. Do I have to refine pills now? Xiaohua thought for a moment. Although he felt that it was a little rushed, he had everything he needed, and there was nothing to prepare. Perhaps what he had to do now was to preheat the three-legged phoenix pattern furnace and prepare to refine pills. Preheating also needs time. I have no reason to stay here, but if I leave the furnace here to preheat, how can I be at ease? Besides, I haven't thought about what pills to refine, right? Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow. I'm already overjoyed today. I'll go back and prepare in detail first. Xiaohua thought for a moment, flew down from the high platform, took the moonstone, and walked out of the passage. When Xiaohua came out from the ground, he looked around. It seemed to be a remote place that he didn't recognize. He should have come here by running underground just now. Just as he was about to fly up to check the direction, a series of rustling sounds came from the side of the mountain rocks in front of him. Ayo! Xiaohua was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly said, "Why is there someone here?" Then he stood still and didn't dare to move an inch. After the sound, another female voice said in a low voice, "Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for a long time. You also know that this is my Fu clan's forbidden area. Only the patrolling disciples can come here. I just happened to be patrolling today, so I dared to come. But if I stay for too long, I'm afraid there will be problems." Xiaohua was very familiar with this voice. It was Fu Zhu who he saw in the air just now. This beautiful senior sister actually found spring so quickly? Xiaohua was somewhat curious, but he was immediately stunned. "Kiss kiss, I also don't want to." Another equally familiar voice said, "But today is the day I'm assigned to help senior brother." This voice wasn't someone else's, it actually matched. Damn it! This young master has yet to find a dual cultivation partner, and this fellow actually has a foot in two boats. He's eating from the bowl and watching. No, he's not just watching anymore. He's using his hands to scoop up the food from the pot and eat it. Do you still have a conscience? Xiaohua was very indignant, but also extremely helpless. He felt extremely sorry for the two beautiful twin sisters. "I told you long ago, if you're assigned, just do it. How can you waste so much time?" Fu Zhu complained. "Isn't it because Zhu refuses to leave?" "Little kiss kiss. You know that I only have you in my heart. You are my most favorite Zhu." Matched seemed to pick up Fu Zhu, and the sound of clothes rustling could be heard. I wanted to tell Fu Zhu long ago, but you just won't let me. Every time I'm with her, my heart is only thinking of you." Matched's voice was somewhat mumbling, as if there was something in his mouth. Fu Zhu's voice was slightly moaning, and she whimpered, "Don't. Zhu is my little sister. Since young, I've always given in to her. This time, let's not tell her first. Later, I'll find a chance to tell her. Don't touch there. I haven't seen you for a few days." Matched's voice was somewhat excited. "But I can't do it today." Fu Zhu's voice was a bit loud. "I have to go patrol the mountains. If I'm discovered by others, I'll be in big trouble." And Matched said. And then there was the sound of clothes rustling again. How is Xiaohua?" Fu Zhu suddenly asked. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and the feeling of blood rushing in his veins quickly faded away. "Xiaohua, he's okay. He's quite honest," Matched said casually. "Then, I'll find a chance to talk to Zhu. You can also talk to Xiaohua. See if he has any intention of becoming an inner court disciple of the Fu family." "What?" Matched was obviously stunned. "What? Don't tell me. You want Zhu to look for you every day?" Fu Zhu said snappily, "If Zhu likes Xiaohua, then wouldn't it be logical for you and me?" "Haha, I understand. Don't worry. I'll go back and ask Xiaohua. I reckon that even if he doesn't have any intention of becoming an inner court disciple, he'll be very happy to see Fu Zhu's appearance." Matched said with a smile, however, Don't tell Fu Zhu about this first. Wait until I'm almost done asking. I know, you don't need to tell me. How can I bear to see my sister sad? Fu Zhu said with a smile. Right, how's the thing I asked you to look for? Are there still no clues? Song Luan asked. Sigh, that thing is a secret of the Fu family. How can it be so easy to find? Besides, why are you looking for it now? Fu Zhu said curiously. You only need to enter the inner court, and then dual cultivate with me. When your cultivation level is high enough, this thing will naturally be yours. I can't wait to dual cultivate with you. Matched said with a smile. Besides, I want to let the disciples of the Fu family know that Fu Zhu has found such a wise and powerful dual cultivation partner. I want to let you shine in the Fu family and become an eternal legend. And you're so good. Fu Zhu was touched, and seemed to throw herself into his arms. Another wave of whispers sounded, and although Xiaohua didn't know what they were doing, when the whispers entered his ears, it was like a cat's paw scratching his heart, itching unbearably. Damn it! You're already like this with Fu Zhu. What can you become if you stay with Fu Zhu every day? You're still asking me, can I? Xiaohua almost gritted his teeth when he heard this. Chapter 1475. Hearing Fu Zhu's persuasion to give the talisman to him, he gritted his teeth. Where did you guys go earlier? Why did you only think of this young master now? Fu Zhu replied perfunctorily. I know. Let's go back and ask Xiaohua first. After saying that, the two of them kissed for a while before reluctantly leaving. Xiaohua coldly snorted as he looked at the concealed figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He felt both disdain and envy towards this gigolo who had a foot in two boats. After waiting for a while, he followed Fu Zhu's direction and carefully left. Fu Zhu was indeed very familiar with Jinhua Mountain. The path he took was very secretive. From the east of Jinhua Mountain to Skyward Pavilion, he didn't see a single Fu family disciple. Not bad, this young master's harvest today is indeed not bad. Not only did I find the location of the earth fire, but I also found a suitable path. In the future, I will not have to worry about refining pills. Xiaohua happily returned to the pavilion. The pavilion was empty and there was no trace of Fu Zhu. Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to it. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to organize the things he needed for refining pills. And there are already many things in the space. I still need to organize them, otherwise it will become more and more chaotic. Xiaohua immersed his consciousness into the space and said. At this time, there were indeed a lot of things in Xiaohua's space. Large tracts of spiritual grass, a lot of medicinal pills, materials for cultivation and alchemy, yellow talismans and so on. There was also the willow branch inserted into the ground, which was called by the mysterious light shadow as the other shore. Next to the willow branch was a fist-sized pearl. Inside the space, there were some dark clouds. From time to time, lightning would shoot out from the clouds, echoing the lightning of the pearl. And because of the pearl, the willow branch was also enveloped in a layer of lightning. Not far away, there was a pool of clear water with a rainbow epiphyllum growing in it. On top of the rainbow epiphyllum, the two eggs of the water-patterned butterfly were gradually growing. Next to the pool, a little further away, was the iceworm king's egg. Although there was no movement, the damaged part of the egg had already grown out, as if it was automatically repairing itself. Next to the egg, there was an extremely cute spirit-seeking mouse curled up in a ball, still sleeping. Only its small tail would stretch out and form circles from time to time. Looking at the spiritual herbs, there was a pile of jade bottles and the statue of Shang Huaming. I must tidy up. As Xiaohua thought, he activated the puppet and began to tidy up the things in the space. The spiritual herbs could not be touched, so this part of the spiritual herbs was specially used for planting. The rainbow epiphyllum and paramitha were also planted, which were close to the spiritual herbs, so they were considered another part. The spirit-seeking mouse, the insect eggs, and other living creatures that might come in later were placed in another area. The big seal and crescent-shaped magic tool that he obtained from Ling Zhengyi were placed together with the devil spear tip, devil spear shaft, and black iron needle, which were considered the magic tool area. The alchemy furnace, jade bottles, various elixirs, and the things that he had just obtained for alchemy were placed together in the alchemy area. A pile of yellow talismans, talisman papers, talisman brushes, and talisman ink used for making talismans were also placed together in the talisman-making area. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and also marked out a separate area for the materials used for refining weapons. Although there were not many things at this time, there might be more in the future. All kinds of cultivation methods, travel books, insect scriptures, silk, secret books, and so on, needless to say, were also placed in a separate area for Xiao Hua's cultivation. As for the gold foil, tokens, and other miscellaneous things that he did not know the use of, they were also placed together. Shang Huaming's statue, the peacock illusion, and more than 10 top-grade Wu Yao pills were placed together by Xiao Hua very seriously. In addition, those spirit stones were all placed together according to their quality. The fire essence and flame crystals were also wrapped in special yellow talismans and placed separately in several jade bottles, placed together with the spirit stones. Haha, this young master's things are really abundant now. Xiao Hua controlled the puppet to clean up all these things, feeling extremely satisfied. Just by relying on these medicinal pills and cultivation techniques, this young master should be able to cultivate to the foundation building realm. Right at this moment, Song Ying's voice was heard. Eh? Xiao Hua, you've returned? Who's the senior martial brother that assigned you? Xiao Hua pulled his consciousness out of the space, looked at Song Ying who came in with a face full of smiles, and said with a slight nod. He assigned a senior martial brother called Fu Min. He has a dog-like appearance, and before he even taught me anything, he first scolded me to my face, then casually sent me out to teach a female cultivator called Xianlan alone. Haha, I didn't expect this Fu Min to also be an extremely interesting person, Song Ying said while stroking his chin. Even if he's interesting, so what? It's not like he's going to teach this little brother talisman crafting techniques. Compared to senior martial brother I'm still far inferior. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Junior martial brother Xiao, you should cultivate slowly. As long as you're worthy of this elder brother will absolutely not treat you unfairly. Song Ying patted Xiao Hua's shoulder, then walked upstairs without consulting anyone. Why? Didn't he mention the matter of the talisman puppet? Xiao Hua was slightly disappointed. He still wanted to sternly refuse in front of Song Ying. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't even mention it? Forget it, why should I get involved? Xiao Hua curled his lips and sat down cross-legged again. He began to think about what kind of medicinal pill he should refine tomorrow. In his space, there were several pill recipes at this time. The incomplete yellow marrow pill, the cleansing marrow pill, the clear ripple pill, and so on. There were also many spirit herbs needed to refine these pills in his space, so he could casually refine any one of them. However, Xiao Hua's spirit herbs were all over 1,000 years old. Although there were many, he couldn't bear to waste them. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Hua decided to refine the Parasol Celestial Pill. Firstly, the spirit herbs needed to refine this pill were common. Secondly, Xiao Hua had seen the entire process of Xiao Yuehong refining the Parasol Celestial Pill. He also clearly remembered the yellow talisman usage and his own hand seals, so the chances of success were relatively high. Xiao Hua first prepared all the things needed to refine the Parasol Celestial Pill, then took out the alchemy cultivation method and carefully studied it. The next morning, Xiao Hua woke up from his meditation. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the earth fire to refine pills. Instead, he first went to the talisman crafting room and refined the fireball talismans that he wanted to refine today. Only then did he leave the room. When Xiao Hua returned to the small building, he had already left. Maybe he went to Elder Fu Feng's place, or maybe he went to other places. This was not what Xiao Hua wanted to know. When Xiao Hua quietly came to the alchemy room on the east side of Jinhua Mountain, everything was no different from yesterday. No one had come in at all. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. He first placed the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace on the earth fire. Then he used the technique to raise the earth fire and began to warm the furnace. Xiao Hua got up again and walked around the alchemy room, frowning. This alchemy wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. The three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace had to be placed on the earth fire, and during this period, Xiao Hua couldn't stay here all the time. It didn't matter if the Parasol Celestial Pill was successfully refined, but the safety of the furnace must be guaranteed. He couldn't lose the furnace for alchemy. That's right, don't I have the talisman? Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and thought of the warning talisman in his space. Although this thing couldn't prevent others from entering the alchemy room, it could at least notify Xiao Hua. With Xiao Hua's flying technique, He should be able to rush here in a short time. Thinking about it, Xiao Hua took out the warning talisman and placed it all around the alchemy room. When Xiao Hua was done, the alchemy furnace was almost ready to be warmed up. Xiao Hua returned to the high platform and sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace that was much taller than him. He first closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he opened his eyes and pointed his finger. With a wave of his hand, an oval-shaped opening on the alchemy furnace rotated and opened. Xiao Hua followed the steps recorded in the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace and the ordinary alchemy method. He threw the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass into the furnace one by one. Then, he recalled how Xiao Yuehong controlled the furnace and waved his hand. A pill-tempering talisman was shot out and the yellow talisman entered the alchemy furnace. The spirit grass that was gradually melting into a medicinal liquid trembled and turned into a medicinal liquid. Then, a wisp of smoke floated out from the medicinal liquid. It was the impurities in the spirit grass. The beginning is very smooth. Xiao Hua's eyes were unable to see everything inside the alchemy furnace, so he unconsciously released his perception. As expected, although he couldn't see everything inside the alchemy furnace clearly with his divine sense, he could still feel the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the medicinal liquid that was boiling like a small bubble suddenly exploded and splashed all around the pill furnace. This is bad. Xiao Hua's heart jumped and he hurriedly took out the pill-controlling talisman. However, before he could use his magic power, the medicinal liquid had already splashed onto the inner walls of the alchemy furnace. When he saw this, Xiao Hua knew that his first attempt at refining a medicinal pill could be considered to have ended in failure. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua found a trace of something wrong. That was, he shouldn't have used the pill-tempering talisman. That day, Xiao Yuehong used the guiding flame talisman and the fire control talisman to control the earth fire. The temperature and intensity of the earth fire were not easy to control. That was why he used the pill-tempering talisman to temper it and remove the impurities in the medicinal liquid. On the other hand, Xiao Hua used a spell to directly control the earth fire. The size of the earth fire was easy to control, so there was no need to use the pill-tempering talisman to temper the impurities. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua secretly frowned. The number of spells he could recall and use now was not small. It seemed that many of them could replace the yellow talismans, but Xiao Hua himself wasn't clear on which ones could be replaced and which ones couldn't be replaced. Forget it, I'll just treat it as the price. Xiao Hua thought and threw the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass into the alchemy furnace again, starting the second refinement. This time, Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to use the pill-tempering talisman. He only carefully used the spell to control the size of the earth fire according to the feeling in his perception. That day, there were many yellow talismans used to refine the parasol pill, such as the pill-guiding talisman, pill-control talisman, pill-condensing talisman, pill-pulling talisman, pill-receiving talisman, and many other yellow talismans. The usage of these yellow talismans was clearly recorded in the alchemy manual. Xiao Hua only needed to follow the steps and insert them into the alchemy furnace. Chapter 1476. However, this was where the problem lay. Although the alchemy technique clearly stated when various kinds of yellow talismans should be inserted, the specific number of yellow talismans and how much spiritual power should be used was not clearly stated. And it was impossible to explain this clearly because no one knew the specific situation of the alchemy. This could only be judged by experience, and this experience could only be passed down by the masters of the alchemy sect. Without the teachings of these masters, it would be extremely difficult to grasp the alchemy technique by fumbling around. Even the Fu family, a cultivation family that made talismans, could not easily grasp it, let alone Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua had his own unique means. He tried to insert the yellow talismans while using his perception to observe the changes in the pill liquid. Generally, he was silently thinking about the previously recalled techniques in his heart. He also casually used these techniques to observe the differences and effects between the techniques and the yellow talismans. In the process of thinking, some new techniques were slowly recalled by Xiao Hua. In the end, Xiao Hua simply did not use any yellow talismans. He simply used the techniques in his hands. When he really could not remember any techniques, he would insert the corresponding yellow talisman into the pill furnace according to the alchemy technique. Slowly fumbling around like this, he did not know how many times he failed. Time also slowly passed. When the pill liquid in the pill furnace gradually solidified and the Wutsong pill reached the Ning pill, Xiao Hua was relieved. Thinking that he had already stayed in this abandoned pill room for about 4 days, Xiao Hua did not dare to stay any longer. He had already recalled a technique into the pill furnace, and Xiao Hua left the pill room. Sure enough, when he returned to the small building, he saw Tsong Ying and the Fu puppet coming down from upstairs. "Hey Xiao Hua, you've finally appeared. Where did you go these days?" Tsong Ying asked as soon as they met. "AI, don't mention it. Did you just become a disciple?" As soon as we met, he was very concerned about me and gave me pointers. He even said that I don't have any solid foundation, and insisted that I should practice the basic talisman crafting techniques until I'm familiar with them before he would let me come back. Xiao Hua had already thought this through, and replied with a dejected face. "What is this?" The Fu puppet disdainfully said, "When I was practicing the talisman technique, I was locked in the quiet room for more than 10 days. Whoever could not practice the technique could not come out." Xiao Hua was secretly delighted and quickly said in surprise, "So long. What do you think? As cultivators of our generation, we must be able to endure loneliness. What is 10 days to us? When you reach the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, you'll understand. Often, one closed-door cultivation can last as long as 100 days. Cultivation knows no time." Fu AI lectured, "The reason why my Fu clan was able to establish a foothold in the cultivation world of the country of Xi is because of hard work and bitter cultivation. Xiao Hua, you still have a long way to go. Suffering more hardships will only bring you benefits and no harm." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua bowed and smiled. "You sure are free." He then said, "I was the one who refined the fireball talismans for you these past few days. Since you're back, you should quickly refine these fireball talismans and return them to me. Let me relax for a few days." "Hee, thank you for looking after me. Senior Marshal Brother He. I'll refine it right away." "All right, I'm just joking with you." As he spoke, he walked outside and said, "You just have to help your senior brother bid well." Your fireball talisman was also casually refined by your senior brother. Xiao Hua watched as Fu AI and Fu AI left. A thought-provoking smile gradually appeared on his face. Soon after, Xiao Hua arrived at Fu Min's stone room. Before he even entered, he heard Xuanlon's voice. "Senior Marshal Brother Fu is truly wise. I never thought that the wood life talisman could be refined like this. It's clear that Senior Marshal Brother Fu's talisman crafting technique has reached an extremely high level." "Ha ha ha," Fu Min's voice also sounded, with a hint of pride. "This senior martial brother only revealed a little. In the future you can slowly learn. Eventually, you'll know that encountering this senior martial brother is the greatest opportunity in your life." "That's right. I'm already feeling lucky." Xianlon smiled tenderly. "The more I practice with senior martial brother Fu, the more I feel that senior martial brother Fu's knowledge is as vast as the sea, profound and unfathomable. It's just how. All right, senior martial brother Fu, I have a question that's inappropriate. If senior martial brother Fu feels that it's inappropriate, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. And go ahead. That. Senior martial brother Fu is so talented. Have you never thought of starting a new sect?" Senior martial brother Fu was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly flew out of the stone room. Xiao Hua was also shocked. With a quick flick of his hand, an earth escape talisman was placed on his body, and he fled into the stone wall beside him. However, that stone wall seemed to have a restriction. As soon as Xiao Hua entered, he immediately felt a force coming from all directions, trying to push Xiao Hua out. "This is bad. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have used the earth escape talisman. I would have just flown a bit further away, and then turned around. Anyone would have thought that I just came here. If I go out now, wouldn't people think that I've been hiding in there for a long time?" Xiao Hua was greatly regretful. He impatiently wanted to take out another earth escape talisman, but just as his fingers moved slightly, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. His fingers very smoothly formed a spell seal. This spell seal was the earth escape technique that he had been bitterly thinking about for the past several dozen days. Ever since Xiao Hua used the combination of the fire escape technique and the earth escape technique in the underground magma of the flame forest swamp, he'd been thinking about it. He was somewhat unclear whether this seal was an earth escape technique or not. After all, he'd only heard of the 5 elements escape technique. Moreover, He'd never heard of this 5 elements escape technique being used in hot magma. In addition, he just used the combination of 2 escape techniques. He really couldn't understand it. Today, in a hurry, he suddenly formed the seal that had been tangled in his mind for a long time without thinking. It was actually a pure earth escape technique. It was completely different from the combination of the 2 escape techniques from before. As soon as the earth escape technique was used, the force around Xiao Hua's body suddenly decreased, and he was able to temporarily stay in the stone wall. However, not long after, the force suddenly increased, and Xiao Hua's earth escape technique was useless. He was still forcefully pushed out. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua came out of the stone wall, Fu Min had already entered the stone room. He heard a faint voice from inside. The Fu clan is this elder brother's origin. Moreover, compared to the dangerous cultivation world, my Fu clan can be considered a paradise. This elder brother doesn't have any other thoughts. I'll just peacefully cultivate. Shoo! Someone's coming. Seeing that Xianlon still had something to say, Fu Min hurriedly said. Soon after, outside the stone room, Xiao Hua, whose face was filled with joy, exerted some force on his feet and quickly walked in. Seeing that it was Xiao Hua, Fu Min sneered. Xiao Hua, it's only been 4 days, and you've already become proficient in that fireball talisman? And Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect Fu Min to ask this. Perhaps I haven't become proficient in it. However, in the next few days, I still want to listen to Senior Brother Fu's guidance. Xiao Hua stuttered a little. What guidance is there to give? If you can't practice your basic skills well, even if this elder brother imparts the confinement talisman to you, you still won't be able to successfully refine it. Fu Min said disdainfully. That's true. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and nodded. Since that's the case, I'd better go back and familiarize myself with the fireball talisman. Talisman crafting is about mastery and specialization. If you can refine the fireball talisman to high grade, you'll have a place in the Fu clan. Fu Min nodded. If you can refine the fireball talisman to the highest grade, you'll be like this elder brother, helping out a senior brother. You'll also have some status in the Fu clan. Senior brother Fu's teachings are right. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. The fireball talisman is your specialty. Even if you learn other talisman crafting techniques, it's just a reference. Don't be distracted by it. Fu Min had a profound expression. However, since you've come today, this elder brother won't let you down too much. I'll teach you some of the wood life talisman's techniques first. It'll be of some help to your mastery of the fireball talisman. Thank you, Senior Brother Fu. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. After that, Fu Min once again demonstrated the wood life talisman's techniques in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, he only demonstrated the most basic techniques and didn't refine the real wood life talisman. However, after Fu Min finished demonstrating the techniques, Xiao Hua's face revealed a trace of strangeness. Why? Xiao Hua already knew how to refine the wood life talisman. Moreover, under the 5-star alignment technique, he used a top-grade fireball talisman to upgrade it to a high-grade one. However, the techniques that Fu Min taught him were basically the same as the ones he used. Only a few key points were different. Although the differences were very minute, but with Xiao Hua's experience in talisman crafting, using this technique, the wood life talisman would definitely fail. Xiao Hua, have you memorized it? Fu Min asked. This one somewhat. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, feeling a little strange in his heart. Without waiting for him to finish, Fu Min waved his hand and said, "And since you've memorized it, then go back and practice first. Once you've memorized it, then come see me again. Remember, you must practice the technique you just used. If you slack off even a little bit, you won't be able to refine the wood life talisman." At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart was clear. He finally understood what this so-called number 1 person in the Fu family, Fu Min, who was magnanimous in his conduct, was thinking. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Senior Brother Fu's guidance. Senior Brother Fu spent a lot of effort to teach me. If this one still doesn't work hard, then it's this one's fault. And you can go." Fu Min nodded his head in satisfaction. Xiao Hua's mouth hung a trace of a cold smile. He turned around and walked out of the stone room. Seeing that there was no one around, he went back to the path he took last time and prepared to go to the alchemy room. But just as he walked a pipe of smoke and was about to turn to the east side of Mount Jinhua, a voice suddenly rang out from the stone wall above his head. Xiaohua, where are you going? Xiaohua was shocked. He had been paying attention to the sky all this time, but he didn't expect that there would be someone on the stone wall above his head. Moreover, that person even called out his name. When he raised his head, he discovered that a Fu family disciple was standing high up, holding a yellow talisman in his hand, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Chapter 1477. Oh, it's Senior Fu. When Xiaohua saw the Fu clan disciple, his face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, I was worried. This road. Does it lead to the skyward pavilion? The Fu clan disciple was none other than the Fu puppet. Skyward pavilion? The Fu puppet was obviously stunned and asked curiously. You have been in my Jinhua mountain for dozens of days and you don't know which road leads to the skyward pavilion? Senior sister should know. Just now, I followed senior brother Fu Min out to practice talisman crafting. But just as we were halfway there, senior brother Fu received a message from his teacher and immediately left, leaving me to go back alone. Senior sister should know. I've always been a directionally challenged person. As I walked, I lost my way. Xiaohua said helplessly. TSK, how would I know that you are directionally challenged? The Fu puppet sneered. Don't you know how to fly? You can find the skyward pavilion with your eyes. How would I dare? Xiaohua argued. I know that there are many places in Jinhua Mountain that don't allow flying. I finally got the chance to become a talisman crafting talisman and I don't dare to make a mistake, so I can only look for it myself. Sigh. If only he was as honest as you. The Fu puppet said with hidden bitterness. Who? Fu Mountain? Xiaohua said in his heart. That guy doesn't seem like a daring person. Xiaohua, the skyward pavilion is over there. You can fly there. This is my Fu clan's forbidden area. Only mountain patrollers can come here. If anyone else enters, they will be expelled from the Fu clan or lose their lives. Luckily you met me. If it was someone else, the consequences would be very serious. The Fu puppet said in a low voice. Yes, thank you Senior Fu. Xiaohua cupped his hands and was about to fly towards the skyward pavilion when he heard the Fu puppet call out from behind. All right, Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped and asked, is something the matter, Senior Fu? That Fu puppet goes to the skyward pavilion every day? The Fu puppet's face was slightly pale as she asked softly. Xiaohua's eyes turned. He thought to himself, could it be? This Xueqi still hasn't given up on her evil intentions? Thus he had no choice but to tell the truth. I want to let Xueqi know that the talisman goes there every day and is very close to Fu. Xiaohua's words were a bit harsh, and he wanted the Fu puppet to give up on the idea. However, the Fu puppet's face paled, and a vicious gleam appeared in her eyes. But just as she spoke a little, a faint blush appeared on her forehead. She bit her lips and said, forget it, you can go. Then, I'll take my leave. Xiaohua didn't understand what the Fu puppet was thinking. He cupped his hands and flew away, thinking to himself, it's your good fortune that Song Cheng didn't pay attention to you. Song Cheng has a foot in both boats. If you continue to pester her, the one who will be hurt in the end will definitely be you. Seeing Xiaohua slowly fly away, the Fu puppet sighed for no reason. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, and her figure also flew up. It was the Fu clan's forbidden area in the Jinhua Mountain East. Xiaohua returned to the skyward pavilion and carefully thought about it. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He didn't know why this Fu Min was ignoring him. Moreover, she had even passed him the wrong wood life talisman, allowing him to practice it alone. Coincidentally, she had also sunk into a land of warmth. She didn't care about his whereabouts. With his current status, if he wanted to practice other yellow talismans, he probably wouldn't have the chance. He would have to wait a few years before he could see any middle or high-grade yellow talismans. During this time, wouldn't he be able to refine pills? Even if he didn't have the chance to obtain any Qingyun talismans in the future, being able to practice alchemy in the Fu clan was also a great harvest. Thinking about this, Xiaohua didn't delay. He hurriedly picked up the talisman brush, and hurriedly refined all the fireball talismans he owed from the previous 4 days. Then, seeing that it was still early, he refined many more fireball talismans. To be honest, using a talisman brush to refine a middle-grade fireball talisman was easier for Xueqi than drinking cold water. He originally had the flesh and blood of a phoenix, and had a natural affinity for fire. Refining a fire attribute yellow talisman was absolutely easy for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine a top-grade yellow talisman on the first try. Using a talisman brush to refine a fireball talisman allowed him to control his transcendence energy more skillfully, but it didn't help him in the art of talisman crafting. By the time Xueqi stopped, the sky had already turned dark. Xueqi placed the yellow talisman in the quiet room and returned to the small building. The talisman wasn't in the building. Just like before, Xueqi entered the room and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xueqi didn't know when the talisman would return. He only immersed his mind into the space and comprehended the heavenly Tao. The true energy of raising fire to burn the heavens in his body flowed through his meridians, drawing energy into his body and refining it. At the same time, the dragon transformation art continued to advance step by step. Because he was cultivating in the Fu clan, Xueqi had some misgivings in his heart. Therefore, he didn't take the top-grade fire attribute spirit stone with him. Xueqi's mind seemed to have just entered the towering realm, and also seemed to have stayed in the towering realm for a long time. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Xueqi opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes didn't have any expression. The two balls of flames in his eyes gradually extinguished. Then, his eyes slightly dimmed, and then became clear again. Following that, traces of emotion slowly emerged from his eyes. Another day. Xueqi opened his mouth, and a bit of sun essence abruptly appeared, and was swallowed by him in one gulp. He didn't know how he learned this method of absorbing sun essence, but every morning, he would naturally take a bite. Going out again? Just as Xueqi was about to go out, he heard the voice of the Fu clan from upstairs. Reporting to senior brother He, senior brother Fu's requirements are very strict. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back in the next few days. Yesterday, I had already bitterly cultivated in the quiet room for a long time and refined a lot of fireball talismans. If there is anything lacking, I ask senior brother He to forgive me. Xueqi said with a smile. Haha, I already said yesterday that I was just teasing you. You really took it seriously. The Fu clan laughed and said, You can go now. This is a very good opportunity to ask the direct descendants of the Fu clan for guidance. You don't have to worry about the offerings here. Thank you, senior brother He. Xueqi's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Whether it was in Jinghua City or Jinhua Mountain, this Fu clan left a good impression on Xueqi. If he didn't have a foot in two boats, it would be even better. That's right, if he could introduce the talisman to Xueqi earlier, that would be the best. Xueqi walked along the path that led to the Fu clan's forbidden area. He carefully paid attention to his surroundings and even released his perception. Sure enough, he didn't find anything wrong and calmly arrived at the alchemy room. The inside of the alchemy room was still the same as before. The warning talisman also didn't show any signs of activity. However, there was a problem with the parasol pill inside the alchemy furnace. It had already turned into ashes at an unknown time. Xueqi wasn't surprised. He hadn't been in front of the alchemy furnace for nearly a day and a night. It would be strange if the alchemy furnace could be successfully condensed. Xueqi struck out a spell to lower the temperature of the earth fire. From the space, he took out some parasol grass and blood-devouring grass and placed them into the alchemy furnace. He secretly said, Damn it, this alchemy technique still consumes a lot of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, this young master has many conveniences in this space. Otherwise, it's really impossible to learn this alchemy technique. The Fu clan. They don't have any foundation and they don't have a place to grow spiritual herbs. Yet they want to pass down the alchemy technique. Those disciples probably don't have the talent of this young master. Even if the Fu clan can refine the yellow talismans for alchemy, what about the spiritual herbs? The Fu clan would probably have to spend a huge amount of spiritual stones to buy them from E-City. Furthermore, the spiritual herbs are rare. How can they afford it? And I was too optimistic. The Fu clan might not be able to refine the yellow talismans for alchemy. This young master understands now. Xueqi suddenly realized. This Fu Yunbua is indeed powerful. What does the Fu clan do? Isn't it just refining yellow talismans? They only need to comprehend the alchemy technique that this young master has and refine it into yellow talismans. Then, won't they have a lot of spiritual stones? Why would they need to refine alchemy? It's just that. I don't know if the alchemy technique that the Fu clan obtained is similar to this young master's. And, if there is, they will keep this technique and give the rest to the Liao clan of Gung Mountain. The Liao clan wants to buy both the yellow talismans for alchemy and spiritual herbs. It would be strange if they didn't destroy their clan. Xiao Hua let his thoughts run wild, but he was able to guess the course of events pretty much. In the following 10 days, Xiao Hua became bolder. During the day, he would refine alchemy and try to recall all the alchemy techniques. At night, he would cultivate and look after the alchemy furnace. Under his tireless refining, he actually managed to refine the Wu Tsong pill to the final stage of pill extraction. Of course, the pill extraction technique was more complicated. Although Xiao Hua had already recalled it, he was still a little unfamiliar with it. In the end, he didn't succeed in extracting the Wu Tsong pill. Alright, just one last step. This young master isn't in a hurry. I haven't returned for 10 days. I don't know if there are any abnormalities. Xiao Hua extinguished the earth fire and put away the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace into the space. He also put away the warning talisman and returned to the skyward pavilion. There was no trace of a match in the small building, nor in the quiet room. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and went to Ming Sui's residence, which was closest to them. Coincidentally, Yi Xuguang was also here. He was chatting with Ming Sui about something. When they saw Xiao Hua come over, they enthusiastically stood up and greeted him. After the three of them greeted each other, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Long time no see. I wonder how the two of you have progressed?" When Xiao Hua was avoiding the talisman puppets, talisman jades, and talisman puppets, he didn't look for the two of them. The two of them saw that Xiao Hua was easygoing and gave them a lot of pointers on cultivation and talisman crafting. They were also familiar with each other, so Xiao Hua's direct question wasn't too presumptuous. When the two of them heard Xiao Hua's question, they were overjoyed. Ming Sui said, "This Fu clan really lives up to its reputation. I received pointers from senior brother Gang Dai. The fireball talisman is about to enter the high-grade realm. Haha, congratulations, congratulations," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This is nothing. Fellow Taoist Ye's icicle talisman is already a high-grade talisman." Ming Sui waved his hand and said, "I wonder how fellow Taoist Zhao's fireball talisman is." Chapter 1478. Am I? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "I'm not as lucky as you two. My talisman crafting technique is still in place." "Haha, it's fine." Ming Sui smiled. "As long as fellow Taoist Xiao works hard and has senior brother He's guidance, you'll definitely break through in time. Don't you think so, fellow Taoist Yi?" Seeing the strange smile on Xiao Hua's face, Yi Xuguang echoed, Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao can't be discouraged." "Yes, thank you for your encouragement." Xiao Hua smiled. "By the way, I haven't returned for a few days. I wonder." "Eh? We were just discussing the matter of asking for leave from the Fu clan in a few days. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao has already left?" Ming Sui was a little surprised. "It's not yet time to ask for leave, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao is with fellow Taoist He, and fellow Taoist He is favored by Elder Fu Feng. It shouldn't be difficult to ask for leave in advance, right?" "Fellow Taoists, what are you saying?" Ai's head is full of confusion. Xiao Hua asked very strangely. "This humble Taoist has only been helping senior martial brother craft talismans these past few days and hasn't returned to the skyward pavilion. I just want to ask about senior martial brother He's whereabouts. Where did this leave come from? What's with this leave?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Xuguang smiled. "We misunderstood." Ming Sui also said apologetically, "I was a little reckless. That fellow Taoist He is personally taught by Elder Fu, and his senior sisters are Fu Ho and Fu Zhu. They are the direct bloodline of the Fu clan's inner court. How could we know his whereabouts?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, your senior sister Fu didn't help you find a disciple for dual cultivation?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hong Xia. He thought of her peerlessly beautiful face and her seemingly expressive eyes. However, Xiaohua immediately shook his head. Fairy Hongxia was a 10th layer qi refining cultivator, and he was only a 4th layer qi refining cultivator. The difference between their cultivations was not ordinary. Furthermore, based on what the Kai family had said, as well as what Kai Xueqi had said, Fairy Hongxia's requirements seemed to be extraordinarily high. He was afraid that he would not be able to catch her eye. Furthermore, looking at the relationship between Kai Xueqi and Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia must have placed her fate together with the fate of the Kai family. With such an extravagant hope, she was afraid that she would fall into the same dead end as Kai Xueqi. By the way, last night, I saw Senior Marshal Brother He hurriedly leaving. Yi Shuguang didn't notice Xiaohua's absent-mindedness. As he spoke, he pointed his finger in the direction Xiaohua was walking. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and nodded. He, thank you so much. Then he asked, what's the matter with the leave application? Please enlighten me. Didn't Senior Marshal Brother mention fellow Taoists' help? Minghua asked curiously. Or have you forgotten? Xiaohua smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Yi Shuguang said. We are talisman masters in the Fu family. Generally, we have half a year and 10 days of free time for ourselves. 2 months after we entered Jinhua Mountain, we applied for leave for the first time. The duration is slightly longer. About 10 days. Just now, I was discussing with fellow Taoist Ming. In these 2 months, we have also refined some yellow talismans and obtained some spirit stones. We will see if we can apply for leave to find a market or exchange market to exchange for some pills that we need. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He pinched his fingers and calculated. It was almost time for the appointment with Xueqi Yuan at Xuanyan School. If he could apply for leave to go to Xuanyan School and obtain the embryonic breathing pill, then give the fire essence flame crystal to Xueqi Yuan, wouldn't he be able to obtain the surprise that Xueqi Yuan mentioned? However, to go to Xuanyan School, he had to go to Yenyuan City. Moreover, it had only been 2 months since he left Linyu Town. If he went again, he was afraid that he would attract attention. If he could not go, it would be best if he did not go. He was afraid that he would not be able to give the embryonic breathing pill to Fairy Hongxia. Fellow Taoist Yi, how do we apply for leave? Xiaohua asked. You only need to explain it to Senior Brother Gang Lai. Then go to Skyward Pavilion to register. Yi Shuguang said, what? Fellow Taoist Xiao also wants to go? Why don't you go with me? How could Xiaohua go with them? He smiled and said, if we apply for leave together, that's fine. After we go out, I still have my own matters to attend to. I'm afraid we can't go together. No matter. We want to apply for leave tomorrow. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go with us? Ming Sui smiled. Of course. We can go together tomorrow. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I still have to go and explain to Senior Brother Gang Lai. Fellow Taoist, please. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang stood up to send Xiaohua out. When Xiaohua arrived at Fu Min's stone room, just like before, Xianlon asked Fu Min for advice with a look of longing, and Fu Min had already started to teach Xianlon sharp gold talismans. Regarding Xiaohua's application for leave, as Xiaohua expected, Fu Min didn't hesitate in the slightest and agreed. As for Xiaohua's request for leave for a few more days, she also casually agreed. She didn't even ask where Xiaohua went, or how the refining of the fireball talisman or wood life talisman was going. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't feel like being long-winded. After bowing, he returned to Skyward Pavilion. At this time, Gang Lai also returned. His face was full of exhaustion, and it was unknown what he was doing. Seeing Xiaohua, Gang Lai just smiled and said, You haven't returned for more than 10 days. I'm afraid your talisman refining technique has improved greatly, right? Alas, not at all. Little brother's aptitude is not good enough. The fireball talisman has made some progress, but compared to senior brother it's far too lacking. Xiaohua said modestly. You haven't returned for a few days, but elder brother has learned a fire dragon talisman. Today my body is very tired. Wait for tomorrow, elder brother will refine it and let you see the world. Gang Lai said with a smile. Good boy. A fire dragon talisman. Xiaohua was secretly shocked. That's a high-grade fire attribute yellow talisman. The requirements for transcendence energy and talisman refining technique are extremely high. It's definitely a secret inheritance of the Fu clan. Gang Lai hasn't even entered the inner court, but he's already learned it. The fire dragon talisman that Fu Zhu was talking about that day, right? Congratulations, senior brother he. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, little brother also wanted to broaden his horizons. But tomorrow, little brother will be going to Skyward Pavilion with Yi Xuguang and the others to apply for leave. I'm afraid little brother he will have to wait for little brother to come back and see senior brother he's divine ability. Apply for leave? Gang Lai asked with a surprised expression. Don't talisman masters of the Fu clan only apply for leave once every half a year? Then with an embarrassed expression he explained, elder brother? I also heard it from others. Little brother also didn't know. Just now, I heard Ming Sui and the others say that the first time you apply for leave is 2 months. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if senior brother he wants to go out, why don't we go together tomorrow? Of course, elder brother also has some matters to attend to. Let's go together to Skyward Pavilion tomorrow. Gang Lai said with a strange expression. The night passed without any words. On the morning of the second day, Xiao Hua, Gang Lai, Ming Sui, and Yi Xuguang went to Skyward Pavilion to register for leave. Unexpectedly, because it was the first time they applied for leave, many talisman masters had already registered early. In order to control the number of people going out, Skyward Pavilion had already stopped registering yesterday. Xiao Hua and the others came late. Junior brother Xiao, you should wait until 4 months later, Fu Shan said with a gloating smile. Alas, that's the only way. Xiao Hua felt somewhat regretful in his heart. Although 4 months later was a bit late, the embryonic breathing pill might not be a problem. However, the fire essence flame crystal would probably be late. Those cultivation aristocratic families would definitely send the items to Xuanyan school during this period of time. Forget it, if I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate, Xiao Hua said inwardly. How about this? Junior brother Xiao, fellow Taoist Ming, please wait a moment. Elder brother will go and ask Elder Fu. Gang Lai said with a smile, seeming to also want to go out. That's great. Ming Sui and Yi Xuguang were overjoyed. However, Xiao Hua said, there's no need to be too forceful. If you can go, then go. Fu Shan watched coldly from the side. When Gang Lai walked far away, he sneered and said, this guy is really arrogant. Does he think that Skyward Pavilion belongs to his family? Even if he found a direct descendant of the Fu clan's inner court to be his dual cultivation partner, he still can't disregard Skyward Pavilion's rules like this. Xiao Hua also coldly glanced at Fu Shan a few times. He didn't say anything and just stood quietly to the side. Ming Sui and Yi Xuguang looked at the two of them. For some reason, they didn't dare to casually speak. The scene was quite awkward. Fortunately, Gang Lai came back not long later with a smile on his face. How was it, fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist he? Ming Sui asked impatiently. Gang Lai nodded slightly and handed a token to Fu Shan. Senior Marshal Brother Fu, please take us to register our leave. This. Fu Shan's expression was a bit strange. He looked at the token unwillingly, then casually took it and left without saying a word. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart and waved his hand. Yi Xuguang and Ming Sui also secretly covered their mouths and followed Xiao Hua and Gang Lai to register inside. Xiao Hua, Yi Xuguang, and Ming Sui had already agreed yesterday. Naturally, they had also packed their things. As soon as their leave was over, they were ready to leave. Gang Lai hesitated for a moment and whispered to Xiao Hua, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, I might be a bit late. How about this? When will you come back from which teleportation formation? I'll wait for you there. This. I have some matters to attend to. I'm afraid it will take about 20 days before I can return. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll come back from the teleportation formation in Thought Yu Town. Xiao Hua hesitated and said, and that's good. I also have some matters to attend to. The time should be just right. Gang Lai smiled and took out a transmission talisman. When Junior Marshal Brother Xiao arrives at Thought Yu Town, send me the transmission talisman. I'll come back with you. All right. Xiao Hua couldn't think of a reason to decline. He stretched out his hand and accepted the talisman. After Gang Lai left, Ming Sui said enviously, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist he really treats you well. Not only does he address you differently, But he also cares for you. In the future, fellow Daoist's future in the Fu clan will be limitless. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he thought. I've seen Yungu in Jinghua City and I know his cultivation level. He can't do anything to me in Jinhua Mountain, but what about outside of Jinhua Mountain? He wouldn't have ulterior motives, right? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1479. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. During his time in the Fu clan, he had treated Xiaohua very well, but who knew what he was thinking? Perhaps he wanted to win Xiaohua over and make him conceal his true nature. But the problem was, this kind of winning over wasn't reliable. If the Fu clan offered a greater temptation, would Xiaohua be at ease? Even if Xiaohua only wanted peace and quiet, the best outcome would be to fish in troubled waters. He had never thought of exposing the Fu clan, but he didn't know who the Fu clan was. Moreover, the Fu clan was aware of the Fu clan's inheritance. If the Fu clan found out, only death awaited. Therefore the most appropriate thing to do was to get rid of Xiaohua. After understanding this, Xiaohua sneered inwardly. When he first met the Fu clan, he was only in the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Now that 2 years had passed, the Fu clan was at most in the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm. Ever since Xiaohua killed Kai Yingxia and other 7th layer cultivators, he had a certain understanding of his own strength. He wasn't afraid of the Fu clan, so he smiled and said to Yi Shuguang, I arrived at Jinhua Mountain at the same time as Senior Marshal Brother He and also met the same Senior Marshal Sister. I'm afraid Senior Marshal Brother He loves the house and its crow. In short, it's fate. If fellow Daoist Xiao succeeds in the Fu clan in the future, don't forget about us. Ming Sui said meaningfully. Haha, let's wait until we return to Senior Marshal Brother He. I still want to hug his thigh. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew out of Jinhua Mountain. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang also laughed as they followed him. It took nearly 10 days to travel from Jinhua Mountain to Zhenyu Mountain through the transporting formation. A round trip would take 20 days, not including the time to teleport to other places. The Fu clan's talisman craftsman definitely didn't have enough time. Therefore, Xiaohua and the others headed to the transporting formation in Siue town, which was only 4 days away from Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua had never been to Siue town before, but Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang had come from the teleportation array there. Xiaohua didn't need to worry about it. 4 days passed quickly. On the evening of the 4th day, when the lights were lit, Xiaohua and the others arrived at the west side of Siue town. Before Yi Shuguang could tell Xiaohua the location of the teleportation array, a figure flew in front of Xiaohua and the others. There seems to be. Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw the figure, and he raised his voice. Is that fellow Daoist Shenlong? When the figure heard the call, she paused for a moment. Soon after, she stopped in midair and turned around. It was Shenlong, who was practicing talisman crafting with Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Shen, why? Did you also ask for leave? Xiaohua Fei cupped his hands and smiled. Why can't I ask for leave? Shenlong glanced at Xiaohua and said very unhappily. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said, Since Senior Brother Fu thinks so highly of you, why don't you practice more in Jinhua Mountain? Isn't it a waste of time to ask for leave? Senior Brother Fu doesn't think highly of you? Shenlong asked. Me. Xiaohua touched his nose and didn't answer. He pointed his finger and said, This is fellow Daoist Yi Shuguang and fellow Daoist Ming Sui, who are next to my residence. Then, he introduced Shenlong. This is fellow Daoist Shenlong, who is practicing talisman crafting with me. After the three of them greeted each other, Ming Sui smiled and said, I wonder where fellow Daoist Shenlong wants to go. If we stay together, we can take care of each other. Shenlong shook her head and said, I don't have a specific place I want to go. I just feel that after staying in Jinhua Mountain for so long, I want to go out for a walk. If the three of you have something to do, you can do as you please. I don't want to disturb you. And since it's like this, we were too reckless. Yi Shuguang smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Shenlong, please go first. Okay, I will take my leave. Shenlong didn't hold back. She cupped her hands towards the three of them and flew towards the teleportation array. After Shenlong left, Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui glanced at each other and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you have to face this kind of fellow Taoist Shenlong every day. It's really hard on you." Of course, when you think about senior brother He, it's really like the difference between the clouds and mud. Xiao Hua laughed and said, feeling a bit closer to Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui. After a while, Xiao Hua also said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, fellow Taoist Ming, I also have to go to the town of Thought You to take care of some things. Let's part ways here." Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang smiled and said, "We know. We'll go first. You can come back later." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please." Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang cupped their hands and said goodbye to Xiao Hua before flying towards the teleportation array. Xiao Hua also walked towards the town of Thought You. After a while, Xiao Hua found a secluded place and wore the camouflage before slowly flying towards the teleportation array. Although it was already night time, there were still many people using the teleportation array. The town of Thought Yu's teleportation array was much more convenient than the one in Yenyuan City. At the very least, there was no need to make an appointment. Xiao Hua only took out a high-grade spirit stone and said that he was from Shallow Speech City. He was then led into the teleportation array and teleported together with two cultivators who didn't seem to be from the Fu clan. Shallow Speech City's teleportation array seemed to be underground. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a huge pillar. That pillar was inlaid with more than 10 head-sized moonstones, brightly illuminating the surroundings of the teleportation array. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivator sitting on the ground next to him and calmly walked out of the teleportation array. Next to the teleportation array were a few people who looked like city guards. When they saw Xiao Hua's actions, their faces immediately showed respect. "Fellow cultivator, I would like to teleport to Yenyuan City, may I?" Xiao Hua walked in front of one of the city guards and cupped his hands. "Senior, please know that you need to make an appointment to go to Yenyuan City. I'm afraid you can't do it today." The city guard quickly bowed in return. "Why is Yenyuan City still like this? Is it not over yet?" Xiao Hua's tone turned cold. "That's not it, senior. Although the incident at Yenyuan City is not over yet, it is not as tense as it was 2 months ago. Cultivators who use the teleportation array do not need to show their true faces." The city guard quickly explained, however, because Shallow Speech City is quite far from Yenyuan City, it costs too many spirit stones to teleport each time. Therefore we have to wait until there are more people going, before we can teleport once. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This old man naturally knows this. Check how many people have made an appointment to Yenyuan City?" "Senior, please wait a moment. The number of cultivators going to Yenyuan City has indeed decreased recently." The city guard turned and left. After a while, he turned back and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. There are 4 cultivators going to Yenyuan City tomorrow afternoon. Including Senior, there will be 5 cultivators." "All right." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a high-grade spirit stone. He said, "Do I need to leave my name?" The city guard quickly waved his hand. "Since Senior has already given me the spirit stone in advance, there is naturally no need to leave your name." The city guard took the spirit stone and handed over a token. He smiled and said, "Your Shallow Speech City is much stronger than Yenyuan City. Senior, thank you for your praise. This is all because of our city Lord Mo's good management." The city guard smiled and said, "Senior only needs to come tomorrow afternoon and give this token to the city guard." "All right." Xiao Hua took the token, turned and walked out of the teleportation array. When he reached the surface, it was already late at night. Xiao Hua looked left and right. Not far away, there was an inn. Xiao Hua asked for the price and found a room to stay in. The night passed uneventfully. Xiao Hua only came out of his room when it was close to noon the next day. Although it was Xiao Hua's first time in Shallow Speech City, he didn't want to cause trouble and didn't plan to walk around. However, just as he walked out of the inn, he heard a familiar voice behind him ask, "Waiter, how do I get to Yueming Temple?" Enemies really don't meet. Xiao Hua thought to himself. That voice wasn't just anyone. It was Shenlong who was walking up and down in a straight line. Xiao Hua didn't turn back. He walked to the entrance of the inn and stood still, pretending to look around. Senior Immortal knows. When you go out, walk straight south. When you see the shop taught by Xuanyan, head west. The waiter was eloquent and said a lot in one breath. Xiaohua felt dizzy listening to him. Xianlong smiled and said, "Thank you, waiter." That waiter was very flattered and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Xianlong quickly walked out of the inn and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing at the side. Her face showed a trace of vigilance. She walked a few steps and secretly turned back. Seeing Xiaohua slowly walking in the direction of the teleportation array, she felt relieved. She hurriedly walked according to the waiter's instructions. This Xianlong doesn't have a fixed place, right? Why would she want to go to Yueming Temple just by walking around? Xiaohua only had a fleeting thought. What Xianlong did had nothing to do with him. Why would he worry about her for no reason? The buildings in Shallow Speech City were different from those in Yenyuan City. They were all built with huge bluestones, and the distance between them was very large. The inn wasn't far from the teleportation array, but the bluestone road between them was more than twice as long as the one in Yenyuan City. Xiaohua looked at the various people on the bluestone road and then looked at the many shops with different styles. He thought to himself, I wonder if Shallow Speech City is one of the top 10 cities in the country of Xi. When I return from Xuanyan cult and see if I have enough time, I'll take a look around and broaden my horizons. The teleportation array was also built with bluestones, and its shape was very strange. Huge bluestones slanted above the building and pointed in all directions. At first glance, it looked like a hedgehog. Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the teleportation array. The city guard stepped forward to block him and bowed politely. Xiaohua didn't answer and took out the token from yesterday. "Senior, please wait a moment." The city guard also took out a magic tool that looked like a disc and placed the token on it. A layer of faint green flashed and some words appeared on the token. The city guard looked at it and kept it in his sleeve. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, please. The 3 seniors heading to Yenyuan City have already arrived. They can be teleported in a moment." It's already noon and there are still people not here? Could it be? Xiaohua frowned slightly. This is not something this humble one can know. The city guard respectfully led Xiaohua to a guest hall and turned to leave. Chapter 1480. At this time, there were already 3 cultivators in the hall. After Xiaohua walked in and swept his gaze over them, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. These 3 cultivators were all late-stage Foundation Establishment seniors. Foundation Establishment cultivators were usually rarely seen, but now, 3 of them had suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua. Moreover, they were all late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Xiaohua suddenly felt an incomparable pressure in his heart. Moreover, none of these 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were dressed in camouflage. They were all very magnanimously sitting on jade stools with their eyes closed in meditation. Seeing someone come in, the 3 of them slightly opened their eyes and glanced at him. Seeing that it was a person in camouflage, they slightly released their divine senses. However, just as they swept over Xiaohua's body, their divine senses touched each other and they immediately withdrew them. With just a sweep of their divine senses, Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. At this time, Xiaohua's cultivation had already reached the mid-4th stage of the aura refining realm, but his actual magic power was close to the 8th or 9th stage of the aura refining realm. These late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators' divine senses naturally couldn't see through his camouflage. However, the camouflage couldn't withstand the might of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Not to mention 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even if it was just one, Xiaohua's limbs would immediately go soft. Fortunately, these 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators seemed to be afraid of each other. None of them rashly released their might. "Alas, my cultivation is poor. It's really unbearable." Xiaohua somewhat trembled as he walked to a jade stool far away from the 3 people. He only put half of his butt on it and also closed his eyes to rest. He actually wanted to calm his mind, but the 3 cultivators next to him were more frightening than tigers. No matter what, he couldn't calm his heart. At this time, footsteps were heard again. The city guard led another late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator in. "Senior, please sit. We can teleport in a moment." That city guard saluted and left. Different from how they treated Xiaohua, the 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators opened their eyes. When they saw a cultivator of the same cultivation level, they didn't release their divine senses. Two cultivators still had their eyes closed, while the other smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Gon, how come you're also here?" The cultivator called Fellow Taoist Gon also looked around for a moment before releasing his divine sense to scan Xiaohua's left and right. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. If Fellow Taoist Xueqi can go, why can't this poor Taoist go? Then he glanced at Xiaohua, walked to the jade stool next to Xue Daoyu, and sat down. He said, "Shihuang town is so lively, I naturally want to take a look." "Fellow Gon, I'm afraid it's not that simple," Xue Daoyu said with a faint smile, then glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua really couldn't take it anymore. He got up from the stool, took down the bewildering Huan, and walked in front of the 4 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. He bowed and saluted, saying, "Seniors, this junior greets you. Because I have some unspeakable troubles, I have to leave. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me." When Xiaohua took down the bewildering Huan, the 4 cultivators had already seen Xiaohua's cultivation level. They were already disdainful of him. When they heard Xiaohua's words, none of them paid attention to him. That fellow Taoist Gon also withdrew his divine sense and whispered something to Xue Daoyu. However, he had already used a sound transmission technique, so others couldn't hear him. After Xiaohua finished speaking, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He put on the bewildering Huan again and silently sat to the side. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the city guard came in and said the transportation formation was ready. He asked everyone to get up. Xiaohua didn't dare to leave first. He waited until the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators left before he walked in last. Following a passage with restrictions, they walked underground for a while. A transportation formation appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was the same formation that Xiaohua used to come to Shallow Language City yesterday. The transportation was very smooth. When Xiaohua carefully pretended to be dizzy and sat in the transportation formation, he had already arrived at Yenyuan City. The 4 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't even look at Xiaohua. They rushed out of the transportation formation and went straight to find the city guard. As for how they were going to be transported to Shihuang town, Xiaohua didn't want to know. He only estimated that it was about time for him to pretend to be dizzy and walked out of the transportation formation. Just like before, when Xiaohua just came out, several divine senses locked onto him. However, when Xiaohua left Yenyuan City as if nothing had happened and directly flew in the direction of Xuanyan cult, those divine senses gradually disappeared. Damn it, why did I come out like a thief? This feeling is really unbearable. Xiaohua was extremely depressed by the inexplicable divine senses. He didn't know that the pearl in his space had caused such a huge disturbance in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. From Yenyuan City to Xuanyan cult, Xiaohua traveled together with Kai Zhuoxia. It took quite a long time. This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. His left and right body were confused. No one knew what cultivation level he was at. Urging all the transcendence energy in his body, he rushed towards Xuanyan cult with a speed comparable to Foundation establishment. Alas, things remain the same but people have changed. It's just like this. Xiaohua saw Xuanyan cult's unusually grand guest pavilion and thought of Kai Zhuoxia in his heart. If fellow Taoist Kai is here, she must be overjoyed. That embryonic breathing pill can help her break through the barrier of the 5th level of qi refining. When Xiaohua landed on the ground, the ones who came out of the guest pavilion were still Ming Feng and Ming Cheng. When Ming Feng saw Xiaohua, he was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Ming Cheng and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist, have you been to my Xuanyan cult before?" Ming Cheng was also a bit confused. He smiled apologetically. "Fellow Taoist, are you that loose cultivator?" Xiaohua had already removed the confusion, so it was naturally his true appearance. He smiled and said, "I am indeed Xiaohua. It's fortunate that you 2 fellow Taoists still remember You're really that loose cultivator?" Ming Cheng's face showed even more astonishment. "I remember that half a year ago. Fellow Taoist's cultivation was only at the early 4th level of qi refining. In just half a year's time." Ming Feng blinked his eyes and said somewhat strangely, "Hee, I only had some other opportunities. It's nothing. Compared to the disciples of 2 famous sects, the difference is too great." Xiaohua didn't say much. He directly took out Zhuo Qingyuan's keepsake and said, "I still came to visit fellow Taoist Zhua this time. I wonder if it's convenient for you to notify me? This. Ming Cheng was a bit hesitant. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not know the reason? He hurriedly took out several medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over, saying with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. This is a small token of appreciation from I. Please accept it." Ming Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to be polite. It's not that I don't want to notify you, but Senior Martial Brother Zhua seemed to be in closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. He seemed to want to attack the 12th level of qi refining. I don't know if Senior Martial Brother Zhua has come out of closed-door cultivation." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed in his heart. Zhua Qingyuan is in closed-door cultivation. Is there even a need to say it? It's definitely because the embryonic breathing pill was successfully refined. Immediately, Xiao Hua stuffed the spirit stones into Ming Cheng's hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, feel free to try. If you haven't come out of closed-door cultivation, I will leave right away and come back after a period of time." Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too courteous. Please. Ming Cheng received the spirit stones and raised his hand. "Please wait inside for a moment, fellow Taoist Xiao." Good, it really makes a difference whether or not I have spirit stones to open the way. Xiao Hua inwardly sighed with emotion. The last time he came, these two boys simply didn't notify him and left Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuoxia hanging in front of them for several days. This time, they actually directly invited Xiao Hua to wait inside the guest pavilion. In fact, Xiao Hua actually still had some misunderstandings. His visit this time was different from last time. First, in half a year's time, he went from the early 4th level of qi refining to the middle 4th level of qi refining. This kind of progress in cultivation, even in Xuanyan cult, was considerable. Second, the Zhua Qingyuan he wanted to visit was also different from half a year ago. He was at the 12th level of qi refining. Very soon, he would become a foundation-building senior. How could these two boys dare to slight him? Especially when they knew that Xiao Hua and Zhua Qingyuan were acquainted. This was a very exquisite small room. Inside, there was a jade table and a jade stool. On the table, there were fresh spirit fruits. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng invited Xiao Hua into the small room. Only after someone brought in some spirit tea did they withdraw. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that the walls were faintly shining. He knew that there was a restriction in this small house. He sat on a jade stool and picked up a spirit fruit to taste. He had been hurrying on the road for more than 10 days and was also a little worried. It really made Xiao Hua feel a little tired. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua had just finished drinking the spirit tea when Ming Feng came in with a smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, Senior Martial Brother Zhua already came out of seclusion several days ago. Right now, he's at the master's place. Please wait for a moment. Senior Martial Brother Zhua will come right away." Ha! Xiao Hua stood up and asked. "Then fellow Taoist Zhua." Haha, Senior Martial Brother Zhua has indeed entered the peak of qi refining. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few years, I will have to call him Martial Uncle Zhua. Ha, that's great. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Then congratulations to Xuanyan School." Hearing Xiao Hua mention Xuanyan School, Ming Feng's expression also became serious. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. This is all due to Senior Martial Brother Zhua's diligence. All due to the hard work of my master." Ming Feng poured some more spirit tea for Xiao Hua then withdrew. After waiting for a while, Xiao Hua's excitement slowly calmed down. Since the embryonic breathing pill was useful to Zhua Qingyuan, it was also useful to him. However, since cultivating until now, Xiao Hua had never encountered a bottleneck. He himself didn't know when to use this embryonic breathing pill, so he could only treat it as a backup. Just as he was thinking, the room's door was pushed open. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhua." However, when he saw the person who came in, he was stunned. The person in front of him wasn't Zhua Qingyuan, but Xiao Mao. That 4th layer qi refining, somewhat arrogant, somewhat childish, and somewhat impulsive Xiao Mao. Big brother Xiao. It's little brother. When Xiao Mao saw Xiao Hua, he quickly took a few steps forward and bowed in greeting. "Big brother Xiao?" Xiao Hua scratched his head and hurriedly supported Xiao Mao, somewhat muttering in his heart. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua supported Xiao Mao and said with a smile, This The two words big brother. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Xiao Mao straightened up, his eyes looking very sincerely at Xiao Hua and said, little brother didn't understand before and did things that didn't care about the consequences. If it wasn't for big brother Xiao stopping me in time, I'm afraid I would have brought a lot of trouble upon myself, Xiao Hua said with a smile. That was just a small effort. The key point is that fellow Taoist Xiao is a disciple of Xuanyan school. I am just a loose cultivator, so I don't deserve this title. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.